the summertime, I quit my job cause it gets in the way. I find a party by the ocean, by the cheapest wine, call up my friends to come and waste the day. I got a dime bag, corduroys, colored sleeves, and a bundle and some LSD. Now I'm just looking for a girl to meet, to help me to forget my name. I could spend my lifetime getting high, never wanna live in a suit and tie. Most of us are just living a lie, so we get fucked up every night. I'm getting drunk all night, oh, I'm getting drunk all day, oh, I'm getting drunk all night. I'm sorry but I have to say I'm too drunk to fuck. Now the party was jumping and the girls were fine with the lipstick summer glaze. I got so many women coming after me, I put some pussy on layaway. I was smoked out, tore up, drunk as fuck, and I wouldn't want to change a thing. Young and dumb and full of cum with the sugar-loaded candy cane. I could spend my lifetime getting high, never wanna live in a suit and tie. Most of us are just living a lie, so we get fucked up every night. I'm getting drunk all night, oh, I'm getting drunk all day, oh, I'm getting drunk all night, oh, I'm getting drunk all day, oh, I'm getting drunk all night, oh, I'm getting drunk all day, oh, I'm getting drunk all night. I'm sorry but I have to say I'm too drunk to fuck ya. Too drunk to fuck ya. I can't eat, can't sleep, and I'm bored as fuck. And the girl I want just walked away. She just found out I'm too drunk to fuck. It looks like I'm not getting laid. I could spend my lifetime getting high, never wanna live in a suit and tie. Most of us are just living a lie, so we get fucked up every night. I'm getting drunk all night, oh, I'm getting drunk all day, oh, I'm getting drunk all night, oh, I'm getting drunk all day, oh, I'm getting drunk all night, oh, I'm getting drunk all day, oh, I'm getting drunk all night. I'm sorry but I have to say I'm too drunk to fuck ya. Yeah, I'm too drunk to fuck ya. I'm too drunk to fuck ya. Somebody help me. And I wanna see somebody help me. I can't fucking breathe. I'm too drunk to fuck.
What is this? There's people down this hole. How long have you people been held down there?
Ben.
Huh?
I'm echoing in my headphones.
Do what?
I'm echoing in my own head. I'm echoing in my own headphones. It sounds weird. And he's gone.
Oh, now you're not echoing.
Oh yeah, I sound fine now.
So was it
Anyway,
echoing
yeah.
on his end or what?
I don't know. But yeah, anyway, I died, but I got better.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Crusher should be coming in soon too.
All right, let's try this again. There are people down there in this hole. How long have you people been down there? Have you been held captive?
We've always been here.
No echo, huh?
I've actually
Nope,
always
not
been
that
over
time.
there, but now I'm here.
I think I like it better with the lid back on. That way you can't escape.
You can hide us away, Jeremy, but the voices in your head will never stop.
Oh boy, you guys ever have family that think they're superior to you?
Well, I assume that most people think they're superior to you.
Fuck off, buddy. No, seriously. You guys
That's true.
have that one family member who thinks that they've got to have their hand in everything and be above you and you know have the superior answer to everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody. There's one right now.
Yeah, that was my mom yelling at the dog.
Okay, so
Just trying to alpha the dog.
I swear I've got a family member who I won't explain what their relation is, but they had me in this group text shit the other night, and it's like for multiple nights to where my phone was blowing up every like 15 seconds. The ringtone would finally stop, and then it would stop. Then it would start again. And I don't have a smartphone. I have this. This is my phone. This.
I can't see it.
Yeah. Right here. This is my phone. You see, it's like a. It's
I had
ancient.
one of those in college.
Yeah, there you go. It's ancient. I know, but
Is it a burner phone you use for drug deals?
anyway, they had my phone blowing up, and I said, and the thing is that because they all have smartphones and I don't, I was just getting a bunch of blank messages for whatever reason. They probably had all these emojis and emoticons and graphics and GIFs in there, crammed in there, and whatever they were sending around. And it just was a blank message to me for most of them. And so I say, guys, most of these messages you're sending are blank. I don't have a smartphone, as I've told you multiple times. And also, I'm going to bed soon, so could you please knock it off? So I don't hear anything else the rest of the night, thankfully. But then it starts again at like 11:30 the next night. 11:30 when I'm about to drift off, peacefully into the Sandman's realm, okay? And I say, I'm asleep. And these messages are blank, as I've said before. And I get this in response. What a shame. We were looking at pictures of Mom and sharing memories. That's what people do. Your lives are not normal. Sorry to bother.
What the fuck?
Oh God, that sent me over the edge.
That's fucked up.
We're not going to be on speaking terms for a while after that. You could see my hand is shaking a little bit because my fight or flight mechanism is, when I start getting filled with anger, adrenaline, I start shaking. So that's what that is. So then I respond with, let's see. No, she sent something else, and this is what drove it over the edge. That was one thing to say, sorry, your lives are not normal, sorry to bother. But then she says, I say, whether our lives are normal or not is irrelevant. I was woken up last night by messages. I'm happy with my life, but not one message after another. She says, you only talk to us when you or Donnie are in trouble. And when we try to include you, we're interrupting. Truth. This family member is trying to pull like.
Wait, tell us what she is or who he or whoever is in relation to you.
No.
I'm curious.
No. I don't have to go that far.
You can, though.
It's his wife.
Jeremy's celibate.
She ended the sentence with truth. Like,
oh, so that's a girl.
Like she was a girl on the Bet Network, saying, truth, girl. You know, I mean, that's what it felt like.
Is she black?
No, she's not black. That's what makes it even more absurd. And then, so I responded with, okay, then I won't bother next time I'm in trouble. Merry Christmas. We love you, but this is just not how I communicate. Also truth. I'm doing what I can to lead a comfortable life, but I will not be told how to live it. Things are bad enough without this shit. I do not know how to communicate with you guys. It was her response then. I said,
So by you guys, you and your father, correct?
Yeah. I gave her my email address. You see, take it there if you want to send me all these copious amounts of messages, you know. But you know, it's not on. Not on the phone, and not every day, and not when I'm basically being called a freak either. Most of these messages are blank, therefore I can't do a damn thing with them.
Put the woman in her place.
And then she closed out with, okay, I'm trying to figure out how to remove you and Donnie from the group text or whatever. Night, N-I-T-E.
Now, so why are they mad at you? Because you're not texting on the group message thing? Like, did you not just explain to them?
Stop with the group text and knock that shit off. For one thing, because I was just getting blank messages. And for number two, because they were doing it late at night when I usually start going to bed. What the hell are they still doing up? They have jobs to get to too late the next morning. You know, they don't have to get up at 4 a.m. like me, though. Damn.
I think we should get his family members on, and then we could have, like, what's he doing?
Like a Jerry Springer style stream?
Yeah.
No, Jerry Springer didn't really do family stuff, did he?
Nose is dry.
I think he did.
Had to lubricate my nostrils.
I mean, yeah, I think he did. He did family stuff.
Sure.
Well, it's mostly like adultery, wasn't it?
I mean, a lot of it was, yeah. But I would imagine that, you know, since he was on for a decade or whatever, that he covered Jeremy style drama.
So I'm glad to have all my favorite people here and Zach. So Zach, I've actually got a format. Like, I actually prepared a format here. You know, it's not like to be followed religiously, but just so I kind of have a better idea instead of meandering into everything, you know, for once. And I did want to bring up something. I caught your episode of Indie Rock Dinosaur. Was Hitler into the occult? Or was it?
Yeah, Hitler? And then you went off on some kind of weird Spurg fest in the comments.
What did I say?
I can't remember, but started going on about some author that you read who could definitively prove that Hitler was into the occult.
That's right, baby. Eric Kurlander, who wrote Hitler's Monsters.
Yeah, but why do you bring that up to me? Because at the very beginning of the video, I actually preface it and say that Ken is going to be doing most of the talking because I know literally absolutely nothing about World War II history or Hitler.
Because, motherfucker, you had him on. You had the guy on who said he wouldn't trust conspiracy theorists to walk his dog. That's why.
I mean, to be fair, there is a lot of misinformation stuff out there about World War II. I mean, you probably got people out there saying that freaking... I mean, heck, I've read them. I know one dude who happens to be a false prophet that I disavow, Jim Wilhelmsen, says that freaking all kinds of crazy stuff.
Is that the Star Trek Antichrist guy?
Yeah, the crazy dude.
We got to have that guy back. What do you call it? Calling him a false prophet?
Well, he was. He writes all kinds of things that he says God told him, and specifically people who do that and they're not getting messages from God, they're to be avoided.
Most preachers, pastors, popes, bishops, and cardinals and whatnot all say that they.
Yeah, I mean, like specifically, like he's saying the words are coming from him, and he's like going out there like it's a little bit different than having knowledge or having whatever it is they had, he's kind of different. He's crazy wackadoo territory, basically.
So what's
So do you think
what's the basic premise of Hitler's Monsters, though? What does he say in a nutshell in that book?
That the Nazis were heavily into the occult and mysticism. Here's what I think is funny.
Well, hold on a second. So you're saying that the Nazis were, but Hitler himself was not.
That's
that
what
what
they
the guy
said on
tells?
my show.
That's what his guest said. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought that's what you said.
No. I've watched enough documentaries and I read this book cover to cover, and I know that Hitler actually had a ceremony performed that would make him virile and strong to finish the war.
Okay.
Allegedly.
And then the guy on Indie Rock Dinosaur was saying that Hitler was not into the occult. Is that correct?
Yeah, I say that we try to get Eric Kurlander on here and your guy on here, and we get them to have it out if that can be arranged.
Well, I mean, what
Maybe that guy
does he say that the Nazis themselves were into the occult and that Hitler was not? Is that what he was saying, Zach?
To be honest, I can't remember. I listened to what he said, and it kind of went in one ear and out the other. I need to read more on the topic.
Kind of like when I listen to you. Yeah, no. I'm joking.
I know.
Kind of. It's still joke territory.
There was actually one
Sounds
woman.
like salty territory to me.
There's actually one woman. I think her name was Savriti Devi, who was I don't think she was like native Indian. I think she was like a English woman living in India. She actually believed that Hitler was like a reincarnation of the god Vishnu or something like that.
Yeah, I think I've heard of her. You know, you're saying that she was a woman from India who was raised in Britain, or a British citizen that was of Indian descent.
No, I don't think she was of Indian descent. I think she was like
married
English.
a dude.
No, I think she was like an English settler in India.
Oh, okay. But she took on an Indian name.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, either way, I think I've heard of her, and I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So there was an aspect of that. You know, even now there are a lot of like neo-Nazis who believe that, you know, Christianity is a Jewish religion and don't like it.
Yeah, I had a guy like that. I don't know how he found out about me. I've actually had several people involved in either cults or weird things, try to mess with me and stuff. But there was a dude like that specifically. He was all freaking weird, and I had to block him.
Who was it?
I don't know his name, but he was freaking some kind of weird Sabbatarian Frankism thing. They're out there.
But yeah, I mean, we ought to get Eric Kurlander, author of Hitler's Monsters, in the same room with your guy. I don't remember who he was.
I think it'd be fun getting him in with Corey. Like the main guy was Jay. What the heck is his name? Not freaking JP Morgan.
Yeah,
get him on here.
I'm not looking to it.
I think Corey Mailer, the dude who was on, kind of like is like an extra guest on that show, would be pretty fun too.
No, I want specifically the guy who said that he wouldn't trust conspiracy theorists to walk his dog, which was extremely silly, because I would trust the conspiracy theorist to guard my dog's life with a feverish paranoia.
You said it was Eric Kurlander that said that?
No.
Wait, that guy specifically, Jeremy, we're actually getting him on for a cool show, kind of debunking all the crazy guys who go on about Christmas having pagan roots and stuff, and he gets into that. JP Holding, that's his name.
That's the guy who said that Hitler was not into the occult.
Yeah, I believe so. Now, he did say that other guy, Mengele, and other Nazis were. I think he said, if I'm remembering correctly, everyone's position, even Corey's, was that Hitler wasn't specifically tied into like anything. It's like he was a nominal everything and just went along with stuff to advance the political motives. That's what they say, not what I say. I have
Do
no
you
clue.
consider astrology to be the occult?
I mean,
Yeah.
that would fall under the
Because
general
he was
umbrella. Yeah.
he was quite into that, and he used it to kind of chart, his directions in as far as strategy and
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, the whole Aryan obsession is kind of occultic to begin with because some of them, not all of them, but they kind of tie it back to the whole Nephilim stuff and then get kind of wacky from there.
Well, yeah, because the Germans, when they were basically living in mud huts when the Roman Empire was happening. So funny enough, even though the Italians weren't really into the whole master race idea, they had more of a claim to it than the Germans did. So that's why a lot of like German Nazis and even like neo-Nazis now have those have all these like weird hippy dippy ideas that the Aryans are descended from Atlanteans or they're descended from aliens or what the fuck ever.
A lot of them just go off that stupid freaking Thor type aesthetic. I know the Swiss do it a lot too, but it just I guess it's just where they did have pagan roots before the Christian Empire and whatnot, and they just try to be freaking weebs about it. Skateboarding with Thor. I think that's the joke people use.
Yeah, I know Varg McCarnus is pretty infamous for that. He's burned down church. Huh?
Is he free now?
He's been free for a while. And until he got banned off of YouTube, he was doing clickbaity videos. And he was constantly saying, "Let's find out." Like it was a tick or something. Like he'd ask a question and be like, "Let's find out."
Let's find out.
Yeah. Why is Europe being flooded with non-white immigrants? Let's find out.
That's a good question.
Okay, so
Now, who is this guy?
he killed.
Burzum.
He's a black metal musician that killed another musician, or was it his bandmates? Or
Euronymous. He killed one of his bandmates, and he also allegedly at least burned down churches.
Huh. Okay, I think I know who you're talking about. What was the band called?
I think he was in Mayhem.
there were a
Or
few.
was it Mayhem or like I don't know. Am I getting confused with Dark Throne?
I don't know.
I don't know. Ask Curtis Lawson. I think he's into all those cats.
Yeah.
Or was into them, right? I mean, I don't think he's like idolizes them or anything, but he was interested in those individuals, I believe.
Mayhem, Burzum. So there's a big tangle of metal names that are like tangled up in that whole story. There's somebody actually made a movie about it called Lords of Chaos, based on the book, and it was all right. I think Kieran Culkin played the guy that gets killed.
I know that. I think the one of the more infamous incidents was a guy who went by the name Dead, who was like an extremely downbeat, depressed guy. He would do things like he kept a dead bird in a plastic bag that he would sniff before he went on stage. He would like bury his clothes for days so they would start to rot. And he would like casually engage in self-harm in front of other people. And finally, one day when he was left alone at his at the home that the Mayhem was occupying at the time, he just slit his wrist and blew his brains out. And I think
He slit his wrist and blew his brains out.
Yeah, and
Thorough.
Yeah, when Euronymous came back and found him before he called the police, he took pictures of his body and took fragments of his skull to make necklaces. Yeah, you better be careful searching it because you might come up with the actual suicide photo that was actually used as a cover of one of their albums.
The guys were serious.
They were pretty crazy, yeah. Yeah, they were pretty crazy.
Yep. Now, so Zach, my contention with the whole episode that we're talking about with Indie Rock Dinosaur was that you guys, and I'm kind of lumping you together, but it's to make a point, is that everybody who has ever had any effect on, world history or anything was somehow tied to the occult when you guys get to talking, or anybody who's been famous this century or last, it had some flirting with the occult, but somehow Hitler's not in the occult.
Well, I mean, we didn't say that he wasn't in it. We said the main argument from them was what I just said. He was like nominal about everything. He was like he one time considered himself a Christian, but he wasn't like knowledgeable about stuff. And the same thing with all the occult things. He was just
I think Himmler was the big occult dude in that particular group, right? I mean, he was the guy running around the world getting all the ancient texts and everything from all these various different locales.
Yeah. There's actually a really fascinating book about the guy who Himmler hired to go track down these like artifacts.
Yeah, like grimoires and all these various different things. Yeah.
I've got the book. I just don't remember the name of it.
Fat lot of good dose didn't help.
Well, I can find out his name again.
They might have helped. I mean, but you don't know what they were doing, right? I mean,
Oh, they lost the war pretty fucking badly.
Well, yeah, I know, but maybe, whatever they called up didn't care about winning the war. They just cared about killing a lot of people.
I'll find out, and then I'll show you the book you wrote. Auto Wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's it called? Autoerotic asphyxiation?
No, the name of the. Here we go. There it is. Right there. Lucifer's Court.
What's this about?
A heretic's journey in search of the light bringers.
Sounds pretty satanic to me.
Otto Ron. No, it's history, Zach. I mean, yeah, it technically is, but I mean, it's mainly history.
But it's about Himmler?
No, it's about the guy who Himmler hired to go search out these documents.
Oh, yeah.
And like, amulets and grails and whatnot,
What was the book called again? What was
Lucifer's Court, and then there's and a heretic's journey in search of the light bringers.
Right.
And it tells some of his adventures in, tracking down these, artifacts.
Have you read it?
Yes. Yeah, it was like 2 years ago, so.
And it was great. Like the first line in the description is Ron's personal diary from his travels as a cult investigator for the Third Reich. I mean, come on, how can you not want to read that? Right?
You what?
You should get closer to the microphone.
Oh, is my microphone messed up?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Not necessarily. Just you were far away. It sounded like.
Do I sound like that now?
It's a little better. So what were you saying?
I'm just saying that the first line in the product description would make me want to read it, right? It's Ron's personal diary from his travels as a cult investigator for the Third Reich.
I think it's fascinating stuff. Yeah, if you're one of those people that's squeamish at the very mention of the N-word Nazi, and can't accept that history happened, then I would suggest avoiding it. But if you have enough of intestinal fortitude to accept that shit happens in world history, and that World War II was literal shit. I mean, it was the drizzling shits, and and that there was some intrigue amidst all the drizzling shits. Then yeah, read it. I mean,
was Otto like a true believer in like the Nazi cause, or what? Did he just kind of get roped into it?
I think he did believe in it to some degree. It's been a
Freaking
long.
appropriating my dang word.
What do you mean appropriating what?
Weebs. I use it too
It's
much.
not your word.
It's something a freaking weeb would say, you dang weeb.
Get this straight. Weeb is not your word.
It's your word because it describes you pretty truthfully.
How?
I don't know. It just does. You're a freaking weeb.
It is.
Weeb.
No, you're gonna have to justify that comment more.
I use weeb as like just a general insult word.
Weeb came from weeaboo, which was originally a nonsense word from a webcomic, but then it got appropriated to mean like otaku.
That man knows.
Because he's a weeb.
I thought it was about, I thought it referred to like a non-Japanese person that loved anime.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, it does, but
basically
it actually it
really
does. It
greasy
just started
people.
off as a nonsense word, and then it got filtered through 4chan, and it started meaning that.
But you did not invent weeb.
You're a freaking weeb.
You did not invent weeb.
I said you're a weeb. I didn't say I invented it.
No.
Your dad's a weeb.
You have no way of proving that I'm a weeb.
You're proving it by your conduct.
Present your evidence. You think I'm a weeb?
You are my freaking evidence. That's all I need.
No, you can't objectify me into being evidence like that. I will not be boxed away and briefed and debriefed and indexed like a thing.
I am not a number. I am a free man.
Mm-hmm. Actually, we just
lost Gregor. I scared
You're
him away.
a weeb.
Ben actually appropriately referred to what I was quoting that from. So, well done, Ben. And I'm sure Gregor will be back. Maybe his screen froze or something, yeah. Hello?
Freaking weeb.
There, now you're both muted.
Well, sorry, I'm eating, so I'm muting while I'm.
It's okay. You need to
Do not mute me, bitch.
Hey, you were eating, so you don't care, right?
Stop.
Oh, sorry.
I will come down there and slap the dick out of your mouth.
No, I like it there.
Of course you do. But anyway, I guess one thing to talk about. So apparently the executor of Harlan Ellison's estate, he's finally going to release the last Dangerous Visions.
Oh, hell yeah, son. What authors are going to be in it?
They don't know yet. He hasn't really confirmed it, or at the very least, I think the article talking extensively about it is behind a paywall. It's a Patreon paywall, but he has confirmed that it's supposed to be due out in spring of 2021.
Frank, you've saved your money wisely, and you probably got, you probably, follow the stock market to make sure that your stocks are, healthy. So why don't you engage with this paywall wherever it is and see if you can find out this information for us.
Do you have stocks, Jeremy?
No.
It's on Patreon.
I don't understand it. I don't understand the stuff one bit. I've tried, and it's like an alien language would be more comprehensible than the stock market, the stock exchange, and all this, investment this and bears and bulls that, a bear market and bull market. I can't make sense of any of it.
Same. I just passed the corporate finance class, and I still don't know anything about stocks.
Really?
Yep.
I'm guessing that bear like a bearish market would be like when you're saving, like because a bear stores things up for hibernation. Maybe it means that. And a bull, it's like you're going straight ahead, right?
Bear is pessimistic. A bull is optimistic. That's all I know.
A bull is like you charge straight ahead into whatever's coming. Right?
I think pretty much, yeah.
Gregor, do you understand the stock market? Somehow we got onto this, and I don't even remember how. I'm pretty sure it was something I said, but
no, anything that I would say about the stock market would be stupid.
Okay. Well, it couldn't be any stupider than the things that we've said in the last 30 seconds.
I mean, most of what I have to say about the stock market is hang the bankers.
Uncle Void, in response to the last Dangerous Vision, says, I'll believe it when I see it. And Frank, we were trying to get him to engage with the paywall of some Patreon person who claims to have the table of contents for the last Dangerous Visions.
Yeah, I actually don't know if he announced it. I think he said it's going to be a mix of the ones that were originally announced back in the 70s with a mix of some new ones.
Now, do you know what I mean when I say the last Dangerous Visions? Greg?
Yeah, it's a Harlan Ellison series.
Yeah,
right.
He procrastinated it all the way into the grave, you know.
Right.
And
So who's taking that over then?
the executor of Harlan Ellison's estate.
You don't know his name though.
No,
It's J. Michael. I don't know how you pronounce his last name. Yeah,
that's the dude who created Babylon 5.
yeah, he's the executor of Harlan's estate.
Oh,
Okay. And then allegedly that's going to be coming out at some point in time.
Yeah,
Dangerous
supposedly
Visions.
in 2021. The last Dangerous Visions.
Okay.
The book on the edge of forever.
procrastinate too. They will procrastinate too. I guarantee it'll be.
Yeah, I don't think it'll come out. I think it's a cursed book.
It's the book on the edge of forever.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's. I think. I mean, wasn't part of it. Like, I mean, hasn't this guy been trying to get it out for a while? And there's all kinds of rights issues and things.
Yeah,
I've heard that.
it's. I didn't. He tried to get it out. I think like in the late 70s, early 80s, but it just kept being pushed back for reasons really unknown. Because Ellison kept announcing that it was going to come out, and it just never did.
Right.
Apparently, it has one of the last Dangerous Visions is going to have like one of the final things that Harlan Ellison wrote, and apparently that's going to tie into why it was delayed for so long.
Yeah, I mean, I'll believe it when I see it, but I've not read the other Dangerous Visions books, so I mean, I'm not really.
I mean, some of them are.
Looking forward
I mean,
to
the
it.
original. I've read Dangerous Visions, and I have Dangerous Visions on my shelf, but I haven't read that yet.
Mhm.
The first Dangerous Visions, like some of the stories are a little dated, but most of them are still pretty great.
Gene Wolfe was in one of them. I mean, that alone is a great thing. Neil Gaiman was in one of them too. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Philip K. Dick is in the first one. So is J.G. Ballard, and Samuel Delaney.
Fritz Lieber, right?
Yeah, he's in there too.
Ursula.
Is this a reprint collection, or are they all new to the collection? When
They were
they're
new
out?
at the time. Yeah,
Okay.
What, and Ursula Le Guin, wasn't she in it?
she's in again.
But so he got the cream of the crop, the who's who of sci-fi. I'm sure Theodore Sturgeon had one. I've got one, or the first or second one around here somewhere. But yeah, I think my favorite Harlan Ellison collection is Strange Wine. And didn't you read that, Gregor?
I am reading it. I mean, I'm not done with it yet, but I've read a couple stories out of it.
I think that's the first thing I read of his.
That one, the A to Z in the chocolate alphabet, where for every letter,
The chocolate alphabet.
yeah, for every letter, he would come up with this little. It was basically flash fiction before flash fiction, and he would create these weird little worlds or situations around each letter. Like A is for kind of like how the ABCs of Horror, that movie did, only with fiction.
The alphabet people
Yeah.
did it better.
Are those the kindergarten things where they would sing? Oh yeah, Carcinoma Angels by Norman Spinrad. That was a really good story in there, in the first Dangerous Visions. But the alphabet people? Do you mean those letter people who would sing? Like the M was a munchy mouth or something like that?
Yep. And Z was just freaking purple. mummy-looking dude who had a zipper in his head.
But
They were superior to the ABCs of horror.
But I think Strange Wine was the first book of Ellison's I read. The story, I think it's Roanoke. That one really stuck with me.
Yeah, I read that one.
Somebody did an audio book of that, didn't they?
Probably. I know.
Yeah.
I know. I've listened to Harlan Ellison's reading of Repent Harlequin Said the TikTok Man, and that's really good.
Yeah, I believe I think I got that from the library at one point in time. I think on an LP.
He also did Paladin of the Lost Hour, and man, that one almost reaches like Bradburian levels of sentimentality, which I don't think is a bad thing. You know, some people think sentimental is bad.
Isn't that the one he believed that was one of his best stories? Paladin of the Lost Hour.
I don't know. I'm.
Yeah, Croatoan. That's what it's called.
That was his favorite.
No, I recall him saying he wasn't the biggest fan of Repent Harlequin Said the TikTok Man because he bashed that out basically in one night, and he thinks that some other story that he spent weeks working on was a lot better.
Hey, I'm going to be back in a second. I'm going to go get one of my fancy beers that I got.
What kind?
It's called Delirium. I've never had it before.
That's a good name. Is it a craft beer?
It's a craft beer, and it's apparently super expensive. It was a gift.
Is it a double IPA?
I don't know. I think it has 8% alcohol a can. I'll check.
Or is it a double? Or an
Shotgun it.
Is it a stout or an IPA?
I'll look here in a second.
You should shotgun it.
Does he know how to shotgun it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
He does, but he's not going to do it.
Pussy.
Why would you shotgun that kind of beer?
Because it'd be funny.
Yeah, it would be funny if you actually tried to do it.
You know, something else I've been thinking about getting into: sports betting.
That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
I don't know how do you? I got something in the mail, from mybookie.com or something, and
sounds legit.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. It just started thinking.
You should get into hookers too.
If I bet against the Tennessee Vols every time, I could be rich by the end of the season. I mean,
that'd probably start winning then.
Yeah, probably so.
That Tyson Jones fight was so boring, man. Anybody here have even a passing interest in boxing?
Oh, I do, but I wasn't going to watch that.
How much was I bet? Yeah, the pay-per-view. I bet it was what, $60, $70.
I know. I remember Mayweather versus Pacquiao was $100.
Damn, I'll bet Mayweather and McGregor was probably double that. Jeez.
Probably, yeah.
But yeah, that Tyson Jones thing was total shit. And everybody's like, what did you expect from a bunch of 50-plus-year-old men? I mean, I expected, two legends to step in the ring, not
way past their prime.
But
I don't know what it is, but apparently there's a renewed interest in boxing because for some fucking reason, a bunch of YouTube influencers decided to start boxing each other.
Okay.
I don't understand that at all.
The story is that, who was it? It wasn't Logan Paul, but his brother.
Jake
Paul, that's Logan Paul's brother, right? I don't know.
I believe so, yeah.
I'm pretty sure both have been in fights.
I think so too, yeah.
Boxer on his face, right? I mean, the guy was out cold, right?
I don't know.
That's what I heard. It may have been Nate Robinson or something like that. The guy did a face plant. He was hit so hard.
Oh yeah. He boxed some former NBA guy, and the NBA guy got his ass handed to him.
And the reporter is asking him, "Do you think it's racist that you knocked out a black man?" And the guy's like,
"Oh, that nice reporter."
No, he said, "No, that's a stupid question," which it is. He said, "No, that's the sport. It has nothing to do with race." And she says, "Well, I think we got to wake you up, get you with the times." And he's like, "No, it's a stupid question." My God, she was alone. She kept pressing it like she was totally right on it. I could not believe the gall of that woman.
Who was she asking that of?
Jake Paul. She was asking him if he thought it was racist that he knocked a black man.
I mean, I think I'm fairly certain she was joking. The problem is that the two hosts suck as comedians, so it doesn't come across. And apparently they, I don't know, apparently they found Jake Paul attractive based on how they were acting towards him.
Huh.
Like all fucking giggly and like having trouble getting their fucking words out properly.
Okay. So now Mayweather, who cherry picks opponents, worse than any champion ever, is interested in fighting Jake Paul. And I'm sure it'll be a murder scene, Everybody still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it seems like Jake Paul can hold his own for the most part, but
I see a lot of people mute.
I'm kind of.
I don't know if you're covering coughs or what.
Like, and I kind of just, and part of me hopes that at some point someone just breaks his fucking head and that's the end of it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's pretty obvious that Mayweather's got this one, right?
Well, isn't Mayweather a lot older?
Yeah, but dude, he's got.
Are they even in the same weight class?
I don't know. We can find out. Sure.
It's been elected as the best beer in the world, and 8.5% alcohol.
But show it up again.
What kind is it? Is it like an IPA or is it like an ale?
It's like a Belgium ale.
That's
okay.
An elephant. What's
is it a sour?
Delirium Tremens.
Okay, so it's Belgian ale, delirium, and then tremens, whatever that means.
Okay, delirium tremens is what alcoholics experience when they
go through withdrawal. Yeah,
I'm like hardcore alcoholics who wake up in the morning and have to have alcohol right away,
right,
and all day, and then
it can kill them. Yeah, I mean, you could die of it.
Yeah, that's what. So they're calling a beer delirium.
It's DTs. That's what DT stands for.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
The hell of a thing to name your beer after.
Yeah, I know.
So we never understood. Is it a stout or an IPA or what?
It just says Belgian ale. Yeah.
Okay. It's an ale. Okay. There we go. We were trying to find out Mayweather's weight class, right?
You were. I think.
Right? Well, I mean, no, but being asked.
Oh, okay.
He is he's dabbled in different weight divisions, but I mean, right now he's got to be a heavyweight, right?
I don't know.
You gain weight.
How old is? Yeah, but there's only so much you can, based on your body type.
He was welterweight when he unified some titles. It looks like most of the time he's been a welterweight. Now, Jake Paul, let's see. Well, wait. The actual weight. No, this is important. This is important. We have to know how much they weigh, Gregor.
Yeah.
I'm bored already.
The show find out how much they weigh.
I don't care how much they weigh.
I didn't ask you. You weren't even here last week.
Gregor, do you care how much they weigh?
No, I don't care in the league.
Ben, do you care how much they weigh?
Yes, he does. He asked. Hey,
I'm just curious if they'd actually be able to box.
Zach, you weren't even here last week, so your opinion doesn't count, deserter. Anyway.
I had a freaking finance final to do.
I
was still doing that dang thing Monday, too.
I don't care. So his weight is... He's been super featherweight. He's been lightweight, light welterweight, and light middleweight.
That's a bunch of freaking weight classes.
So they could potentially potentially be able to box.
Yes, but the
But-
story's
but-
not complete until we find out how much Jake Paul weighs.
Did
Oh,
you
you-
put
oh, you-
something
oh,
in
I thought
your
you said that
hair,
was
or is
Jake
it just
Paul.
freaking greasy?
Yeah, that's very tactful, Zach.
What did you just say to me?
Yeah,
Did you put
yeah,
something
pomade
in
in
your
your hair,
hair?
or are you just a greasy piece of shit?
That's what he said.
It's not pomade.
That's what freaking corn pop uses.
Yeah, that's what Corn Pop uses for sure.
No, but it's not pomade.
Baking grease.
I'm freaking curious.
Yeah, okay, so Jake Paul is a cruiserweight.
Fascinating.
Okay, so how far away from that is welterweight? I can't think of the rankings off the top of my head.
I don't know. I'm not looking that shit up.
That doesn't sound like they're in the same weight class. Plus, Mayweather's older.
Yeah. You really think Tyson was
Oh,
high?
I've seen that movie.
Frank, you really think Tyson was high?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me
No, it would.
because it's like whatever. This is going to be an easy paycheck. I'll just smoke some before I go in the fucking ring.
I mean, the rounds were only 2 minutes, so Tyson had the advantage the whole time. Honestly, the fact that it was an exhibition tells me that it probably could have even been, choreographed or telegraphed beforehand between their people. I mean,
Bet he didn't even bite anyone's ears off.
you know that there are even ball games that are fixed. You know that, right?
Duh.
Okay, so you know that. That's on the record. That's not any kind of conspiracy theory.
No.
Wackadoo territory. People will shave points. People will intentionally miss a field goal for any number of reasons because they're in debt to get a cut of someone else's, betting. I mean, yeah, a lot of rigging in sports happens, and not just in the combat sports.
How dare you suggest that my vest was fixed? I will eat your heart. It will eat your children.
I'm gonna fuck you till you love me, white boy. I kind of wish I did rape the girl now. No. I didn't rape the bitch, but now I kind of wish I had. He actually said that. He actually said it.
This is why he doesn't have his own
You
grill
too.
line.
Gregor?
You actually said it. You actually said it too.
No, but I was quoting Tyson.
Oh, okay.
Nah,
But you
people
did say
probably.
it.
Someone's gonna clip this.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
I did it in a Tyson voice, so they can.
It really wasn't. I mean, I couldn't tell you were doing a voice. It sounded just like
Yes,
your
you
regular
could.
voice. No, I couldn't.
No, it was all you. Well, you didn't do the throat thing. You mostly just lisped.
That Tyson lisps. It was clear I was doing an impression.
I didn't hear a lisp. I heard you doing a slightly, kind of high pitched voice.
You could tell I was being Tyson.
No, okay, Tyson, no. Attempting some sort of
Okay.
accent, yes, Tyson, no.
Okay, just to make it clear that you're doing Tyson next time, maybe you should just get some shoe polish to put on your face.
That really is a good.
Oh, he's gonna burn it all down.
Listen
He's
to,
gonna light a candle.
listen to me. You that it was an impression.
No. Hey, read us some of your family text messages.
You already
could
did
tell
that.
It was an impression. Right?
No.
He's gonna burn your house down now.
Yep.
Um,
I thought this was a kind of book show. I thought we were going to be interviewing some authors.
yeah, he's coming on in a minute.
Who is it?
That's the whole thing. I was killing time until he came on.
Yeah, I figured that's what we were doing.
Okay.
Thankfully, no cancellation messages this time.
So when are we doing our best of the year? I thought that was this episode.
No. It's not the end of December yet. I'm
Oh, I
thinking.
thought you were saying around this time. I thought that was today.
What date's the 10-hour stream?
Hang on, I'm getting to that too. Everything in its. I mean, we're going to be here for a few hours at least, right? I know Gregor might have to dip out early, but I mean, we're going to be here. We got some time, right? We got 2 guests, as long as they work out. So,
I don't
but
think they'll show up.
yeah, I think they will.
So when is the best of? Because I thought that was today.
Let's see. How many weeks are left in December?
2. Not
Sure.
counting this one. Yeah. 20th and the 27th.
Yeah.
I say 27th.
Well, why don't we just make it the 20th?
No, you got 10 more days.
They
yeah,
are.
but
Yeah,
if,
but
Ben
Ben and Gregor
people
both
might be.
Ben and Gregor both seem to be for the 20th, though.
Yeah, I'm for the 20th because the 2 people that listen to the show might get some good Christmas present ideas for themselves.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
something's not going to ship within 5 days.
Why not?
If it's an ebook, it will.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. But you might read some books that you enjoy more than the previous books
Mhm.
within a whole span of 11 days. It's 11
Not in
days.
that amount of time. And if I do, I
It's-
count it towards next year. That's how I do it. That's how Gregor does it too.
That's how I do it.
No, okay.
That's how we do.
That's how we roll. Explain the. No, I guess we'll talk about that. So yeah, there is going to be a 10-hour stream. I'm
That's on
gonna.
the 20th, right?
No, not this year. Next year. I'm
Oh,
going
okay.
to put it on January 3rd. You heard it here first, folks.
What day is January 3rd?
A Sunday into a Monday because
Sure.
I'm doing 10 hours. Yes.
I thought you said it was a Saturday.
No, I said
Probably.
I'd make it on Saturday if that would give people more of an incentive to stay longer. What I said, I can move it to January 2nd on Saturday if that would get you guys to stick around longer. But something tells me everybody will have, like real life plans on Saturday night after New Year's Day. I mean, duh. So
I never had any plans.
okay, well, me neither, but so if you guys would prefer me to do it on January 2nd and want to be more involved, let me know. But as of right now, I'm planning on going to January 3rd, and I have no idea how I'm going to occupy myself if when you guys inevitably duck out for the night. Maybe if I can line up a bunch of good guests in weird time zones.
Well, I say this. If you do it January 2nd, I'll try my best to stay the whole time. January 3rd, I will probably just do it like a regular Quiet Place episode.
Likewise.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to work on the next Monday.
So wait, are you saying
Likewise.
that all 3 of you are for Saturday, January 2nd to attempt this experiment?
It seems like the best time to do it if we're going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd give that a whirl.
Okay.
And then not do a show Sunday.
Yeah, because, we'll be too tired anyway. Saturday, January 2nd. That's it.
Do
What
it.
about church, Zach? What about church?
Yeah, what about church, Zach?
Well, I'll still get to sleep later because I'm used to waking up earlier than I do Sundays on weekdays.
What, don't you have to go to church in the morning on Sunday?
I do, but I still get to sleep later that day because the service.
Oh, you can go. Okay, you're saying you can stay up, go to church, and then go to bed.
That won't.
I usually wake up early. I wake up, even though I do go to church in the morning, I wake up earlier or later on Sunday than I do during the week.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
He'll fall asleep in the pews.
No.
That's all right. At least he's there. Unlike you.
Yeah.
He'll fall asleep.
Gregor has a point.
He'll fall asleep. His snoring will disrupt the congregation.
I actually don't snore.
Yeah, he's too young.
How would you know?
That's not what I heard.
From who?
People that would know. People that would know.
From when he climbs in your window at night and watches you sleep. That's how he knows.
It's creepy. So what are all your paintings and pictures on your wall, Jeremy?
Yeah, Jeremy.
It's pinups of naked ladies.
Pinups, Jeremy.
Which is why he can't show us.
What is going on?
Freaking world shifting.
Oh
He's
no!
going to show us.
Oh no! Oh,
he's
he's
gonna
just
Is this a gag or is this the guest? Hey. Hello.
hi.
Ella.
Is this
Can you
cunt
hear
crunch?
us?
Give me a goddamn minute to get my bearings, bitch.
Hi,
Come
Jerry.
on now.
This is Cunt Crusher, right?
No, this is Who the fuck is Cunt Crusher, motherfucker?
Thank
God
you,
damn,
Jerry.
I just came on to make a comment about the boozing, the occult. I have all experiences with all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Just about 2 months ago, on the border of... Who the fuck is laughing?
Me.
God damn it, Zachary.
Right there.
Ever get drunk and summon a demon by accident?
No, but,
Quit using the Lord's name in vain, you fucker.
yeah, that's another story, but I only have time for one. About 2 months back in Lafayette, I was out wandering in the woods there, and maybe I'd indulged in the devil's urine a time or two that day, but I was wandering through the woods, and I witnessed probably the most occultic experience of my life.
What was that?
I saw gargoyles and pagan dykes.
Gargoyles and pagan dicks.
I thought you said Doc.
Pagan dykes, sir.
Oh, okay.
They were all dancing, frolicking.
Were they pretty
Good.
fit?
Were they physically attractive?
I don't know. That's pretty fucked up.
So what do these gargoyles look like?
I'm sure they look pretty good then.
Yeah,
How many gargoyles are we talking?
yeah, they pretty much look like the cast of Magic Mac.
Were they
Like-
fucking?
Look like the
Come on, go into detail here. My dick's in my
Mac
hand.
and me, what?
Like 6-pack abs, and pretty oily. I might have just stumbled into a Chippendales. That might have been what happened.
That's a good story, though.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, about 2 months back.
I've never seen wings, like bat-like wings on a Chippendales dancer, though.
Well, they were more
Yeah,
like
that's
angel wings.
What's that now?
They were more like angel wings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
That's a very
Fascinating.
interesting story. Fascinating is the word for it, I think, yeah.
Do you have any other fascinating stories, Jerry?
Maybe. What's up, guys?
Who is this?
Where'd Jeremy go?
Yeah, Jerry. What's going on, Jerry?
Oh, you want Jerry?
Yeah, we want Jerry.
Yeah, I mean, I could stay in character, I suppose. Back when I was a saucy in San Antonio, the good Lord taught me two things. How to cook up a mean crawfish, and that he won't ever let me down. Hell yeah. I don't know.
What's the second thing?
The second thing, I don't know. I'm coming up with shit on the fly, man.
Okay, you were freaking
didn't
ham
think out the
fish,
spit.
weren't you?
Is this his Ham Kush? Is this the legendary Ham Kush?
No, this isn't the legendary ham kush. This is CC.
Yeah, Cunt Crusher, the return of
CC.
Cunt Crusher. Hey, man, I finally figured out who you are. Don't worry, I won't say it though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not involved in anything. Like, I don't even give a shit who knows who I am.
So, what was that show that you do on online again though? That your own show?
Well, that's kind of fallen by the wayside. The dude that I was doing it with, it's called Dick and the Wiz. We've only done a few episodes, but he's not really too into it for his own reasons. So I've been kind of thinking about doing my own thing, but I haven't figured out exactly what.
Crush your cunts.
I mean, I'd do that anyways, but
Well,
not really too sure. My brother and I, he's got a production company, so I'm working on a script, and we're kind of trying to do some Adult Swim type stuff.
oh wait, you mean submit something for like to check out for people at Adult Swim to like, check out or pass on or what?
Yeah, like just short little films. Like I'm just writing it because I live so far from him, but yeah, Pagan Dykes. But he's like into film. He's he's all into that shit. He's got a bunch of equipment, but he's wanting to make short films this year and just kind of take it serious. So we found this actor in India, who pretty much works for free and has a green screen. So we're gonna make a short film with him in it and one of my brother's friends and just green screen him in, and so can't really say too much, but yeah, that's pretty much all I've been up to.
Is Adult Swim still as like big and popular as it was there for a while?
I have no
I think
idea.
so.
There's shows that I pay attention to, but I'm not wanting. I don't have any dreams. I'm just doing stuff for him because it's fun, and it's fun to see him make it. So
It's good that you don't have dreams, and the reason why is not because people should not have dreams. I'm just so tired of the same speech that everyone gives when they achieve even the most incremental, the most infinitesimal amount of fame or notoriety. If you dream hard enough and you work and you work and you sweat, eventually they do come true. I hate that shit now. I mean, everybody says it. Everybody who has even a modicum of notoriety and makes that speech. Blood, sweat, and tears. I didn't come all this way to quit now. Oh God, it's all so cliche and tired.
Well, I think for me, it's just kind of like I'm kind of tired of seeing everybody wanting to. They're basically just like
just once I'd like to see like someone at an award show just go up and say, "Jesus, you don't know how many dicks I had in my mouth to get this."
It's pretty true.
At least they'd be honest.
But I don't know. It's just I don't know. There's so many people out there. I don't think anything will come out of anything. Any market you go into is oversaturated. And then I'm in my mid 30s, and I'm going to be competing against 20 somethings who have their finger on the pulse of the culture, so to speak. So I just want to be able to get my finances in order and get a decent house. That's all I care about.
Same. I just want to buy a cabin out in the middle of the woods or a cabin on the beach. Then I'd be content.
Yeah.
Or a hippie van.
Yeah, I could unplug and be happy. I'm barely on social media. So
Social media is pretty lame.
Well, I mean, I didn't even have a cell phone until 2010, and that was the same time that I got like Facebook and all that shit. Everybody's always been ahead of me when it comes to technology because I just didn't give a fuck until I guess it just caught up and mattered somewhat.
And now everybody's gravitating over to something called Discord, and I still don't understand what that is. I guess it's more
I
for
refuse.
gamers or something.
Yeah, it's like chat for gamers.
Hey, I don't game, so it would be.
It reminds me of those old chat rooms that like the people would go into creep on teenagers and stuff. It reminds me of the good old days, the wild, wild west, when pedophiles had to somewhat work for their victims.
Well, guys,
Hey, Jay,
J. Peter W.
you came in just the right amount, at just the right time.
hey, buddy, welcome back to the show.
Can you hear us?
Jay, Peter, Justin. Oh no, not this problem.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah.
It's this.
Huh?
It's this.
It's this what?
You said not this, and it is this.
Oh man. How do we help him?
I don't know.
You got me.
You have his phone number? Call him up on the telephone.
He's obviously having technical issues. How do we get him fixed for him?
To go into Cam and Mike.
Jay, did you install your mic and speaker correctly when you came in?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh well.
If you talk real slow, he'll hear you.
Yeah.
I think we should all form
J. Peter W. Can you hear us?
He
We
said
should all
he's going
form
to
a what
try
now,
his phone,
Jack?
and well, he said he's going to try his phone, and he wants us to give him a minute. So
Okay.
starting right now, he has a minute.
You have a minute and more if you need it, sir.
What did you say, Zach? We should all start a what?
Ska band.
Oh, no.
Fuck
You guys
that.
can't.
Fuck that.
You
Okay,
guys
if
can't.
we did a ska band, how would the lineup be?
I wouldn't be in that ska band.
You would be in it. We're freaking
I
forcing
can-
you. You can't do anything to negate it.
Well, how many
I
members
can
do you
I can
need?
kind of play keyboard.
Okay, so Ben would be on keyboard.
How
What
many-
instrument would Jeremy play?
I'm asking how many members do
The trombone.
Hey,
That's what I was thinking.
can you guys hear me?
Actually,
Yeah,
no.
we
I
can
play
hear
the
you.
trombone.
Ignoring you.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just ignoring you because fucking.
I hear some kind of
But
weird
I did
loud
play the
trombone in the
Actually, I
background.
played the trombone back in elementary school, so maybe I
Yeah,
can relearn it.
it.
If you really want to get the bitches, that's the instrument you need to play, the trombone.
Why-
And there's
I guess
tons of a big getting
What
pussy
is
thrown
that?
at you like rotted
Why
fish.
is that?
What are you talking about? We don't
Yeah,
know.
what are you talking about?
The trombone and chicks.
You don't know what trombone
Yeah.
is? I don't either.
Yeah, I know it is. Why the chicks grab
That's why you get no fucking pussy.
It was a joke. He was making a joke.
Oh. Well, how many members do you need to start a ska band? How many instruments?
All of them. How many members do you need to start a ska band? The answer is yes.
Yeah, because there are multiple horn sections. And trombone is one of them. I don't know if you have to have more than one trombone or not.
You gotta have a trumpet,
Trumpet.
at least. And if you want to be original, have a tuba.
I don't
Instead
like
of
tubas.
You use tuba wouldn't work instead of a bass. You'd still need a bass.
Yeah, you could have both of
You
them.
get a, what do you call a mellophone?
Yeah,
think
well, that's
Gregor
a
would play
that's a
the
keyboard. So
Tuba or not tuba?
I don't like that. Gregor would play bass. What about Phoenix?
Guitar.
great. Yeah, he plays guitar.
Come on,
I don't know,
Jay.
what would you play, Zach?
I play rhythm guitar.
So we need a drummer. So maybe Jeremy can be the drummer.
No, he's the
It-
trombonist.
Yeah, but I see
I'm
Jeremy
the
as like
trombonist.
the weird suit wearing front man.
Now I think we should have Ann be the singer. We'll be like what's that dang band?
Hey, Ferris.
Saving Ferris. Yeah. So we'll be a female fronted ska band.
And we should like record in like the bathrooms with shitty equipment, so we sound like old school Jamaican ska.
Yes.
And I'll be the first person to leave the band.
No, you
Because of drug problems.
Yeah, that would be a
No,
good.
that would be
The
me.
only way you could leave
That
would
would
be
be
dead.
me. That would be me.
I mean, I'll be the first one not to join it. Really.
I was gonna suggest that we should do karaoke on this show, but we'd get hit up the ass with copyright.
I don't know. It depends how good of a singer you are and whether or not you can carry a tune. If you can't carry a tune, you'll be fine.
If you do it a cappella, nobody will give a shit.
No, they might.
Let's see if this is the difference maker. Jay? Come on, man.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
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 All right. Welcome. Thanks, man. Hey, so the mood is going to be significantly different because I'm actually really digging this new book, man.
Yeah, it's a nice change from last time.
Yeah, I know. I completely tore it apart last time. No, but
Wait, what was in the book last time? I can't remember.
Luciferin or Luciferin.
Oh, yeah.
And it and I mean I'm sorry to spoil it for anyone, but it ended with the girl having like snakes for hands, and I just thought it was kind of dumb. No offense, but no, I haven't finished this one yet, but I am really digging it. Why
Appreciate
don't you set up the synopsis for people?
Sure. It's
Also,
about,
fight Jeremy and tell him why his opinion of whatever the other book is wrong.
Don't listen to him. Go ahead.
Listen to me.
Go ahead.
and then when monsters happen, it's about twin sisters who go through a tragedy, lose their parents, and end up having to move in with their aunt, who lives in this kind of a trailer up on top of this mountain, kind of surrounded by these woods, real secluded, except for this other family lives at the bottom with a little girl about their age, and then this I don't want to give too much away, but they hear
Monsters happen, right?
yeah, they hear noises in the woods, monsters, and as they start to explore, find out more about the monsters and what their intentions are.
Dude, I've got to spoil something. They're
All right,
animatronics. They're animatronic monsters in the woods, and they're like programmed and dressed up with animal hides by this eccentric old man that lives in the woods, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And that's the part that I'm really digging. Like an animatronic, like Chuck E. Cheese type band in the woods is what I'm imagining. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or like Five Nights at Freddy's, only not as dangerous yet. You know?
Yeah.
So, is this a novella or a full-length novel?
It's about like 48,000, I think it was. So
Okay.
right, kind of right
So
between.
It's right there, yeah. Right novel length, essentially.
So what was your secret? What did you do differently this time around that the sentences are crisper and they flow better? Everything about this tells me that it's more polished. Did you have like a really professional editor go over it? Did you unlock some secret abilities you didn't know you had? Like, how did you improve so vastly this time?
Honestly, I feel like I did more of the upfront work on this one. I had the story pretty much figured out, in my head before I started, but I did a lot more structure work on the outline. Really kind of like chapter by chapter, try to hit all those main plot points to really, draw the reader in and really, toy with your emotions in the right places. That's really the main focus on this one. I did just a whole lot of pre-writing work before I actually started writing the novel.
And typically you don't do that?
Usually I might do bullet points type of outline if I do an outline.
Right.
I go back and forth between, just straight pantsing and then plotting.
And this was the most detailed outline you've worked from so far?
Yeah, by far the most.
Okay. And then did you have any particular model you went off of, or any particular type of philosophy that you went into it with? You know what I mean? Did you read some sort of do some research based on, to figure out, best way to plot a particular type of book or anything like that?
It wasn't any particular book, but I did when I first started writing, got more seriously, probably 2014. I read a lot of craft books, and
right.
I think I just read them, and then I just kind of started writing, but I didn't really put it to real practice.
Right.
Just kind of going off what I read and trying to remember that in my head. But for this one, I actually did sit down and go back through those and really chapter by chapter what needs to happen in order to make the story flow really well.
And how far along are you into it, Jeremy?
I think that they just met a creepy old woman or something.
I mean, how many pages or percentage approximately?
I'm 16% of the way.
Okay. So he hasn't spoiled too much then, Jay,
No,
right?
not yet, no.
Yeah, he still has 86% more to go.
Yeah.
They're talking to some girl named Auntie Pipple.
Right.
Explain who,
That's who
explain
they.
who Auntie Pipple is.
That's who the twin sisters go to stay with.
Oh yeah, okay.
Christopher Lesko says he couldn't put it down and finish in 2 days, but he's too timid to come on here and say it to your face.
He is the timid person.
He has the link. He has the link.
Yeah, tell Chris to come on.
Come on, Chris. If you want.
Yeah, come on, Chris Lesko.
Or are you afraid of the monsters and Cunt Crusher and?
It's been a long time since he's been on. Now that I think about it.
No, he was on
last week.
When you deserted us. When you deserted us, he was on. Yeah. So. Yep. When you deserted us, he was on. So.
Yeah, Chris and I know each other. We went to Scares That Care together a couple of years ago. I guess it was 2 years ago now.
So you guys knew each other prior to your writerly careers, or you guys met because of writerliness?
Yeah, we met just online, you know.
Okay.
Just met online, and that was our first time actually meeting in person.
Okay.
We clicked right away. It was pretty weird.
Did you say you were around in the West Virginia area, or?
No, I'm in a little bit west of Richmond in Virginia.
Okay.
It's central Virginia.
So
it might not be too far away from Kingsport, Tennessee. Then.
Heavily wooded areas. You know your way around. A lot of that there, right?
Right. Yeah.
You know your way around the woods?
No way around the woods. I've been in some woods before.
So you've got a pretty extensive, bibliography at this point. What hobby horses, then straight jackets, popsicle hearts,
giraffe carcasses,
which I did actually like. But it seems like with those, you were making it up as you went along, and a lot of times it didn't always stick. You know, with this one, this feels like a lot more controlled. You know, it's a lot more, it's like you're more confident in your abilities. And I'm just wondering what could have happened that you matured to this point that, even if it was stream of consciousness, it feels more comfortable.
And I
feel like a lot of practice.
I probably should be better at this point, but yeah, I feel like this one's probably my least amount of the stream of conscious writing. I feel like with the other books, it's a lot of, going back second and third drafts, trying to, fix it, trying to make it work. This one, it was pretty much just, I did so much pre-writing up first, so much outline and structure that when I wrote it, it really was just, fixing typos and small things like that. There wasn't even really a second or third draft.
So that didn't spoil the process for you, being that, having that kind of attention to detail going in. That didn't spoil it for you.
I was worried that it would. I think that's why I was hesitant to try this, but I actually really, really enjoyed it. So I think going forward, that's how I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
I could see it potentially working out well, right? Because you're not having to think about making up big stuff. You can just concentrate on the on the scene itself, right? Making it as best as you can, rather than trying to
right.
constantly try to come up with something from whole cloth.
Right. It's more just description and dialogue, basically, at that point.
Right.
This was self-published, right?
Yeah, I just did this one myself.
Mm-hmm.
When did this come out?
It came out in October.
Okay. And it's available in ebook and paperback as well, I'm assuming.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
There he is.
Who is he?
Phoenix. But Lesko joining us. Lesko should be joining us here in a minute too. So let's see. We got.
Cool.
Yeah. We've still got enough space. The StreamYard allows up to 10 people now. So now, when it comes to Ann and Regina, we may have to ask some to drop out, if that's after 9 o'clock though. So that's fine. Nobody needs to worry about that right now. So, hey, Phoenix.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, we're talking to our first guest, J. Peter W., author of In the Woods Monsters Happened. And I think that you'd really like this guy's style. You'd probably like his earlier stuff, which I didn't quite agree. It didn't quite agree with me, but it's more stream conscious, wild, wacky, all over the place. You'd probably like it.
So you would describe it as kind of surrealist in a way with like the imagery, or is it more like horror?
I like both.
I wouldn't consider your old stuff horror. Would you?
No, I don't know if I've ever written anything that I would consider straight horror. Everything's dark and weird. That's just what I do.
Yeah, none of it's straight horror, right? But it has horrific elements and has weird, surrealistic stuff going on in it.
Right. Yeah, I'm somewhere in pulling from all those areas.
Yeah, no, I'm looking it up right now. So this is the one that you recommend, In the Woods Monsters Happened?
This is my latest.
In the Woods Monsters Happened? Oh, Monsters.
And I would not, no offense, I would not recommend Luciferin or... I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, talk it up.
No, I mean, it's your show, your opinion, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
Why?
What was the list it was on? Worst endings or something?
Bad Ending Club.
Okay.
That's where a lot of newer books end up. Yeah, but I've got to ask, while we're on the topic of Luciferin, you were going for something humorous, but has enough time passed, like with Safe Harbor, that I can actually talk about the ending and expound upon it at length now?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I mean, there's a thing called Safe Harbor where, after a certain point, you're no longer have to protect people with spoiler warnings and whatnot because enough time has passed. And I feel
Jeremy, why do you bring this up? Spoiler warnings are always bad.
No, they aren't.
Hey, Zach.
It's called Safe
Zach.
Harbor.
Zach.
Safe Harbor is a real thing.
Who cares?
Hey, Zach.
Well,
Hey,
I
Zach.
don't care about your stupid
Hey, Zach.
spoiler fear.
What?
Zach. Rosebud was his slide.
What?
The boat sank. Asshole.
Yeah, why'd you have to tell me? You could have not told me.
Tyler-
And life would be better.
Tyler
Because
Durden and Jack
better.
were the same guy.
How does it feel to be consistently making life worse for me and your listeners by spoiling the end?
Don't worry, because the feeling is mutual. You make mine just as bad. So
That's because I've exposed certain intricacies of your mind that you might not be comfortable with.
Hey, Zach, the giant is actually a windmill.
this guy thinks he's got a blueprint in my mind. Fuck out of here. Here's CL.
Who?
Let's go. We got a full house now, boys. So, Chris, you may be the only person here who's actually finished this really awesome book. I'll probably be the second. What questions do you have for Jay or Peter or what? I forgot. What do you like to go by? Is it Justin or Peter? Or?
You can call me Justin. It's fine.
Okay. What do you have for him, Chris?
When are you going to start building your own labyrinth with animatronics in it in your backyard?
Yeah, I'm all about some animatronics. It's like an obsession of mine. So I mess with the small scale, but nothing large scale yet. But that is something I plan to do. It's
so you actually do have some skills in that arena?
Little at this point, but that's kind of like my retirement plan. I'm going to
Wait
be
a
doing
minute.
It's like a little hobby thing that you do, right? So
Right.
you actually are building some animatronics, so that's cool.
Are you bullshitting, or is that real?
No, I mean I haven't built anything full scale yet, but that's a plan of mine.
So have you built something small scale, like a little mouse's head or something? What do you got going on?
It's just right now more like wind up things.
Okay.
That kind of thing.
Can you show them? Can you show them on camera?
Not right now. I'm in my bedroom. They're out in the shed.
We could wait if you want to go get them.
Well, let's let them get prepared for another. And it's kind of like.
How about you just turn
No
your camera
pressure.
on and then give us a tour
No,
of your
no,
house
no,
and the
no.
ship?
I'm not. No, I don't need to
What?
know what he looks like. I think there's a picture of him on Goodreads anyway.
Yeah, there's a picture of him on Goodreads or
Yeah, I
somebody.
don't need to know what he looks
supposed to
like.
be him.
I just want to know. I just want to know these machines he's building. I want to know if they have like
No,
world
I mean,
world domination.
I'm not building machines right now. No.
So you lied to us.
Nothing that extreme.
So you lied to us.
Yeah, I'm lying.
Someone's tapping, and this tapping is intense.
Yeah, that's some pretty intense typing. Yeah, Ben, ask him something.
I think. Never mind.
Okay, so what was the inspiration for In the Woods Monsters Happened?
It pulls from a lot of things. I think I was really trying to get back in the headspace, when I was a teenager, and so I pulled things from that Peter Pan movie Hook. There's parts from that and parts from the '80s movie. Was it Little Monsters?
Loved it.
Yeah, I kind of pulled from different ideas like that, and then of course I've been waiting to put the animatronics into a book. So I've been thinking about this book for a long time.
Okay, so as I was saying, the safe harbor period is over as far as Lucifer. I mean, it's been out for at least 9 months. That's long enough for a human being to gestate in the womb. So I'm going to ask. I'm going to go ahead and ask. You were going for like something humorous when she loses her mouth but has snakes for hands, right? And he takes her to the beach, which she wanted to go to from the beginning of the book. So
Right.
What is it she tries to say, but it's just gibberish on the last page? She's like, you took me to the beach. Is that what she was trying to say?
I have no idea, honestly. I can't remember.
Well, dude, it's your book. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to remember
I don't
what I was
remember any
thinking.
of that.
I mean, I do remember that there was the ending beach scene, but you're saying that, Jeremy, you're saying that she tried to say something. Oh, yeah, because her mouth was all messed up, right? So you don't know what she was trying to say. And you think that possibly, Jeremy, you think that possibly she said, hey, you took me to the beach.
Yeah.
That's profound.
You're probably right. That's probably what I was going for.
Can I read it out loud just to annoy
Sure.
Zach?
Yeah. Sure.
Really?
Yeah, let's see.
Why to annoy me? Why do you want to annoy me?
Anybody who plans on reading Luciferin, cover your ears for about 10 seconds. I wave as I pull away, leaving the windows down so the breeze can fill the car. Natalie mumbles something from the back seat. I think she's excited. We're finally getting our beach vacation, I tell her. It's going to be a blast. So that's a reasonable conclusion to draw. The problem is he's got isn't he going to hit her in the head with a shovel or shoot her in the head or something? He's going to put her out of her misery. I think that's part of it too.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I was thinking.
Maybe
whether they go to the beach first or not, I think he was, going to kill her. In my mind,
couldn't he just get an operation?
So I mean, but the way that was written, it didn't seem like her mumbling would have had any real significance, right? I mean, it wasn't like you're acting.
Can't talk.
Well, yeah, I know, but you're like, what was she saying, right? Like, and it doesn't seem as if that whatever she was saying was of any real significance, right? I mean, it wasn't written as if like, oh, like you got to figure out, what it is that she's saying in this particular scene because it was really important.
It was the penultimate sentence of the book.
Yeah, but he was kind of almost dismissive of the fact that she said something, right? I mean, he was just like, oh, she mumbles something, you know what I mean? Like
because he's about to straight up kill her like a savage.
Yeah. So I mean, it didn't read to me as if anybody should have really tied any major significance to her mumble. Like it wasn't like a mystery that needed to be solved in like a David Lynch film or something.
Why couldn't he just get her help, man? Why did he have to
get her help? Where?
Some voodoo guy or something. I don't know.
So with listening to that, I actually think I agree with Gregor too. That it didn't seem like it was hinting at anything. I mean, it
Right.
certainly could. I mean, I haven't read it, but
I
just
have
based off
read
the way
it,
it was
actually,
described.
so, yeah.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, your interpretation makes sense.
Yeah, Jeremy's just crazy.
The monsters
And for
in
those,
this new one were really
humans that
good.
are maybe listening, I like the book. Jeremy and I are,
Gregor, did you finish
not in
it?
agreement.
You finished it, Gregor?
Yeah.
You were okay with the snakes on her hands.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, we talked about it when Justin was on here last time. Yeah.
Hey, CC,
You know-
didn't you say that you read this book?
No, I'm waiting for the Cliff Notes edition.
When's that coming out?
The Cliff Notes. there is an audio version. That's probably the closest you're gonna get.
This is some interview, huh?
So,
It sounds interesting, though. It sounds like these books are really dynamic.
Thank
I'll
you. I
give him
appreciate
this. I'll give him this. As far as imagery, it's great. It's a 10. I just feel like until this book In the Woods Monsters happened, you didn't really know how to harness your powers. I really feel like you're more confident in this one. I wish I had finished it before you came on, but you know me, I'm always reading too much at once. But I mean, probably there was a little bit of inspiration from like Five Nights at Freddy's in there, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I definitely pulled inspiration from a lot of places with this one.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Is this
Jay,
the one you were saying you thought you were writing a YA novel?
Yeah. When I like middle grade, when I first was writing it, I thought it was going to be a more middle grade, which I think some of the language, it is very, controlled and, it felt like a middle grade, probably a little too violent, maybe to be considered an actual middle grade, but I feel like a lot of the language, reads like a middle grade book.
I think CC had a question.
Yeah, I think you had a question.
yeah. So when people say you haven't really come into your own until this recent book, do you ever just feel like slapping the shit out of them?
Not most people. No.
Anybody
No,
on this podcast?
Yeah, the operative word being most.
No, I think everyone's entitled to their own opinion. That's fine.
I don't know his opinion. I'd want to slap him.
Yeah, his opinion sucks.
He muted me.
Did
Why
you?
can't I mute
Did
him?
you?
Okay.
I was interested in this piece about
Bitch.
it being middle grade writing.
Yes, Phoenix.
Bitch, you do not mute me.
He muted me too.
I was curious about the component of like what middle grade writing would look like. I had read Maniac McGee at one point, and I was amazed at how the language was extremely accessible, even if it was dealing with pretty, I think, existential themes. And so I'm curious, do you think middle grade students would like the book? Do you think the writing would resonate with them? Even if it was a little bit violent?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's what I thought when I was writing it.
Well, I only wondered because, I've tried doing the same thing, and tapping into that language is really difficult.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I read several middle grade books earlier in the year, and I think I was just trying to get in that kind of headspace as I was writing it.
Cool. Yeah, was it the writing of those books that you liked, maybe the accessibility or the kind of charm?
Yeah, I think a little bit of the charm. I've always thought middle grade books were a lot closer to the bizarro genre. You can get away with a lot as far as in the story. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I was going for. So I wouldn't consider this book a bizarro book, but it has a lot of weird elements.
Okay.
Dark fantasy.
Right.
Yeah, dark fantasy. Yeah, so the middle grade, so there's kind of an appeal then with the middle grade writing. What is it about the language that makes it seem they can capture those elements easier?
I don't know. It does have that charm. It's just, I don't want to say like simplified, but it's just easily accessible, and I really like the flow of a lot of middle grade books.
They're also very story focused, right?
Right.
I mean, it's
Something
very story focused.
Right.
Something else I found interesting is that there's something called the madness in the forest, and I don't know what it is yet, but the eccentric guy with the animatronic robot people or whatever, he says that the madness leaves glitter, like a slug would leave slime.
Right.
The madness leaves glitter everywhere it goes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's some strong imagery there, whatever it is. So it's pretty cool. Somebody's using turtle wax on their car or something. What's that noise?
Someone's wheezing while they masturbate.
Yeah, that's what I think's going on.
So anyway,
Please don't pull a tubing on the Quiet Place.
how much can you tell everyone about the madness, what it actually is, without spoiling things? Because
Sure. The madness is. I was kind of going for kind of like a two sides of monsters. So there's the animatronic monsters, and then there's different monsters that live in the woods called the madness.
are they going to face off in an epic battle later?
That could happen, possibly.
An epic rap battle.
Right. It's a dance off.
Well, the robots would win that, right?
They would have to. You would assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would have the stamina, staying
The
power.
madness is not going to be like the man behind the curtain pretending to operate a wizard, is it? I mean, it's a legitimate supernatural force, right?
I thought you said you'd only got 16% in.
Yeah, exactly. What are you doing, Jeremy?
So I just
figure out yourself.
So I just guessed it. I am 16% in. Yeah. They're talking about the glitter. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll get there. You'll see it.
Okay. So it is the man behind the curtain, is what.
I don't want to give too much away.
That's okay. I'm sure.
No, the madness and the animatronic people are different.
I get that.
Wait, so this one could possibly still make the worst ending books, right?
No, I don't believe it.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that to you after I hyped this up.
I've heard more good things about this book than any of my previous stuff so far, so I'm hoping that's a good sign.
I mean, did you edit it yourself, or did you hire an editor? That's what I don't.
My wife actually edited it.
Okay. Did she edit the others?
I think several of them. I don't know if all of them. Definitely.
You're gonna ask him how much he paid her, Jeremy?
Yeah. How much did you pay her? No. You think maybe she got better as an editor?
God.
Well,
I'm joking.
She didn't edit Luciferin or Giraffe Carcass.
I'm sorry. It's awkward on purpose because
Luciferin was what? That was.
I have
published that.
That was
Grindhouse?
Grindhouse, yeah, Grindhouse Press.
I have this reputation of asking.
Stevie Hunt didn't do a very good job there. Is what you're trying to say there?
I think Anderson Prunty might have edited that one.
Okay.
I have this reputation of asking inappropriate questions, or so I've been told. So, that's.
Yeah, so be prepared for him to ask you how big your dingling is at some point.
No, that's more Ben style. But
So this is a question for Chris Lesko. What is going on with this coffee time stuff that Frank's going on about in the chat or in the comments or whatever? What's coffee time?
Oh, yeah. My neighbor, who actually I've known since the 4th grade, lives next door to me, and we can share a cup of coffee through our windows, on my bedroom, and he's in his kitchen, and we're up on the 3rd floor, the top floor of this apartment building.
Uh-huh.
And we open up the window and have coffee and make videos, and pretty much just goof off and talk about what the Cleveland Browns are doing each week. But
where's this posted?
It's on Facebook. There's a Facebook page for it called Coffee Time with Chris and Mike.
And that's what he's referring to when he says Lesko is killing it with his coffee time
Yeah.
shorts. Okay.
Yeah, we've been posting a bunch of them recently. Before that, it was like one a year. It's only been like 2 or 3 years though. Oh, it'd be like just very random. But
Okay, I thought he was talking about like short writing pieces or something.
Now, what is this?
Stories
You
and
ain't into those. You ain't
Yeah.
one of those Antifa people, are you?
Yes.
no.
What is that?
Oh yeah.
Yes, and he's coming to burn down your house specifically.
What's that have to do with that thing?
Yeah,
So it's not writing, it's a video.
Oh, actually,
There they
yeah.
are.
Yeah, so we talk books and shit like that, and music. He's a musician and a painter, and he actually made that video for me too. I was like, hey, let's for the new book. So he
Book trailer.
yeah, he made a trailer for me.
Cool. Maybe that's the same woods where the monsters happen.
Is it?
Somebody
is
is
it
asleep. I hear
Yeah, that
snoring.
looks like it, yeah.
Someone is asleep in here. Somebody is snoring. I swear I hear
It's
somebody
me.
snoring. Okay. No, I can still hear him. Someone is
So
snoring.
what are you working on now, Justin? Are you working on anything new?
Early stages and something. I wanted to, I'm taking this similar approach of doing a lot of the pre-writing work, really refining an outline right now.
So are you looking to do another thing that you think could possibly be a middle grade type book?
Yeah, I think so. It's probably very similar theme type feeling as in the Woods Monsters happened.
Okay.
Did you say free writing?
No.
Pre-writing.
Oh,
like,
pre-writing,
right.
yeah.
A lot of like,
Okay. Oh, yeah, I was curious.
yeah.
Yeah, I was curious what your process is actually with like, because you mentioned free writing specifically, but I wonder like how you end up. I mean, aside from writing the book, of course, how you end up writing books.
Within the Wood Monsters happened, I went back and really kind of studied story structure and went back, actually went chapter by chapter and hit, every chapter this needs to happen in order to, hit both the emotional toll on the reader and move the story along. And it's really, really honed in on that and focused on that.
Focusing exclusively or specifically on the you said story structure.
Right. Yeah. Real
So
heavily
what
on
is it?
structure.
Cool. Yeah, and I was wondering. So like, do you mean like kind of like a narrative arc, or do you mean like more how you have your characterization, or did you have anything specific?
Both the art, the story arc, and then just the what you need to hit along the way in order to keep the reader emotionally involved and invested in the characters. Just really, really focusing on that.
Are your books like they contain elements of mystery as well? Because it sounds like you kind of build up to things based off the way you describe how you look at stories, and based off the covers too, which are pretty mysterious. But
yeah, I think I've always kind of felt like I have like a mystery element to everything I write.
Cool.
I've never tried writing a straight mystery, but I've always thought that that's something that I do.
Well, mystery
Yeah,
mystery goes.
Oops,
Oh,
yeah,
I was just gonna say mystery goes well with like kind of darker themes. So like I don't want to categorize your writing, but it reminds me a little bit of like dark fantasy type thing, and those kind of like speculative genres really allow for that kind of mystery too, because you're dealing with like the unknown and things like that.
Right. Yeah.
Look at this. It's like a sitcom. Look at this. It's like a sitcom.
Thank you for being a friend.
Love it. Okay. So anyway,
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Coffee Time. That's very funny stuff.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hey Justin, I saw you were doing the I think the Nano month in November. How for you with that?
Oh, it was a terrible this year. Yeah, my PC actually crashed on me, and I lost everything. I was about 18,000 words in, somewhere along the second week, and so I was like, fuck it, I'm done.
Why was
So,
I muted?
Yeah, I gave up on that one. I don't even know if I'm gonna try and redo that story. So
What, Zach?
You muted me.
I did the world a favor.
Yeah, it seemed like you were trying to let your pigs out or in or something. It sounded like there's a pig involved somewhere.
So
Were you
if I
making
may
those
ask-
noises, Zach, or did you pull them up on your phone?
I've not been making any dang noise.
You're squealing like a pig.
Sure.
So if I may ask, Justin, who does the artwork for your books?
I do most of them.
Really? Okay.
I didn't do Giraffe Carcass or Luciferin, but
Okay.
I did In the Woods Monster Typing.
How do you design them?
That one was most of it I did in Photoshop, just drawing in Photoshop. I
Cool.
took the image of the two girls, the silhouette. That's something that I just took. I found just an image of two girls and then made the silhouette out of it. But everything else on there, I just did by hand.
So I know that we kind of had some recommendations of so Jeremy said In the Woods Monsters Happen would be one, but I was looking at this Hobby Horses Then Straight Jackets, and I really like the cover for that one. Without giving it away, what is that one about? Do you recommend that one over your new one? Or, because it looks kind of cool.
The writing is much worse, but
Really? Okay.
the story is very very wild, very surreal.
What is it that you didn't like about the writing?
Well, that's my very first book, so
Okay.
I just feel like
Okay.
I've just improved so much since then. But
Yeah, that's true. I can imagine
The
that.
Severed Handbook was a good one too. That was
Yeah,
like a
that's a
mystery.
good one. Yeah,
Well, what I wondered is sometimes earlier texts can sometimes be more emotional than some of our later ones. So I just wondered if maybe the emotional kill, even if the writing isn't your favorite, if that's there. Because at least I just look at the cover and it kind of evokes a lot. I find it to be evocative.
Give it a whirl.
Yeah,
Maybe I will. I'll just get both
You
of
doesn't
them.
hate it so much that you unpublished it.
Why am I making a false dichotomy?
What was that?
What's
I
that?
missed that.
Oh, I was just joking that why am I making a false dichotomy when I can just get both of them?
Right.
That's true as well. Yeah.
Hey, Ann
Yeah,
said she might
tonight-
not be coming on.
What happened?
She said she's sick.
Well,
I hope she's okay.
it is-
$2.99 is a good deal for these. Do you keep the prices low on purpose at 99 cents? Because with some of my books, I try to do the same thing with keeping it more accessible with
Right.
the pricing. Because some ebooks are still $15, $20. But obviously it's more enticing if it's maybe $5.99 or something, because it's a little bit more doable.
Probably
Yeah,
because
man.
Chris Lesko is a decent guy and doesn't want to just stick his fist up your ass.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm definitely
like-
definitely not in it for the money. So as cheap as I can make them, it's fine. I
Yeah.
don't care if I make any money off of any of my writing.
So that, yeah, I always find that interesting with kind of the motives of writers, because I have heard that you don't go into writing for money. You kind of tend to do it because you feel a pull towards telling stories, or depending on what you're writing. But I'm actually impressed that these are really cheap though, because I think some Kindle books are probably overpriced.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Absolutely.
Yeah.
The major publishers especially will just shove their fist up your ass in regards to ebook prices. Academic prices
ones
especially.
too. They'll have $50 for a Kindle ebook.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed
print
that
book
with
is
some
$100.
Really, even for an ebook, dang. Well, I
Same
noticed
for-
with
yeah,
some books,
textbooks.
I think the ebooks on Amazon compete with the actual print book. I noticed that the prices tend to compete with each other. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen
I mean,
that
it's a
as
good
well.
marketing strategy, but I mean, they're both viable options. you know. And sometimes I do like it when like some of the books are not as expensive for like the ebooks. That actually is nice when it's like a lot cheaper than some of the print books.
Yeah, my preference lately has just been ebooks.
Really?
I kind of just moved off from paper books. Really, I'll
Really?
read maybe 1 or 2 a year, but most of the
I've
stuff I read is
noticed,
ebooks.
I've noticed that I tend to finish ebooks faster than print. I don't know why that is.
I wondered if that might be because it's like it's on a screen, and so I don't know if like we retain as much, but we might still get through it faster. If that makes sense. Because I think with like print books, you have to slow down because of the medium. But with like technology, I think it kind of spurs us to read faster.
So have you been reading on your Paperwhite quite a bit?
I have.
How
I'm
do you
still
like
trying to design the perfect library. But basically, yeah, I've been enjoying it. I mean, it's hard to switch back and forth because, you know, it is a lot of reading. And I don't have that many books yet on my Paperwhite because I've been just focusing on a couple to read. But I do like the accessibility of the Kindle. And I realized that you could get one with like a lot of space with like 30 gigabyte or I think 32. But since like they're all in the cloud, like once you buy them, like it's actually pretty convenient to think that you could just offload some of them and then download others onto the device.
Right.
Like it's actually a very streamlined process.
I mean, you're probably not going to run out of space on that device.
Even with 8 gigs. Well, I wondered because like, I don't know. I mean, in terms of like, you can't just spend a whole bunch of money on even ebooks, but I just meant because
I mean, they're just HTML files, right? I mean, that's the picture. You know, sometimes they'll have pictures in them other than the cover, but I mean, you're probably not going to run out of any space.
Yeah. Well, I only wondered because I do get a lot of books, and yeah, I mean, probably with like 2,000 books, like that's going to take years to fill up.
Yeah.
But I just wondered because I do like reading and I definitely enjoy it, but I do enjoy the device.
Ben was going to say you're going to fill it up. What were you going to say, Ben? You're saying he's going to run out of space with 8 gigs?
I mean, as long as he's using like regular Kindle books, he won't because, you know, they can be, you know, stored back into the cloud. Right. But I actually ran out of space on mine and had to buy an SD card because I have a bunch of PDFs and movies for review copies.
So you couldn't offload those?
Yeah, but he's got a Paperwhite. You've got some kind of Kindle Fire or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's different.
Well, and I do. So I would run out of space from what I heard if I had more audio books, and also if I had books with a lot of illustrations and graphics.
Yeah.
But I love the idea that you can offload it because, like, as much as I love books, like physical books, they do take up a lot of space, and that's one of the reasons why I invested in the Kindle, just because it would make it a little bit more, I would say, tidy. So.
Yeah. So, do you have a library card?
Do I?
Yeah.
I do, and the library is currently closed, which is a bummer.
I mean, a lot of libraries have digital books you can, you know, check out.
Oh, yeah. No, I may do that more often, yeah.
Yeah,
I
think
check out a lot of
download you have to download the Overdrive app, I think.
Okay.
Not for like Paperwhite.
Really?
He's got to side load it. He's got to put the Overdrive app on whatever device he's got, right? Like not as Paperwhite, but like on a laptop or whatever the case may be, and then he can, you know, download it and then side load it onto his Paperwhite.
That sounds a little bit complex, but I'm sure I could.
It's not complex, man. Like, you're a smart adult, you can handle it.
Well, I just meant, I like technology, but I'm like not that technological, I guess.
That's not a hard process. Give me a call on my phone or something. I'll have to walk you through.
Well, I wonder, like, I was thinking about like how to even like record music on like a laptop, and like even that was like a little too much because I think you need like these special adapters, and I don't know. I haven't looked into that yet. I guess I just mean like, yeah, it's probably simple, but I'm not as technological yet, even though I do appreciate technology.
Yeah.
I could show you certain sites where you can get Mobies for completely legal, I swear.
Right, like Project Gutenberg, right? I mean, you go there and get a Mobi.
Oh, can you download those on your Kindle?
Yeah.
With the Overdrive?
Ben, put
That's
it in
cool.
the private chat. I want to know it.
What?
Do I have to repeat it again? Ben,
Yeah.
put it in the private chat. I
Hey,
want.
this reminds me of that original multiverse.
Okay,
explosion.
anyway.
Put it,
So Justin,
Put what in the chat?
Just
put
Justin,
it in the chat.
haven't you published some short stories and some anthologies?
No, I've not. I don't write a lot of short stories. Maybe one a year. I just found I'm just better at like novella, novel length stuff.
See, I think that the busy, the feverish pace at which everybody runs these days, I think that they would rather invest in a long-term story that's divided up among 3 books into a trilogy or something like that, or between seasons they go all the way up to season 7 or stuff like that. They want long-term storytelling instead of these little bite-sized short bursts of fiction. Because their time is so valuable, they can't waste it on something frivolous as a short story. And I feel like a lot of times short stories are frivolous now. Isn't it better that you realize the full potential of a story by making it longer if you can?
As a writer, I think short stories are harder. I don't know why.
I know that. I agree with that.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. It's probably like personal preference, but my thought on like the story is it definitely is like an art form in terms of thinking of like one of the ideas for Edgar Allan Poe writing like the short stories was to keep it contained, to keep like the terror like more basically compact, which is kind of an interesting idea. But I do also think that people really love like the long form genre fiction of fantasy.
But Justin, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I feel the same way. I just I think short could work if it's episodic, but just a single short story to me, I don't find those like very appealing. I don't read a lot of short stories.
What does CC think?
About short stories?
Yeah.
So far that's all I've published. So, but all my short stories have usually just been kind of like crap, or I don't know. I'm notorious. Not too many people know this, but over the last summer, I actually just got tired of not having anything, and so I just spewed out a bunch of like first drafts onto Amazon. But they hold up pretty well for the laughs. I think longer works are easier than crafting a well-written short story. Gregor's pretty good at short stories, from the ones I've read in Bad Apples.
Thank you, but they are hard to write. Not something that's like comes easy.
So I don't mean to change the direction of the conversation real quick, but I was wondering, so Chad had said that the legal sites are full of books where they don't have permission. So like even like Project Gutenberg, because that would be like the only place I would go to like do that. And yeah, I would hope that would be legitimate.
Yeah. Gutenberg and archive.org. Those, they have somewhat of a legal standing. I don't know about the other one, but archive.org, at least for stuff that's been out of print for a long time or is in public domain, they can offer that stuff, right?
I get confused on public domain, though, even because you end up with a lot of texts that are still in copyright, even if they were written a long time ago.
Yeah.
And that's because of, the translation makes sense, but it's still frustrating because you can't use that text, even though it's, because like I would like to use like more excerpts and things in like my YouTube channel and stuff, but I don't risk it at all because YouTube is so stringent on that. I'd like everything counting as not fair use, but like it should be fair use. And it's like really frustrating to try to navigate that line. And so I just don't do it at all because I don't trust it. Because fair use, you should just be able to use a passage. And I think some YouTubers do, but I don't trust it because you just don't know.
Gregor dropped out, by the way, but I'm sure he'll be back. Excuse me. But so you're mostly just full length, huh, Justin?
Yeah, I tend to do just lean more to novella and novel length things.
You can realize the full potential of a story that way with short story, it tends to it's too episodic for me. I mean, I appreciate a good short story, but it leaves too much to the void. Basically, it's like you get this sliver of a
I mean,
of a attention on this person's life, and then it's over as soon as it's begun. Basically,
I mean, I mean, I don't really agree with that full potential of a story. It needs to be novel length. I mean, like Phoenix mentioned Edgar Allan Poe. Do you really think The Telltale Heart or The Black Cat would be better if they were like novels?
no, but because of the subject matter, it's hard to write an entire novel about a black cat, right? Unless it's like they're in.
I mean, Stephen King did it with Pet Sematary. I'm being facetious.
Right. No, but I mean, unless the cat is anthropomorphic, and has like a human-like perspective, like Watership Down or some shit, then
Jack London did it with the dog twice.
Yeah, right. But what was the other
like with
example?
Jack London? Do you think like to build a fire would be better if that was novel length?
I've not read that.
You're talking about White Fang, right?
No, to build a fire.
Call of the Wild.
To build a fire, depending on how far the guy had to go. We never really find out how far he had to go, other than he was supposed to meet up with some, fellow hunters or miners or some shit like that, right? Right?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm just saying that these are, I really don't think they would have benefited from being longer.
To build a fire pissed me off anyway, because he was going to eat his dog. Fuck that guy. He deserved to freeze out there.
And of course, you could point to Harlan Ellison's numerous short stories. I'm pretty sure most of those wouldn't have benefited from being novels.
Several of them. Come on, dude. Harlan Ellison, you kidding me? He could.
There's a reason he mostly wrote short stories.
Wait, so Jeremy, I'm curious, like, why you do prefer the longer form? Because I do think that takes a certain kind of like mythological mind, where like you want to like delve into like language and like these really intricate stories. That's why I'm enjoying Tolkien right now. But I wonder, like, do you think it's a personal preference for like to have the longer form stuff?
Yeah, I want to feel like I have witnessed a saga with these characters. I want to feel like I have been through, like war in the trenches with these people instead of an afternoon with coffee with them and then never see them again. If that that's my take on it.
Well, I just find that interesting because now I understand why you don't like poetry with that in mind. Because like poetry is like too concise almost. Like even the more florid stuff.
Poetry is almost not even a thing to me. It's these images that don't mean anything literally most of the time. It's all this figurative, metaphorical stuff. Metaphor, it cannot exist in physical. You can't touch metaphor. I hate that, unless it's something within the story already. I hate that figurative stuff that's like already fleeting by the time you mention it. It's like pixie dust. I can't do anything with that shit. But anyway, we were talking to Justin about his work, and I feel like we may be winding down with that. But what do you want to say to anyone who's listening? And keep in mind, most of them are authors. Justin, what is the message you tried to convey with this new book, and what is your mission overall? As you go forward with your writing. Welcome, Regina, by the way.
Hello.
Hope Gregor comes back. There he is. All right. So go ahead, Justin.
I wasn't really going for any type of message with this one. It was just a story that I'd been sitting on for a long time. A lot of things from my childhood, a lot of my interests, I just pulled into this book, and it was probably my favorite book to write.
I'll probably have this thing read by the end of the weekend. What kind of message though?
Wait, it is the end of the weekend.
Oh, yeah. Right.
No,
Later
the
in
end
the
of the
next
week
week.
that starts.
End of my weekend then. Anyway, so I mean, what is your message going forward? You know, what most says you in what you're going to be writing in the future? I mean, I don't know how to say this. Somebody help me.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely enjoyed this, borderline middle grade style, and pulling in dark fantasy and still having those weird elements that I enjoy. I think I might continue on this same kind of style for at least the next several releases.
All right. And give us a hint of what you are working on now, if you are. I mean, like what is the subject matter? Just in one word.
I'm actually I'm kind of rewriting The Little Mermaid, not the Disney movie, but the original children's tale. I'm doing that, and except for a mermaid, it's going to be a demon. That's what I'm working on now.
Well, like a sea demon,
No, it's nothing to do with the ocean. It's just kind of like a from a demon world to human. So kind of like a tragedy, like a love story tragedy, but still in the same dark fantasy, weird kind of style.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I hope you continue to improve as you did with this one, man, because it was a lot easier to read what I've read so far, and I don't feel estranged from it as I did with Luciferin near the end so far, and so I'm proud of that. I'm proud of you for that. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you continuing to read.
Yeah. And anytime you want to promote anything, feel free to come, or just chill with us. Feel free. I'll drop a link to you. So.
All right. I appreciate you guys having me on.
You can hang around now if you want. We are moving on, but if you want to stick around, or if you need to go, whichever, it's fine.
I'm gonna drop off because I got 3 little kids and I gotta put them to bed. But I appreciate you guys having me on.
Thanks for coming on. Yeah.
Yeah, nice talking to you again.
I'm kind of excited to read. Yeah, I'm excited to read. I'll decide which one, but I'm curious to see this middle grade writing actually. Like, I love that style just because for the reasons we talked about, that it's accessible in a different way,
Yeah,
so,
I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right, I'll talk to y'all later.
Thank you, brother.
See ya.
Bye.
See you, Justin.
Thank God he's finally gone. No, I'm joking. It was a joke. It was literally a joke. Come on, guys. What the fuck?
I didn't think it was funny. Did you think it was funny, CC?
So that
If we all
where-
laugh, we'll just be laughing on top of each other.
Right.
When that happens, I do something similar where I say something that's like super funny to me, but it's super dry, and then I'm like, no, I'm really kidding, and people just think even more I'm not kidding. So,
Right.
I get it.
Yes. Awkwardness is my specialty. So, Chad Lutsky shares my proclivities when it comes to poetry. Too personal makes him stop and think too much. But see, poetry doesn't make me think about things that I feel are valuable, though, man. I mean, Emily Dickinson is good as far as making matching words together that pop. What was it? Gregor, Gregor, you're here, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
And you're also in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's in 2 places at once.
What's he saying in the chat?
Parkour.
Thank you, Mr. Lutsky. That's what he's saying.
So,
With poetry, have you read much of like Ginsberg or Bukowski or any of that?
Yeah, I have, and I mean, that's some of the better. Those are some of the better examples. But like I said, I feel like the imagery and everything that they talk about in the context of poetry, it's just so fleeting and so it disappears so rapidly once they talk about it that it almost wasn't worth covering to me. If that makes sense. Like I said, I like things with a story that stays, that is cemented in place. And I feel like most 95% of poetry does not accomplish that for me. So,
Do you think the language is different in poetry than it is for like prose, fiction, and various other projects?
it just
'Cause I'm-
depends on the
Do you,
author.
do you, true. Do you feel like it's the language that's one element that you don't like either, or do you feel like, for example, do you think the writing is more linear in like prose, and like maybe a little bit more logical in that way?
I think that you can have poetic prose in a novel,
Okay.
and that's okay because you're still ultimately telling a story. But poetry on its own, left to its own devices, I don't trust it as much.
Do you like
I think
you
it's a
don't
jerk
trust
off
it?
finishing for people.
Do I like what?
Do you like Shakespeare?
Well, sure, yeah. But see, that's a full length thing. I mean,
Not as sonnets.
well, I don't
Yeah,
know.
or
about his
have you-
sonnets. I don't know about his sonnets though. I don't know. I know his stories.
Have you read you might actually, since you like more poetic stories, you might like his longer story poems like the Rape of Lucretia. There's like 5 or 6 that are like not as well known as his plays, but are definitely like really long, elaborate, beautifully poetic, storytelling poems. So that might be a good way to kind of segue into more, less structured poetry if you're interested.
Shakespeare, The Rape of Lucretia.
Yeah.
Because all I'm seeing
But-
pulling up here is like Ronald Duncan and Ian Donaldson. Don't see a Shakespeare. Okay, I'm sure it's out there though.
Here, I'm just going to link the Wikipedia into the private chat here.
Okay.
Here you go. But no, it's a really good one. That's probably my favorite one. He's got like 4 or 5 others. We've got a big, fat, collected edition of all of his plays, plus all of his big poems, and I think the sonnets too. But that was how I first got exposed to this and his other longer poems. And it's definitely, it's different. It's more, like I said, it's more like one story rather than a play, obviously, because it's just a poem. But it's worth checking out. And, it might make you more interested in poetry generally, or it might completely turn you off. And,
I do give credit to Ginsburg on one thing that I think still, helps writers today. When he used the phrase eyeball kick, meaning you pair 2 words together that have nothing in common, but they create they look beautiful together and they create an image in your head, like for instance, I don't know, Tor published a book called Grasshopper Jungle. I think Ginsburg would consider that an eyeball kick,
yeah.
But that's one of the things that I liked about that kind of poetry is the eyeball kick. I do like words that don't fit together but end up making this amazing image in your mind. But
Totally.
and my creative writing teacher did share something that I guess you would fall under poetry that was pretty gruesome and told a straightforward story, but it was about a newlyweds, and they go to this cabin that was secured by the bride's father, and they go to find a rattlesnake in the bedroom, and it strikes the groom, and the bride spends the whole weekend stuck on the bed, trying to avoid the rattlesnake.
Interesting.
And it talks about like the gift ham that they were given, spoiling while she was, cowering on the bed all weekend from the snake.
Who
That
wrote
was
that?
Interesting.
I don't know. I've never been able to find it again. I could go dig through my papers and probably find it, but I would be gone for 15 minutes. So, but yeah, that was.
I was going to say that's what I think I like about poetry is that it really forces you to write in metaphor because it is so dense and so short form, essentially, and so fleeting like time. So I think that that's kind of something to poetry's benefit in a way. But I definitely think, like you brought up Emily Dickinson, I don't like Emily Dickinson either. Or like Pablo Neruda or a lot of these other authors or poets that you read in high school. I just fucking hated them. And I just couldn't get into poetry at all until
What
college.
did you
and
not
I
like
started.
about Emily Dickinson?
I find her very bland and very like sentimental just without reason. And it's like, damn girl, go outside. It's
I know there's going to be some fighting here because I happen to have talked to CC in private, and he's like the biggest freaking Emily Dickinson fan you could ever meet.
Oh, really? I don't mean to offend anyone. But...
Well, I don't know if Emily Dickinson even wanted people to read her work. She was kind of like Kafka.
Then why
that's
did
the other thing?
Well, I think that's the value of it, though. I mean, maybe it's just like one of those happy accidents of history. We just get lucky because it still survives. Because that happened with Kafka, which is crazy. Because he did not want that to be he didn't want people to read it. Or at least he didn't feel confident enough in it to have it out there.
Thankfully, his friend and the executor of his
basically,
had the balls to go against his wishes and share these stories with the world. I mean, it's sometimes
I heard an interesting comment on that though, which was like maybe that was actually like a really bad idea because like how would you feel if like you had like a whole bunch of diaries and stuff and then someone published it? It's kind of the idea, which is fair too, because it's not to make it a dichotomy, but it's either like will the greatness be recognized or will we honor the writer? And that's a tough one.
So
that's like a dilemma.
What is it about Emily Dickinson that you love so much?
Well, I mean, she's just been a huge influence on me. And, personally, my poetry, I would say, has an Emily Dickinson flair to it. Certainly. In fact, I have a little piece right here. It's called Hungry Like a Wolf. It's very short, very Dickinson inspired. I'm hungry like a wolf because you feel so fucking good. My penis is like Mr. Rogers and your vagina is the neighborhood. I just want to get in there, but then you say, not tonight. Other times I get lucky and you say, hop inside. Oh, my penis home, I shall never drift nor stray. Your vagina is the only reason I haven't turned completely gay. It's like some archaic masterpiece, Leonardo's Mona Lisa and Transformers by Michael Bay. I want to make you feel good too, but you have to show me the way.
That's so much better than Emily Dickinson, though. But I see the influence. I do. I hear it.
You don't know your Dickinson.
That's probably...
That's very Dickinson influenced.
It is very Dickinson influence. I just mean to say it's better. You built on her. You used her as a platform.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about Dixie Dickinson, right? The porn actress?
Who?
Dixie Dickinson. Yeah, that's who I was referring to. I'm a big Dickinson fan, like Pornhub, Dixie Dickinson.
Oh, I've not heard of her.
Yeah, my poetry is very inspired by Dickinson.
Oh, nice.
That's really good what you read. Now, let me just give you an example of what I mean when I say that poetry is nearly non-existent. Here's Emily Dickinson. It's I don't remember what it's called. A clock stopped, I think. A clock stopped, not the mantles. Geneva's farthest skill can't put the puppet bowing that just now dangled still. An awe came on the trinket. The figures hunched. Zach, don't be rude. The figures hunched with pain, then quivered out of decimals into degreeless noon. It will not stir for doctors, this pendulum of snow. This shopman importunes it, while cool, concernless know. Nods from the gilded pointers, nods from the second slim, decades of arrogance between the dial life and him. It can be, you could call that gibberish and it would be okay.
Hey, don't be rude, Jeremy.
Huh?
Don't be rude, Jeremy.
You're the one being. skill. Geneva's farthest skill. Does she even know what she's saying there? Or does it just sound cool? A lot of times I think poets just say things because they sound cool, not because it's never any kind of, art form.
CC set him straight. He's a freaking Dickinson hater. You need to.
No, I actually agree. I think poetry is by and large like a big it's like a masturbatory session of just spewing. It's like people that free wrote like modern poetry. I'm not going to knock like the old school. Like I've read some good poems from, old timies, but like the modern poets, I've been in some anthologies where people submit some poem and it's like they just wrote something real quick, thought it sounded good, and then just added it. And it's like, did they smoke weed and just like, because I've been drunk and smoked weed and spit some rhymes with the boys and thought I was pretty hot shit. But then you listen to LL Cool J, or who are the kids listening to nowadays? The Tekashi
Kendrick?
6ix9ine.
Oh no, Kendrick Lamar is who the kids like to listen to. Everybody hates Tekashi 6ix9ine.
No, that guy's a hero.
Omarion, right?
So
yeah, I don't know the rappers nowadays, but
me neither.
So could we still? So could we still man the argument and see if we could figure out like the benefits of poetry?
No, you're
like,
on.
I'll admit, I really like poetry.
Anti-literacy podcast, Phoenix.
Well, I'm just curious because like I love poetry and I get the personal taste aspect, but I also feel like I don't think poetry is a waste of time at all. Like maybe some certain types of it for sure, but even if we're talking about memorability, I do feel like maybe like probably too large of a percentage of poetry, I forget, I'll admit. But there are some that I read, and like I don't remember if it was exactly Sonnet 55 by Shakespeare, but like I still remember that one. I remember the theme, I remember the feeling, I remember when I first read it. I mean, that poem it specifically actually feels quite almost narrative driven. Because like I guess I'm curious like about writing in general, and that's one of the reasons why I started writing poetry, because I'm curious about what writing, poetry as writing. I'm curious in that way. Because like poetry as art, totally, I can understand why people are less interested. But poetry as writing, I think, is a little bit more interesting, because then it conveys this idea of like what's interesting to readers, what do they connect to? Because I do think, and I've said this already in the past, but like I think poetry gets a bad rap, but it's also I think because of the way it's presented. I think the presentation definitely still matters.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like poetry. I just don't. It's hard to find stuff that I like. I mean, I've been on a kick lately where I've been reading poetry every morning while I'm drinking my coffee to try to find poems that I like. I'm not.
But you find poems that you like.
Yeah, I mean, generally I find some, but I haven't really found. I mean, one lately that sticks with me, like say something like The Second Coming. I mean, that's a great poem. Or you would Kubla Khan. Those are just classic, great poems with great imagery and great language. You know what I mean? I like Bukowski. And I like some of the Edgar Allan Poe poems that I've been reading lately. But I mean, it's hard.
So, what are examples of poets that did not click?
Oh, I mean, I kind of just
you tune it out.
What's that? I just don't even collect it in my brain, right? I mean, so what I've been doing over the past couple of months is going to this poetryfoundation.org website.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, which has tons of different poems by a bunch of different poets, right? I mean, for all different eras and whatever the case may be. And I've just been kind of like picking poems at random on there to read, and I really haven't found a person on there that I was like, oh man, this particular poem really clicks with me. I want to try to read all this poet's poetry, right? But I mean, that's not to say that's not going to happen, I'm not giving up my experiment of reading a poem every morning while I'm drinking coffee, So I mean, I don't dislike poetry in general, but as far as Bukowski's poems, I kind of like quite a bit. I mean, I think that his poems are pretty great in general. He just kind of, has a interesting style to me, and a lot of them are like little, slice of life, little stories that are humorous, So I mean, So
But like, I guess what I wonder, so there's two things. One is the enjoyability of something. So is the enjoyability always the point? And then another thing that I thought about pretty critically when I was told this. So I would share my poetry with this one. I think he was actually a filmmaker. And so he had kind of the arts mind as well. But he didn't really like poetry all that much, but he loved Bukowski. And kind of with talking with him, the thing that came out was that he just felt that the style, maybe one of the things that Bukowski has going for him is, I wouldn't describe it in terms of accessibility necessarily, but it's something like that, where people feel connected to the poem. That's why I brought up language earlier, because I wonder if the language is actually a hindrance. And the presentation. I would still say the presentation too.
Well, I mean, the language is going to be a hindrance when you're reading something, that has a somewhat archaic language, right? I mean,
but I mean, you even highlighted Kubla Khan as an interesting poem, though.
Yeah, but that's not as bad, right? I mean, as some, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It seems like some of the language in some of these Edgar Allan Poe poems that I've been reading lately is, more inaccessible than Kubla Khan, Well,
because I think about Bukowski a lot, like in terms of the notion of a natural language. And like, I think that it's easy for there to be like two poles in writing, one of which is the kind of accessibility we're talking about, or something like Bukowski, where it feels like a natural language. Then there's others where the language might be a little bit less accessible.
Yeah.
But I also don't want to make that as an argument to say that it's not necessarily understandable. Maybe it's a hindrance to enjoyment, but I feel like language is so interesting as a form in and of itself. That might be one of my appeals for poetry, is I feel like the language itself is fascinating. And granted, a lot of people want to connect with it. And if they don't, then it's not interesting. But I also understand that, like, I feel like I like language for being able to do that. Because like you could argue, John McWhorter argued that with language, there really is no actually standard English, as an example. We kind of just impose all of these rules. And of course, you could argue against that. But the interesting idea is that language doesn't really have any immediate rules. And like, once you can tap into that, but I mean, could you do that as much with like prose, right? Like, it would be a lot harder. It's possible. And I guess with like poetry, you can capture so many of those things.
Well, I mean, even though, say, some of these Edgar Allan Poe poems, I don't even know what the hell he's talking about sometimes, right? But if I read it out loud, I can get an enjoyment out of it, right? Because because of the language that's used and the rhythm and the sounds.
I think Poe specifically used meter too. I think he used and granted the term doesn't matter here, but like tetrameter. I don't remember if that was exactly what it was, but like he was using a specific rhythm with his poetry. And that might make it more memorable because you hear it. It's almost like music.
Yeah, I mean, there's some poems where he just has, a lot of archaic language, and then he also has allusions to, I don't know, some sort of maybe Greek gods or myths or something. I don't know, a bunch of shit that I've never heard of before, right? So I mean, just reading it aloud, you can kind of get some sort of enjoyment out of it without having to do research on every single literary allusion he's making from classic literature.
Yeah. Well, and I do understand like the pretension of language as well, which was something that Chad brought up, and that's interesting too, and I think important. I think that's why slam poetry became so popular. I find it to be pretentious, actually, but I think in terms of maybe the intention, the theatrics, I think a lot of people find that much more interesting.
I actually don't mind slam poetry.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah,
because that's performance. I mean,
he's not surprised by that because he thinks it's coarse.
Yeah, it's so unrefined.
Right.
I'm not a huge fan of slam poetry. I do really like Buddy Wakefield, though.
Shane Koikazan.
I know who you're talking about.
And,
he's all right.
George Watts is in my opinion, the absolute best. But that's more performance-y.
Yeah, but it seems like a lot of that stuff, these folks come off as being self-righteous or something, I don't know, it just seems like the slam poetry I've seen is people like kind of like on a hobby horse.
And sometimes.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
So I did say that tonight would be a good night for Phoenix to, now that he's finally ready to read a portion from Dark Kid, which is a novel that he's been working forever on. And
Phoenix Rises, you mean?
It's like it's the dualistic, like, opposite of Street Kid. You know, Dark Kid makes appearances throughout the Street Kid book that he wrote. And now I guess this one is from Dark Kid's perspective, and maybe Street Kid pops in every now and then. That's what I'm guessing it's about. But, you know, I will let Phoenix do it. Now, how long is this, Phoenix? Because we do have guests.
Yeah, I can always cut it short if I need to. I don't want to keep the suspense, but I can do that. But I did look up the count. It's 3,000 words, which, understanding how much I have read before, that would be about 20 minutes, roughly. So it's actually pretty doable. It sounds like a lot, but it's actually pretty doable. And a lot of it is dialogue and stuff. So,
Ben, if our next guest happens to come in, or before he comes in, if you talk to him, you tell him that as soon as we finish with that, you know, we'll get right to him. We'll go right into it.
Yeah.
Okay. And
CC, could you please beatbox as like a background music while Phoenix is reading this?
Also, I will be.
I mean, I could try.
I will be right back, Phoenix. If you want to go ahead and start, I won't be long. But
I mean, granted, if we're pressed for time, but I would rather you be here because it was your idea.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
what I mean.
Well, then give me a minute, and I will be right back. Right?
Okay, cool.
Just like
I'll get prepared. Yeah.
Okay.
Me. The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain.
Yeah. Do some vocal warm-ups.
So I have been trying to follow up on the writers that often frequent our, I would describe, coffee house or cafe. And so I have been reading Zach's book, but I guess Zach's not here, so he doesn't know. I read Ben's book, Elaine. And Gregor, your book is on my list. Chad Lesko, Regina. I haven't gotten to all of these yet. And I'm always like looking for other texts. Definitely trying to familiarize myself with different writers. Obviously, I've read Chad. I read Skullface Boy, which I really liked.
If you want to read about Kevin Bacon getting his dick chopped off, you could hit me up.
What? So I haven't talked to you, CC, very often yet, but I was curious. Is a lot of your stuff like maybe more transgressive, you would describe?
No, yeah, I guess. I mean,
okay. Are you on Amazon? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I'm on Amazon.
Okay, because I actually don't know your actual name.
It's not my actual name. It's under Zordon Monsanto. Basically, what I write is junk. I'll make it free for you, man. Like I just did a challenge this last summer where me and a buddy just wrote as quickly as possible, wrote a story a week, and just, for better or worse, made the covers ourselves and then just uploaded them to Kindle. And our idea was we're just going to put it up and just put a bunch of trash on there. I got Roseanne versus Planet of the Apes. I got The Baconator. I've got Broseph Smith and the Church of Latter-day Gains, which is a rewriting bodybuilder. And it's told by Sam Elliott dressed as Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Holy shit.
So it sounds very intense.
I've never downloaded a book so fast in my life.
Yeah, there's and then the only one that I'm really taking my time on there is I uploaded, like, I wrote all of it pretty much in a bar as I was drinking, and then just made the cover. The cover I actually worked on harder than I did the first draft, but I'm actually pretty proud of it. It's called Fucking A. And it's about a guy who goes and gets a mullet and supercuts, and as he's getting the mullet, he starts to develop these white trash powers.
Oh my god!
Completely useless powers, but yeah, it's a fun one.
The soundtrack for it is Wesley Willis's "Cut the Mullet."
Yes, I love Leslie Willis. Oh my god, cut the mullet.
I don't get all of the references, but definitely sounds like an adventure.
Zach, I try to write like basically just the shit I admire, like South Park and Reform.
So it's like humor is like actually one of the elements then. maybe the kind
Yeah,
of sardonic
I
kind
can't
of.
write anything else, and the
Sound like
writing
a
in a lot of
robot,
it-
Phoenix.
yeah, the
What?
writing in a lot
Sound
of
like
it-
a robot.
I do.
Yeah, you're like, I don't
Well-
get any of the references. So humor is one of the elements.
That sounds more like a news reporter. But yeah, Zach,
Explain to me this concept you humans use called humor.
No, it just means that you
What were you gonna
like
ask?
go outside and stuff. is what-
Oh, so Zach, you were gone for a second, but I was just saying I've been familiarizing myself with people's writing, and your book came up, Indie Rock Cabin, for obvious reasons. So I was kind of just like, kind of seeing what people are writing, and I'm always interested in that. So,
Have you read that yet?
Indie Rock Cabin. So I've read up to chapter 6 at this point.
Okay.
But it's enough to get a feel for where it's going, and I really actually like the writing itself. Speaking of language, there's something about the familiarity of the voice that I actually really like, and we don't have to go into all of this right now, but because I had some thoughts and I want to read more of it. Obviously,
Yeah, I don't think you know
it.
where it's going, which is good.
Well, I don't, but
Yeah.
well, I have an idea, but even just based off the description. But
You're wrong.
I'm wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what I mean to say is, regardless, I do actually like that familiar tone, and maybe that could change throughout. But that's actually pretty. I think that's hard to do, to have such a familiar style.
What do
Because
you
I
mean
think
familiar style?
familiar. Well, if like I'm reading Bukowski, it feels like he's talking to me.
It's very
Like I can imagine what this
naturalistic,
character.
kind of-
Yeah, natural language. Like I like what this character, like the way that the character thinks, and stuff like that. So, and I do
very
want to read more,
easy
obviously. But
voice, right? The voice is very easy, puts you at ease,
Yeah.
kind of thing. Yeah.
yeah, it makes it really interesting to read. And so Gregor, did you say earlier that you write short stories? Then that's more. Your
I mean, I
thing?
do write short stories, and
Okay.
you
Have you
know,
published a collection?
I've not published a collection yet,
Okay.
no, but I'm going to. I mean, I've got enough stories that I could. I just haven't
Okay.
yet to do it. So,
So you don't have like a singular short story or anything yet?
well, I mean, I wouldn't describe any of them as singular, but
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I've got singles out there, right? As far as
You do have singles. Okay.
yeah, I
What's
mean,
the
you can
messiest
get,
stuff
you
I've
know,
ever
you could
eaten?
get, I've got a few that are out there for like $1,
Okay.
and then if you join my new release mailing list, I'll send you a story, right? So,
Cool.
The one you got to read is "Loving the Goat." That one's fucking hilarious.
yeah, Loving the Goat is, I don't know if you, I mean, you probably would like it, Phoenix, I guess. That's in a collection called Dead Roses. About, it's like
Oh,
horror
okay.
stories that are inspired by love, I suppose, but this
Okay.
story is, I don't know why the publisher let it happen, but this story is like a novella length one, and every other one's just a short story that takes up most of the book, or at least a huge part of the book. But it's it's about a guy who is a comic book artist, kind of like a cross between, like I say, like a R. Crumb character and a Bukowski like character or something, like this big slovenly guy who's like an underground comics creator, and has a troubled past where he's gotten in trouble, kind of caught and outed as a man who has sex with goats, and he's on an adventure or mission to find a woman, or that he read about when he was a kid in like a tabloid magazine, who was born with a goat head. So that's like the setup of it. So he's on this mission to find this girl, because he thinks that she's grown up and that she's alive and that she's real, and that he's going to try to find her.
So did you say that you delve into the grotesque? Was that the word that you used? You said body horror as well, but I think that was a different thing.
Yeah. I mean, this is somewhat of a humorous thing, I guess, right?
Okay.
But it's definitely got elements of the grotesque and horror in it, right?
Okay.
But then like the Hanover Block series, that's kind of like body horror by proxy, I guess, is what way maybe to describe it, because it's not really necessarily any character who is having there's some body horror elements or direct body horror elements, but they interact with otherworldly bodies, right, that are human-like in a certain sense, that are grotesque. Yeah. So.
What am I looking
Okay.
at? What am I looking at here?
You're
So
looking
yeah.
at
So I
books
mean,
on Amazon.
Eternity.
yeah, but the stuff that I write has humorous, grotesque, horror elements to it. All right. So
Would you-
different mixes.
Would you say that you have like definitely a Clive Barker influence then?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Look at the author. Look at the author.
What am I looking at?
I love
You're
these
looking
titles
at
and these
Eternity.
covers.
Those are mine.
Yeah, those are CC's books.
Look at the length of these. They're just like those horrible Vacuum International books, you know, like Bloody Murder.
I'm telling you, this is the future. The future of Kindle Unlimited is like the Netflix of books. You've got to change your perspective. It's about binge reading now.
And they're only like 20 or 30 pages long, but yeah. So that's
Oh yeah, Phoenix. Thank you for your kind comments on my book. I was busy with cupcake icing all over me.
You know,
you're good. You're good.
Roseanne.
Yeah, cupcake icing. That's what it was.
It was. I showed the dang cup.
Roseanne
on the
versus
thing.
Planet. Roseanne versus
If you
Planet of the
insist.
Apes. Hey!
You saw the
Roseanne-
cupcake.
Roseanne versus Planet of the Apes is I can't pass that up. It's a must buy.
Yeah.
There. I finally got it out. Fuck.
If you want to wait, I'll make them free tonight, man.
Don't do it. Make him pay.
Yeah, make him pay. Also, look for his
Make
grocery
him
store
pay.
one, dude.
They're really, like I was telling them before, like I wrote most of those just in one sitting, and then I just published them. I was like, me and a friend were doing a challenge to kind of get out of a rut, and so just to kind of get something out there, we were just like, fuck it, we're just gonna write as fast as we can, create our own covers, and have it done within a week, and that's pretty much the result. I think Roseanne versus Planet of the Apes, the humor holds up. If you're going to be offended by George Floyd and all that stuff, you might want to avoid it. It's not what you think. It's not racist. There's actually a very positive message. Richard Spencer is kind of a hero in the beginning of the book, but then he's revealed to be about. It's a Batman, a 1960s Batman parody. With this community kind of guy. Basically, Roseanne goes there and accidentally takes something equivalent to LSD instead, thinking it's Ambien, as she's going to Ferguson to do like a PR stunt, and she gets out and sees all the black people as apes, and then she loses her shit. Yeah, and then the hero of this story, the true hero, is one of the guys that she mistakes for an ape, who also is obsessed with the show Roseanne. I won't go into it too much because then it just kind of ruins the humor. But
So I just
he's the hero.
It sounds like a riot, but I just want to say, make me pay. Do I really have to bust it out, fuckers? Do I?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to bust
Yeah.
it out.
Open your wallet, pay pig.
Look at this.
Yeah.
That's how much I support authors. Look at this.
You do. That's very good. You can always support some more.
I know. But never mind those. But yeah, look at all this.
Wait, so you'll support authors you don't know, but a guy who's come on your show multiple times, I've got to pay him?
Good point.
You can shell out the buck that you were going to use to start Coke with later.
That didn't even make sense, Zach. What are you
That
talking
made
about?
perfect
Yeah,
sense.
just
Everyone-
don't buy another Blob Girl.
Oh, by the
bro.
way,
Get this.
Zach, look at that
Yeah.
right there. See, that's more evidence right
Oh.
there. You see? That
No.
the guy you had on your show is full of shit. No offense, but there's more books about Nazi occultism. Okay, everybody.
Maybe they were. I don't have a dog in this fight. I know nothing about the
No,
Nazis.
you don't understand though. Your guy, it's like everybody in your sphere of theology or the internet or whatever it says. Everybody who ever existed is into the occult except for the Nazis. What the fuck, man?
No
Yeah,
one
everybody in
says
your
that.
sphere is like
Everyone-
that.
Sapphira. Everyone knows that the Nazis were into the occultism.
Oh yeah.
Your
The
I was
guy,
question
literally
was
just listening to a podcast about it today. The Spirit of
the
Destiny.
question was,
Oh man.
was Hitler specifically.
this is
Symbol
how
was a
much I
sun
pay
wheel.
authors. This is how much I pay authors. How,
Yeah, but why won't you pay authors who can come on your show?
Ben, Zach, how can you say you paid this many authors? Huh?
Keep paying,
Why
you
won't you
fucking
pay-
pay pig.
Look at it. Look at it. Drown in the semen of my Kindle deck.
You won't pay people who come on your show like Cece.
Did I see
this-
Crackpot Palace by Jeffrey Ford
Yes,
in there?
yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Yeah, that's a good book.
Drown
Like
in
it?
the semen of my Kindle dick.
Is
You
this
scum.
book cocky? Is this book cocky,
Yes.
boys?
Yes,
Oh, that's
No,
that's
hey,
exactly what this is. He's
perfect.
slapping you in the face with his Kindle dick,
There
and
you
at least
go.
it's not.
Flop.
At
flop,
least it's not
slap,
not
slap,
giving us seizures again.
slap, 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 flop, 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 flop. Release.
Oh, I saw George R. R. Martin.
Release.
Oh, totally discredited immediately.
Well, is it Song of Fire and Ice, or is it his horror work?
It looked like a collection of short stories, was it, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that edition.
I
How
like
about
George
this?
Martin.
You go buy CC's books.
Here's
You
the
also
reason.
buy my books.
The
I just
the-
bought Roseanne versus Planet of the Apes right this minute.
The
love
Netflix
it.
of books is an interesting idea.
That okay? It totally turned me around.
Yeah, that exists. It's called a library.
You're funny. But no, it's like from a binge reading perspective. I spent like 5 years like just being pissed off that these writers were publishing these, 40-page stories, right? And then suddenly one day, this past like April or May, it was just like a cartoon light bulb went off over my head, and I was like, "Holy shit! Kindle Unlimited is just Netflix." I never even realized it, and now it's like I've totally embraced it as like a new form. Basically, it's really interesting.
My short stories are available on Kindle Unlimited for anybody who's listening.
Very good, yeah. So are mine.
So what book? So I do have two things. One is when should I read? But then the second thing is what exactly qualifies as Kindle Unlimited? Like, how do you know if a book,
Paperbacks are better.
like, yeah, I mean, there's
Yeah,
truth to
they
that
are.
for sure. But I just wonder, like, what makes something Kindle Unlimited?
Well, you have
'Cause
to
I
be a
wonder about
member of Kindle Unlimited. You have to.
But,
you
but
have
I
to
mean, in
subscribe
terms
to
of the
it.
books, in terms of like what?
Oh,
Oh,
I
you
need
have to
say
be a
something.
member.
You have to
Speaking of,
subscribe to Kindle Unlimited as a consumer, and then you also have to opt into the Kindle Unlimited program as an author.
And isn't
the
that like
cover
$10 a month?
for this book is on this
It is
show with
$10 a month.
Yeah.
So
You
which
don't
books
actually have to
qualify?
join it as a reader if you're an author.
Which
But-
if you're an author, you don't have to join it.
You do.
No, you have to enroll your books, but
Right.
I've never
Okay.
had to have a subscription to Kindle Unlimited
Okay,
to
then.
enroll my books in.
Well, no, you
No,
don't have to
you're
do
about to
that.
blame
No,
me or
no. I
something.
mean, the author has to opt in into the program to make their
Right.
work available on Kindle Unlimited. And as a consumer, if you want to consume Kindle Unlimited books, you have to subscribe. Right now,
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to, if you subscribe to any Kindle Unlimited, you're not going to be able to just get any book off the world of Amazon. It's just those that have been entered into the program, right? And it's mostly independently published stuff.
Yeah, it's mostly independently published, and Kindle Unlimited books
Okay.
means that they have to be ebooks have to be exclusive to Kindle only. So I could publish a paperback of the same title that was distributed to everybody, and in fact, I do that frequently. But then you make the ebook Kindle Unlimited exclusive, and then you get like two types of royalties, where you get royalties per page read, and then you get royalties per sale. And it's like a weighted scale. It's a sliding scale. It's kind of, it's a little frustrating sometimes, but I think, it's a really good way to generate a little bit. I definitely get readers who I wouldn't get if I were just charging a flat fee, like here in Smashwords and Kobo, all these different places you've hardly heard of. I mean, the thing is that most consumers go to Amazon.
Right.
So if you are just selling to the book buying public at large, I think you're better off putting your books in Kindle Unlimited as an author, because it's just that extra little ding. And it helps me discover new writers all the time. I got to read Of Foster Homes and Flies by Chad on Kindle Unlimited, and it was such a good, fun book. But it's like, my reading is no longer restrained by my income so much. So I enjoy it. I think it's great.
So I was going to say CC here is actually the dude who did the artwork for Dinosaurs and Potted Plants.
Oh, I really like that cover a lot. I was wondering about that, actually.
Yeah, he did exactly what I wanted with it, and I'm very pleased with it.
Nice. Good job, CC.
He did better than I did on 5 Seconds on GIMP for Indie Rock Cafe.
Yeah, he did for sure. The Indie Rock Cabin. I like the book better. Don't like the cover.
Now, I like the cover. I think I did somewhat well, but CC is definitely far more skilled than I am.
It's just time and patience.
Now, the dude who did this one, he'd be cool to get on.
Yeah, that's a good cover.
That is a great cover.
Yeah.
I like CC's more though.
Yeah, I love his covers, man. I was just gonna say too, one thing about Kindle Unlimited that I think it like is really hearkening, because the reason why I call it the Netflix of books is because I think serials have the potential to do really well on Kindle Unlimited, and I think serialized fiction is, if it isn't seeing a new boom already, it's going to within the next 4 or 5 years. I think what we're really going to see is we're going to be going through like a new pulp era. I mean, it didn't.
Okay.
I can't remember. It's like Penguin just bought HarperCollins or somebody. There's somebody huge. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I think
So
I heard that.
Yeah, so it's like all these, the big publishing companies are now basically one publishing company. It's at this point almost a monopoly in the United States. So it's just.
I was thinking of some of that yesterday actually, because I was looking at some of the like small press, specifically magazines that I had submitted a lot of my work to when I was younger.
Yeah.
And like it kind of like it was just interesting because I was like, is Amazon small press? Because like no, but I mean, it also like is a way in which you can express yourself, and so it's like hard to like figure this, because like even with like the small presses, I think some of them definitely are very gatekeeping, and so it kind of is confusing on like where the like what the best way is for like being independent, because like I guess for the reasons we've talked about, like it kind of gets a little bit confusing on how all of that's happening, because like what's interesting about the pulp era being repeated, so like being repeated is interesting because like a lot of the pulp stuff was like super popular.
Oh yeah.
Right? But like I don't think all of it was even always that good quality. So there's like this interesting, but that wasn't always the point. That's why it was called pulp. I heard that the reason was because, the book would dissolve like pulp.
Yeah, it was real cheap paper,
Yeah, cheap paper.
Amazon
Cheap
isn't a
printing.
small press; it's a sweatshop.
It is. It's a sweatshop. It's a small press distributor, though, and it causes
That's why
authors
it's
to
so
become their own
weird.
sweatshops.
Yeah.
Can you imagine all the
it
things
is
you
weird.
would not have known about if it weren't for Amazon and those?
Yeah.
How they gradually learn what you like, and then, well, Phoenix, I hope you'll stick around to read some more Dark Kid. But for now, we have our next guest, someone who I once thought of as my arch nemesis. Believe it or not.
Jeff O'Brien.
No,
we have
he's
Derek McCormack here.
He's not that bad. No. First things first. I mean, we can be amicable, but I've got to ask, Mr. McCormack, why did you write Well Dressed Wound?
Oh.
Why?
Just to fuck with you, I think.
Yeah, specifically you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I just wanted to fuck your mind up.
Oh man! But the synopsis was so great. Abraham Lincoln in a Ouija board ceremony or whatever. I mean, that sounded awesome. But then I didn't get that kind of satisfaction in the text, and I understand it was through a university experimental press. Did you also, and you also thank two different entities at the end of the book that indicate that suggest to me that you received grant money for writing it? Is that correct?
Oh shoot, I can't remember if I don't remember getting grant money. I remember I know the presses got in Canada. No, that would have been American Press. Yeah, I must have gotten grant money. One was for I remember. I wish I had the book here. I had cancer, and I got money to live from the Writers Union of Canada, which gives money to people who are sick or about to be evicted, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Well, pretty cool. I mean, it's a pretty cool program, not that you had to use it.
Yeah, so I hope you feel kind of bad for asking that.
I am.
I hope you do too, Jeremy.
What's he eating?
Eating a crow.
Wait, but what pissed you off so much? Just that you were unsatisfied by the book or dissatisfied?
There were entire pages where they were just like symbols and letters and
I mean, aren't most books like that?
why again, I wish I had it readily available. You know, it's around here somewhere.
Yeah, that's okay. It's true. There were pages of exclamation marks.
Why?
And empty quotations. Well, okay. So do you know Martin Margiela, the fashion designer that's at the center of the book?
No.
He was a fashion designer who was famous for 20 years, very famous for erasing. He bought vintage clothes and painted them white to erase them. Everything he did was white. He never appeared in photographs. He never appeared on stage. His models were completely masked and faceless. The people in the studio and the atelier all wore white, like traditional couture coats, but they went uncredited. He did things like when he was asked to do a museum exhibit, he would put a white dress outside and spray yeast, bacteria, and mold on it, let it grow, or bury it and dig it up and see what had grown. So he was a writer. His label, for example, is the first label in fashion was just a blank white piece of cloth stitched with 4 stitches into clothing. So if you didn't know who he was at the beginning, you would never know what that label represented. So he was, first of all, a designer about blankness, about blanking out, about disappearing. So that interested me. And 2, I was dying at the time. I wrote most of the book. I couldn't sit up, so I wrote most of the book in my head, and when I could get a bit of consciousness, I would type into a computer. And so the book was really about me thinking I was going to die and hoping that there was a Margiela store in heaven, because I fucking love the clothes, but 2, about me disappearing in the book. Like, it would be my last book and I would disappear. So that's the quickest answer I can give.
Wow, interesting.
Well, first of all, when you say that this guy used to bury and dig up clothing, that's funny because we were just talking about a black metal musician earlier in the show who did something very similar.
Right.
But
Dead from Mayhem.
Okay. I mean, like, yeah, it's a very like monstrous gesture, right? I'm sure he wasn't the first one to do it, but he was the first one to become famous in Paris for doing it, for sure.
You know, yeah, that does make me feel really bad that you know, that's where your head was at the time. But how could anyone who didn't already know you or was in your immediate circle, you know, how could we have gone on that journey with you based on the text that is in that book? You see?
Yeah, I get it. I think that book, of all my books, and I've never said that I write poetry in my whole life, but I think that leaned more heavily on poetic techniques than other ones. I mean, the slimness of it. For me, the important thing about the book was, well, one, the viciousness, because I was just angry. And the second was the anger, to express the anger about disappearing. And so it was not a book that really, it was a book that, I think you're right. Your response is not wrong, because it was a book that thought, well, I'm not going to indulge the reader. I'm not going to inform the reader. I'm not going to draw the reader in. I'm going to erase the reader as much as I'm erasing myself. So of all my books, it's the most, has that like conceptual overview. And would I do it again? I don't know, because I can't put myself back in the stage that I was in when I wrote it. Do you know what I mean? I can't even remember how sick I was and how sad I was.
Go back and you wouldn't want to be in that space again.
Yeah, and that book for me is really about anger, and equally like pushing death away, but pushing the reader away and pushing writing away. It was pushing everything away. So there's no surprise that it's dissatisfying or unsatisfying. The people that love fashion got it, I think, and some people liked just the anger and the erasure. The erasure like had to do with other poets for sure that came before me, like Chelsea Minnis is an example that I can give you. But of all my books, I think, yeah, it's the least narrative for sure. Like the new book has, it ends with a story with like a hero and who gets revenge and falls in love, and it's not a typical structure, but the story is kind of a kid's story. You know?
Now, when you say new book, I mean the show that smells is still pretty new too. But I assume you met Castle Faggot.
Oh, I met Castle Faggot. Yeah.
That's brand new. That's
brand
like
new.
Weeks.
Yeah.
So,
Did you ever get an answer from Amazon why it got yeeted off for like a week?
Yeah. It disappeared. I was fortunate because, when I told people, people got pissed off and posted on social media about it. And also, I've worked at an indie bookstore in Toronto for like 26 years. And I called the reps at Penguin Random House, and Penguin Random House, of course, owns the world. It owns the world of publishing. It owns books in general. They distribute semiotext as of this year. So Penguin Random House intervened, I believe, with Amazon and said, this book, as disgusting or stupid as it may be, is one of ours. And lo and behold, Amazon listened to the mega corporation.
So this book was published by some subsidiary or imprint of Random House?
Well, Semiotext was founded in the 70s. It's an experimental press. They started off publishing people like William Burroughs and Kathy Acker and Deleuze and Guattari, Baudrillard. Right. And they still do. Their mandate is experimental fiction. And they were distributed by MIT, the university. And MIT became part of the distribution arm of Penguin Random House last year. So they're still, independent, but they're part of the monster now. They're part of the machinery. Who am I talking to, by the way? Who's here?
Okay,
there's a lot of
I'm
people
the host.
here.
I'm the one that wrote all the hateful review material about Will.
Wait, where did you write it? Where did you write it?
Goodreads and probably Amazon too. You've never read it?
I don't read reviews ever.
Oh, that's probably
a good decision.
Probably a good idea. I could read.
You don't want to hear people like Jeremy telling you stuff.
I could read it if you're curious, but if not, I will leave it alone. Beside me is one of my original co-hosts, Zach Magaha, who has more of a religious theology bent. Beside him is Ben Arzate, who wrote most recently Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah and the Story of the Why.
Yeah. I think you found out through me that the book had gotten taken off of Amazon. If
you
I
were the first
correctly.
one, Ben. You told me. You broke the news.
Next row down, we have Regina Watts, who is obsessed with transgressive fiction. Right, Regina? And
yeah, I'm all about it.
Phoenix Rising or Rises? Which
Rises.
is Rises. Who writes these really dense, thick, 600-page mind trips, vision quests, I guess. Then there's CC, which stands for Cunt Crusher. He's just kind of here, and he hates Emily Dickinson. I know that much about him. And on the bottom row is Gregor Zane, the greatest of all time.
Nice.
Wrote the Hanover Block series, which is like body horror. And then beside him is some schmuck that wrote The Well-Dressed Wound. And finally,
terrible book.
Chad Lutsky, author of The Full-Faced Boy, and someone who is far too reliant on sentimentality, according to Zach. Boom. There's everybody.
Just turning everybody
bringing
against
up
each other
the-
tonight.
So I just want to ask: are you all in different places, cities, states?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
And how do you meet, cohere? How did this become this?
We read each other.
That's a good question.
We read each other's stuff, and this show became like a haven for, people that even sometimes the small presses wouldn't have.
Right. Yeah, good.
So
I'm all for it.
So
it's an odd crew, an odd combination. Yeah.
Well, it's
ragtag
nice.
bunch of misfits.
I've never done a online thing or any forum with like as many people, and I've certainly never done it with someone who's trash talked me before. But what do I care? What do I fucking?
He trash talked the last
Well,
guest
you
too,
did.
for some reason. He's in a mood, I guess. I don't
no,
know. What
I
he's
did
doing.
not.
Yeah,
No,
you did. You kept on every time he mentioned that how much you liked his new book. You'll
have to forgive him.
It's so much better than the other books you wrote.
You'll have to forgive our host. He has no tact at all.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
He doesn't have tact. He doesn't know.
It was
But,
a compliment because I said he was growing as an author. But no, you know what's funny, Derek, is that I bought The Show That Smells without realizing it was the same author that wrote The Well-Dressed Wound. And, I actually saw a difference. When I found out it was you, I was surprised because there does seem to be a little bit more plot in Well-Dressed or Show That Smells, Yeah. And for all I know, this could be The Show That Smells. I don't know.
Probably.
No, I mean, the show that's, all my books are, stop me if I'm answering questions that maybe you haven't asked, but all my books are sort of trying to be other things. Like my book, Witch Book, was really trying to be a store catalog. The Haunted Hillbilly is really an EC horror comic from the 50s.
Oh.
And The Show That Smells is very particularly a Todd Browning movie with Lon Chaney that was never made that I wish had been made.
Wow.
I like that.
Oh, it's no surprise that maybe you responded more to The Show That Smells because although it's still full of like bullshit puns and I'm trying to reproduce film effects with typography, right? So on a page of white and there's black sequins, there'll be 2 red ones to be bloody. It's also set in a mirror maze, so there's reflection. But that one was really, for me, a silent movie with Lon Chaney, and trying to do those effects that he did with makeup and without dialogue. So it has a form of narrative for sure. I'm for sure taking an antiquated form of narrative and taking all the restrictions of the silent era for a book. And the new one, Castle Faggot, especially the last section, as Ben knows, is like really my take on a Rankin Bass animated holiday special, one of those stop motion like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer or Mad Monster Party. So it has songs in it and people singing and everyone's a puppet and they do puppet things and string show and so they're all sort of different and they all reach to different reference material.
Interesting.
Now,
you said that you were very heavily influenced by visual art, and as the center of Castle Faggot seems to be a particular piece of art, which is like a castle miniature that both goes on top of and on the bottom of a table.
Yeah. So if you go, it's the book set in a theme park called Faggotland, and or it's part of a theme park. The land is called Faggotland, and the main attraction is a haunted house, a haunted castle called Castle Faggot. And when you get to the gift shop at the end of Castle Faggot, you can buy the dollhouse. And I don't know if it's on the cover of the book. I don't know if you know Richard Hawkins, the LA sculptor, but he's done a massive body of work. He's did shows with Dennis Cooper way back. I'm thinking, Regina, you might like Dennis Cooper if you like transgressive lit.
Definitely.
But one of the great series he did was he took store-bought Victorian dollhouses, that pretty or a kind of sugary, and this would be the 80s and 90s, and he made them. He painted them black and purple. He made them abandoned. He made one a whorehouse. Filled them with purple lights. So they have a real spook show vibe. And the other thing he did with some of them is he hung them upside down under the table. So they were hanging like bats. Like, I can't remember if it's stalagmites or stalactites that hang down. But he took this, he horrorized these dollhouses, and then he made them more horrific by making them, it was almost satanic. They were either pointing towards the underworld or they had risen up from the underworld. So in Castle Faggot, when a kid buys the dollhouse, you have to hang it under your kitchen table. It's upside down. That was my nod to Richard.
It seems like there were like multiple meanings to that, like one besides the obvious, like a horror, a haunted house turned upside down, but also the idea of that people who are LGBTQ plus having to stay under, I guess, polite society.
Yeah, underground. I mean, it's for people who are underground. It also means that the access to the house is maybe, it's like bending over, I guess, and getting fucked up the ass. It's, I'm happy with all the connotations,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the things, have multiple meanings. Like the Count Chocolate character. Like obviously, there's the the famous stereotype, and the shit humor and all of that, plus the nostalgia of cereal mascots who promote these sugary diabetes-inducing cereals.
Yeah, just literally garbage. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I fucking love those monster cereals. Like, and I don't put milk in them; I just eat them.
Oh yeah.
In front of the TV. I mean, the other weird thing that when you were talking that I remembered, and I don't know if anyone else did this as a kid, but I used to climb on the couch in my parents' living room and watch TV upside down, and I don't know why I would have done that. Like, probably boredom, restlessness. But I did have that feeling. I remembered that writing the book that when you're a kid, you watch TV from weird angles, right underneath, way far away, lying on your side, lying upside down. I guess there's a bit of that in it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's again, that's what I found very interesting is you can read all these meanings into that, but it's clear it's also a very heavily personal book, and that's even just excluding the fact that you have a fictional version of yourself as a character in the book.
Yeah, I mean, that was really me as a kid, loving those monster cereals and loving musicals and loving haunted houses and dark rides on midways. Yeah, there's a ton of me. And to be honest, it's also connected in a way to The Well-Dressed Wound, because The Well-Dressed Wound was really my book. Like, your oncologist says, if you live, what do you want to do? And I said, I want to finish a book, which was just crazy because, like, shouldn't I be climbing mountains or something? I don't know. But anyway, I thought I'm going to finish a book. That book was really a howl. And then Castle Faggot is also a howl. It's a little funnier, but what my disease has left me with is just like, I had to learn bowel control. Like, it took 2 years to stop shitting on everything. So the book is literally, not just metaphorically, but it's literally about shitting. And what kind of life that means when you, I always make this joke to my parents. They would be like, when my mom was alive, she'd say, what's on your bucket list? And I'm like, I can't go further than 5 feet from my bathroom. Like, I don't have anything on my bucket list about the couch to the bathroom. And so then I wrote the book, which is just a lot about shit and a lot about shit spraying everywhere and what we put in ourselves and what comes out. I can tell you guys don't mind me swearing, right?
No,
Oh, no,
not
yeah.
at all. We love swearing here.
I mean,
We love them sentence enhancers.
I had no idea.
SpongeBob.
I had no idea that you had been through so much,
Oh, well, how could you? I mean,
but listen,
Swearing doesn't have to be preferable.
here's the thing about Well-Dressed Wound, though. I mean, it's like there's 2 large paragraphs here describing what it's about, but I mean, you never get that in the actual book. I mean, at least not the way it's described. In the depths of the Civil War, in a theater in P.T. Barnum's American Museum on Broadway, Abraham and Mary Todd Lincoln participate in a staged spiritualistic rite. But the medium conducting them is invited along another being, the devil, disguised as 20th century French fashionista Martin Margiela, a.k.a. King Faggot. What follows is the most fiendish runway show ever mounted, complete with war-dead, deconstructed couture, and gay ghosts infected with all manners of infectious agents, including oozy AIDS. And I feel like it's so minimalist what we get in the finished product that, I felt like it didn't deliver what the synopsis promised, and I always have a problem with that. When that happens, I mean, do you feel like if it were today, you would write a more comprehensive story out of that outline?
Well, I mean, the first thing I have to say is, like, I hardly ever write the outlines of those things, so that's problem number one. That's written by, anyway, that doesn't matter. I approved it. I don't know. My question to you is, if that show were staged, if I could stage that show with effects, would it be interesting to you as a stage show?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
yeah.
If I could have those, if I could have a seance where the devil appears and conjures fashion shows, dead soldiers, pus, disintegrating, decomposing
Project
clothes.
Runway, how it is today.
I mean, what you're describing is
Not that I
surreal.
watch that. I just see my mom watching it.
You're describing surrealism, and so yeah, I would love that. Yeah.
So I guess my question is, I don't know if I would do it different. I don't know what I would go back and do again, but what I would love to see in the future is see if I could, if basically what you're reading was not a novel so much as a script. And if those visual effects could come to life, would they be fun enough to sit in a theater for an hour and a half? I hope so.
It sounds like it would very much depend on the director because, like, I haven't read The Well-Dressed Wound yet, but it sounds like it would be written similar to something like a Heinrich Mueller play, where it leaves a lot to the theater director to what they would actually want to do with it.
Yeah. The thing about the thing about fashion shows that I love is that they cost millions of dollars to stage, and people from all over the world watch them, and they last about 4 minutes. And they have to be so high impact. And also you just think of the waste involved in that, but also how potent those 4 minutes are in terms of not only commercial, but just like image making.
It's like poetry.
Yeah, it is. It's very, very condensed. It's compacted into, you're exactly right. I mean, the other thing that I love about, unabashedly love about The Well-Dressed Wound is a very oddball, an oddball thing that I set up in the book, which is that how would a dead or satanic fashion designer show their clothes off? And the book proposes, maybe too briefly, maybe, I don't know, that they would do it through seances. So then I did love that the sort of whole sense of spiritualism and seance and manifesting ghosts became a channel for Satan to show fashion. If you could conjure up a dead relative in your house and they appeared in the most amazing French high fashion, would you say, I have to dress like that? I have to buy that? I don't know. That was one of the ideas floating around the book that always amused me, that I'm still super happy that I did.
Somebody drop out? I'm sorry, did somebody drop out? Gregor?
Yeah. It's just his internet.
Okay. Go ahead, Derek.
Oh, no. Ask me something. Ask me something.
Okay. Well, I like going back in your catalog, I realized your first book was also about carnival rides. So I assume it's something that's very personally important to you, something you find very nostalgic.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if you guys can see behind me, but on this side they're vintage knockdown dolls from carnival games. You threw the baseball at the ball. And on this side, cool. It's 1930s and 40s prizes, the prizes you would win from knocking this down.
That's sick, dude.
Plaster of Paris adults. So yeah, I'm deeply immersed in carnival stuff. My first book, the stories, our carnivals appear in almost all the books, but the first book in particular, the rides themselves, and like I fucking love in the summer when you go to a Midway and you pay $8 and you sit in a dinky car and the ride lasts 40 seconds and the people inside are too bored to scare you, right? Like they're just smoking or having a sandwich. I love that you get jerked around and ripped off and you do it summer after summer after summer. So in Dark Rides, I wanted to write really short stories that, it's in that book, Grab Bag, from Dennis Cooper's imprint. I wanted to write stories that they were equivalent of those Midway rides. Like you got on, you were off in a minute, you don't know what the fuck happened to you. It might have been good, it might have been scary, it might have been a total ripoff, but what I loved was the jerkiness and the speed.
That's cool.
So the show that
Yeah.
smells, that's that bat head, the severed bat head on the cover.
Well, the
Oh,
American
yeah.
version is.
Well, okay, fair enough. The American version, was that done with photography or computer generated?
I'm trying to remember. Oh, the show that smells. You said. Oh, yeah, the show that smells, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was done by my friend, who's a sculptor named David Altmed, Altmejd. He's from Montreal. He lives in Los Angeles now. And when he went to Columbia Art School, and his first gallery shows, and for many years after, were involved werewolves, and always dead werewolves and werewolves decomposing. And as they decomposed, their flesh turned to crystal. Sometimes it turned into birds, sometimes butterflies, sometimes flowers. So that is one of his heads that appeared in a gallery show
so cool.
he did. And often in his sculptures, the body of the monster is enormous, and you can peer inside the abdomen, into the skull, into the rectum, and see the crystal environments growing in it.
Whoa.
Wow.
So if you don't know his work, Google it. Now, he's changed quite a bit over the years. Like when I first met him, he had a werewolf's head, a decomposing werewolf's head that was placed in Central Park as part of the Whitney Biennial. It was taller than me, for sure. Fake fur, jewelry, crystals, gold chains. Now, for him, this is all about energy, life energy, connecting with death, connecting with angels. We chose that just because I fucking love his work. You know, I think he's a genius, and the work is so frightening, and also, you know, very personal. When you talk to him, or when you read an interview with him, he's never going to tell you it's about what you think it's about. You know, no matter what position you form on it, he has another story. But the works are so weird and so singular, and no one else makes shit like that anywhere.
That's cool, man.
I mean, and his big influencers are like, you know, Cronenberg is an enormous influence. So you have a sculptor working with werewolf carcasses who's inspired by Cronenberg and metamorphosis and transformation. So yeah, I would Google him, because every show is like, has something absolutely bonkers in it and beautiful. So yeah, that's an actual thing. Someone owns that. Some collector owns that somewhere in Malibu or Brussels or something.
So you're very in touch with the art world in a way that many authors probably aren't, you know?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I didn't do it intentionally. I just found that, you know, hardly anyone reads my books. I basically have met everyone that's ever read one of my books, and I've met you all tonight. But artists seem to like my books, and I think that I think that the artists I meet are often hyper-visual people who have less of a need for a story or a resolution or an arc than they do for just like an assault of images. David, for sure, being one of them. I also find I love visual artists because I don't know about you folks, but like I walk through the world pretty stupid. Like I go to work with peanut butter on my shirt. I walk outside, it's been raining for 6 hours, and I wear sneakers and don't take a number. Like, I don't notice anything. Someone will say, oh my God, it's so beautiful. The trees are finally in leaf. And I have no idea what they're talking about. I live so in my head and in my basement apartment. And I love artists because they see everything. You know, you think their show looks amazing, and they're like, no, don't you see the mistake? There's a pencil line over there, you know, like down by the ground, or there's like a plug-in socket that hasn't been covered, or something is tilted 0.5 millimeter wrong. And so I've tried to train myself through artists' eyes. Like I try and see with that precision in the world. I fail miserably, but when you're with an artist, you see a lot of shit. You probably know this. You all have artist friends, I'm sure. And they see things that writers, we see things too, and we try to convert them into words, but somehow artists don't try and convert them. They just take them for what they are. And I think they're more open. They're not working all the time. They're just absorbing.
Yeah, because I did notice that you do have a number of sort of, I don't know what you'd call them, like conceptual books that are more like art pieces that are released in limited runs.
Yeah, for sure. I love that. I love objects. Like I love this crap behind me. I like things. I like old things. I like tacky things. I like things that are broken or sad or whose use has been forgotten. And I sort of dream that my books will be tacky, useless, and forgotten. It sort of excites me the thought that after I'm dead, I doubt anyone will give a shit about my books, but someone might buy a couple at an old paper show or something, and think, Jesus Lord.
You know what one of my problems is with, I hope I didn't interrupt your digression.
Yeah.
Well, one of my problems with art in comparison to stories with, a resolution, and I don't know what that sound is, but that's pretty intense feedback. But so a story with an arc, and a resolution and everything, I feel like I can take that with me. Whereas a piece of art like modern art, like the severed bat head there that you said someone owns. I mean, it's like it stays somewhere outside of us. But if a story with a beginning, middle, and end, that it doesn't even have to be a conventional beginning, middle, and end. But I mean, it's still something that you can carry with you throughout your day. Whereas an art piece, you're just observing, and then, it'll always be outside of you. You can't take it with you. That's how I feel about it. Same way about poetry,
Right. I mean, I disagree with you. I understand why you say that. For me, a story in any form, conventional or unconventional, I mean, I'm surrounded by it. Like, it's all I've grown up on. It's all, it's commercial publicity based on, it's commercial filmmaking based on it, but even action is based on, and I don't have the biggest attention span, so poetry, fashion, a piece of sculpture like that, it works really, it might not live in me, but what it does is remind me that maybe there's no in me, that maybe I'm open to the outside at all times anyway, right? That me is maybe in flux, maybe an illusion. At the very least, when I see an object like that I've never seen anything like it before, it makes me think, how can I write something like that I've never seen before? The sheer novelty of it is a hugely important thing for me. And it isn't for all artists, it isn't for all writers, but for me, seeing something that I only barely understand and I have to work towards over time is fun.
Totally.
So what's your, it's obvious that you're very highly conceptual in your thinking about books. What's your process? Do you start with a concept and then do you just kind of like, right by the seat of your pants, or do you come up with outlines, or how do you work in this kind of sort of less than conventional way of writing?
Yeah, it's changed. When I started, I would write, like Dark Rides is my first book of short stories. I think it's about 10,000 words. The original manuscript is about 84. So I discovered that I loved slashing and cutting. And that would be my process for a couple more books. Write a ton, and then boil it down to bones. That changed with the cancer because I couldn't fucking lift my head up for years. So I started writing in my head. And when you're writing in your head and you're drugged beyond belief, I could only carry so many words or remember so many words and so many paragraphs at once. And then I would write them down and then I would start again. And then I would write those in my head for days and days and days, even weeks. So that was a different kind of writing for me. And I suspect accidentally came closer to maybe what poets do, which is like carry lines around and rearrange constantly. Some poets. But also, in the Well-Dressed Wound, then what happens is I forgot, like I would write them and work on them and then forget them. So as frustrating as it is for the reader to see these blank spaces, they were very indicative of me at the time, which was blanked out by drugs and pain often. Like, it's weird to work on something in your head for 2 weeks and not remember a line of it. The new book is a mix. Like I never do an outline. I try and know what I'm going to do in my head. That always changes. but in my head, to be able to start, I have to have the beginning and an end point. The important thing for me is rewriting. You know, a paragraph can take a month or two to get right, and then when the whole book is done, might need to be rewritten. I have to make myself laugh. Like I at least a couple times in the book, I have to write something so stupid or silly that I stand up and walk around and go, "You can't put that in a fucking book." Like that's the worst joke ever made by anyone. That's the stupidest, most childish thing. So it has to have that. And it also has to evoke, I don't have to make it public, but it has to evoke some feeling, some ache, or some warm memory of my past. All my books and all my stories have an emotional point, they concoct a feeling that I remember wistfully. I don't communicate. I don't tell people what they are. It can be simple as seeing Christmas lights across a field, in a upside down V on a house. It can be when you're in a mirror maze at a carnival and you notice like the glass or mirrors are smeared with snot, or maybe noseblood blood. It just has to have details that evoke something childish in me.
Michael Stipe, he does the same thing with his music.
Yeah.
Like REM, he's very vague with his lyrics, right?
Right.
But they mean something deeply personal to him, even though we have no idea what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, that's interesting because I loved REM in the day, and I read with Michael Stipe in New York the year before last. We got invited to read at William Burroughs' old apartment, and which his bedroom in the bunker on the Bowery is untouched from when he left it in 80 whatever. The bed sheets are still there, his glass is still there, his books are still there, and I can't say Michael Stipe was friendly at all, but when you grow up, they weren't my favorite band, but I loved them. I thought they were great, and so yeah, it was cool being in a room with Michael Stipe, and yeah, that makes sense to me. A lot of lyrics are like that actually. When I think about lyricists I love, there's even someone like when I was growing up, it was Morrissey. He was such a great communicator and such direct lines, but there were always things in his lyrics that were impenetrable. And in Shoplifters of the World, it's so clear what it's about, and then he says alabaster crashes over, 6 months is a long time, and that's a very Stipean lyric in a way, because you think, okay, is that a movie he saw? Is that something he saw as a kid? So I love that there's like clarity and then emotional pockets that are maybe inscrutable. I guess the thing with Michael Stipe is when he was really on, it felt universal, like Night Swimming or South Central Rain. And he also could really sing. I mean, he had that ache in his voice. So,
Chad, you haven't had a chance to say much yet. Did you have a question for Derek?
You're muted.
I think you are muted. Yeah. Yeah. Did you have a question?
No, I'm just no. Thanks though. I'm just.
Am I boring? Like, am I boring?
No.
Okay.
No, this is fascinating stuff.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, far from it.
Okay.
I wish I had known the personal backstory behind Well-Dressed Women. Perhaps I would have been more kind to it. I still probably
Don't worry.
liked it that much, but
yeah.
I mean, I really did notice that in the show that smells, I'm noticing something, that has more form in it than that did.
Yeah.
So I'm like, why did he write this back then? But now this actually has something I can hold on to,
But maybe that's good, right? I mean, maybe that's like, it's like listening to Lou Reed. Like every second record, you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so I guess the Well-Dressed Wound is sort of almost like your Metal Machine music.
Yeah, it's my Metal Machine music, it might be for you. The thing is, as a writer, like, I don't want to piss people off or get them angry, but it doesn't worry me either. If I accomplished what I set out to do, and what I set out to do is pretty simple, like that book, as slight and as blank as it might be, it still made me laugh. Like there are lines in that, especially that Stephen Foster says about like drinking. Okay, I love AIDS and stuff. Like I just can't believe that shit that I was writing. And especially when you grew up, I don't know how many of you, like, you all seem younger than me. I'm old. But, you know, I came of age in a small Ontario town. And when I told my doctor I was gay, I'd never had sex. I had never kissed a guy. He sent me for an AIDS test. And I said, but I've never had any contact. And they're like, but you're going to get it. Like, you will die of it because you are gay.
Jesus.
Like and when I moved to Toronto at U of T, I mean, this is recent history. It was 87. I had a urinary infection and I was refused treatment in the hospital in Toronto because as a gay person, I would just be promiscuous and it wasn't worth treating me because I would always be back.
Wow.
Joke's on them. You got cancer.
Yeah, I did. God got the last
And you
laugh.
beat it, apparently.
Well, we'll see. You know, me talking about beating it, I'm just fucking asking for it. Like, we'll see if I wake up tomorrow.
Yeah, knock on wood.
Jesus,
Yeah.
stupid.
So that's a violation of the Hippocratic Oath. Go ahead, Ann. I'm just saying that's a violation of the Hippocratic Oath that they would not treat you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit. I was just going to say, sorry. Hi, my name is Ann. I was feeling really ill earlier today, but I propped myself up with some drugs, so I'm back.
Okay.
I've written a bunch of books. Nisquam, Electra's Revenge, Disaster Fitness. Anyway, I wanted to maybe at some later date, because I don't want to monopolize the conversation I just barged into, but I've had a similar experience of writing while bedridden and near death in my head.
Yeah.
And, you know, since it's your only source of entertainment when you're stuck there,
I just lost her.
She froze up.
Yeah.
Always
but
in this part, too.
I mean, I guess I would kind of get what she's getting at is I think part of having to be a writer is having something of a rich internal life. And if you know, when you're sick, you're very hyper aware of your body in a way that you probably don't want to be. So it's
Anna,
nice
you're back
to escape.
yeah, I think my phone just switched networks. I was just going to ask you, I wrote a whole science fiction novel in my head while I thought I was dying, and I remember just feeling a little bit vexed that no one else would ever be able to read it because I was probably going to die, and I probably wouldn't remember enough of it to write it down anyway.
Right.
But after my miraculous recovery, which is another entertaining story in and of itself, I got thrown in a mental ward because I was hallucinating so badly that the medical staff didn't have the brains between them to, you know, take my temperature.
Right. See what delirium.
Yeah. I mean, I thought I was the president. And they threw me in the mental ward because I told them that my employer was Bob Barker. I'm probably about as old as you are.
I know who Bob Barker is.
Yeah. Some people here probably don't because Bob Barker is an old fart, a really old fart. But anyway, I was going to ask you, once I made my miraculous recovery, I do remember most of the book I read, but I have not yet taken the time to write it down because in hindsight, it didn't seem anywhere near as entertaining as it did when it was all I had to do with my brain besides die.
Right.
Did that happen to you? I mean, you said you had trouble remembering it, but also if you did remember it, were you like, oh man, that seems a lot more entertaining then?
I guess the difference, like, I love your experience and I wish I could be in your brain for a second to read what you were writing. Cause for me, and especially, I think it's when you read The Well-Dressed Wound, it's really less of a book than a howl. You know, it was really a howl over and over about how bad things could get, how many holes could open up in me, how many infections I could get. So I think you created a universe and populated it and moved among it. I didn't get that far. I mean, for me, it was really, now I did share the hallucinate. Like I had, my last surgery was 18 hours long. And at the end of it, they realized that the drip giving me the painkiller never kicked in. So I woke up. I woke up having had no painkiller for 18 hours, and immediately for weeks, a month maybe, hallucinated beetles eating me, walls falling down, people pulling my teeth out.
Oh God!
People flicking me with like stubs of arms and legs. So the Well-Dressed Wound is that book. It's that's what I was writing. That's what I was working with. It's a book of nightmares for me.
Wow.
And yeah, because of that, like when I can answer questions about it, because I can't go back and do it. Like I don't know how I would redo it. It was so of a me that is hopefully gone. And but you know that I took something really valuable from, which is that howl of pain. We should just let it go. Like we don't always have to dress it up in narrative, right? You don't always have to say she laid in bed recovering from the surgery that had caused her so much pain. Sometimes you can just be like Kathy Acker and just fucking scream on the page.
Wow, I haven't heard somebody reference Kathy Acker.
So,
but yeah, wow.
But I'm
See,
sure
I had the advantage of having a disease that caused hallucinations in and of itself.
Okay.
So I really, like I said, I'm not saying I liked almost dying. I'm just saying I almost died in a really kind of entertaining way. Because, I mean, I'm sure cancer doesn't provide the same sort of intrinsic, LSD-like entertainment as a high fever, right?
Yeah, no, I can't. I can't imagine. I've been around people who've had high fevers and had delirium and had conversations with ghosts and things like that. It wasn't like that for me. And it scares me, but I can see how it might be richer for sure if you're conversing with the hallucination, or if you're involved in the hallucination.
Oh yeah.
Mine was more just like getting ripped apart, having my teeth stolen or having someone shove a tube up my urethra. Like I'm just hallucinating these things constantly.
I bet that was the worst. That had to be one of the worst parts of it, right?
Yes. I mean, it was unbelievable. It was unbelievable to me. But then also look, like it's crazy that someone can survive that. And I'm here. Like, I just can't believe it.
Man.
I just can't believe it.
That's fantastic. And I wanted to ask you, having, gotten this far and gotten beyond this, hopefully forever, why do you think you survived? What do you think you are here? What purpose do you think you are here to realize? And we dropped it. We lost Anne again. Hopefully she'll be back. What purpose do you think you're here to realize?
I have no purpose. Like, I'm so useless. I'm useless in every way.
Your books aren't useless.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, in a way, I want them to be as useless as me, but they might actually, have a life beyond me, which is so weird. Okay, I'm going to give you a whole bunch of answers. One, I'm here because of the Canadian healthcare system, because I got it all free. Two, I have people that took care of me for months and months and months. One thing, I know this is so cheesy, and I have a cheesy streak in me, but my best friend's wife was pregnant when I got my surgery, and the only thing I wanted to meet this fucking kid so bad.
Aww.
And I got to meet him, and now he's 8, and we're best friends, and I take care of him twice a week, and it's just the greatest. There's another thing, if you read Castle Faggot, it's really a kid's book, in a way, a really dirty kid's book. And that's largely because my 8-year-old nephew if no one loves shit and pus and pee jokes more than my 8-year-old nephew. Like, this book is so for him, and he's so happy I wrote it, and I swear, because now he gets to say shit and piss and stuff. So, yeah, this is I fucking love that kid, and that's another purpose. I don't know about writing. Like, I feel like I made this joke in another interview, but I feel like all my books now are posthumous, so I don't feel like I have to write another book. I don't feel like it has to be anything in particular. I would like to, I don't know if anyone's read The Haunted Hillbilly. That was about Hank Williams. I'd like to write another book set at the Grand Ole Opry, because I love that era of country music so much. And I love Nashville so much, or I did when I went there.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm in Tennessee.
Are you really?
Zach and I are both in Tennessee. Yeah, we're about, I'd say, I don't know, 6 to 8 hours away from Nashville, right, Zach?
Huh.
So which way? Which way are you?
We're a long way from Nashville for sure.
Yeah, you're in Sevierville, right, Zach?
No, I'm in Morristown, but that's
okay.
not
I'm in the Tri-Cities, Kingsport, Johnson City, Bristol. It's like the cities are constructed in such a way that you can hit any of the 3 cities in like 45 minutes because of the way it's designed. So I'm in Kingsport, Tennessee, about 6 hours away from Nashville.
So Bristol, though, is country music capital.
It is, isn't it? I mean, it's pretty big, yeah.
That's the Big Bang.
So you know Bristol, Tennessee, fairly well.
I've been to Bristol. I've been to Nashville. I've been to Knoxville.
Knoxville's the best.
I like Knoxville, yeah. I wanted to go to the Roy Acuff Museum, which I didn't get to, just north of there. I've been to Memphis. Yeah, I've been to Nashville 4 times, I think. I love that city, but it's been years, so I just presume that all American cities have changed dramatically since the time I was there.
Now, let me ask you, did you find Tennessee to be largely judgmental when you were here? Because I think sometimes we get a bad reputation for that. And, I mean,
yeah, no, not at all. I thought Nashville, I found Tennessee super sophisticated, especially, I did research work at the Country Music Hall of Fame, and the people that are working there are, just great archivists and interested in music. I read at an art college in Nashville, and like all art colleges, everyone was way too fucking cool for school, right? It doesn't matter where you go in the world, art school kids are the same. They're just wasting their time on whatever shit you're presenting. So I loved that, No, I never found anyone judge. I mean, I remember I was on the radio in New York City heading down there, and they were like, "Oh shit, you're going to Nashville. Those hillbillies are going to get you for writing about Hank Williams like this." And first of all, that sounded kind of sexually exciting, and secondly, I was like, no, it's just like any city has its cosmopolitan side, its academic side. It's like music. I mean, people love good shit everywhere. There's pockets of great everywhere. So no, I was never worried about it.
Oh man, did you get to see that giant model they have in Tennessee of the Athenian?
The Parthenon.
Yeah, the Parthenon with the huge statue of Hera.
I drove by it at night. I didn't walk around it or anything, but there was a club. There's a club we went to near there where the Silver Jews used to play, and I can't remember the name of the club. Anyway, I'm old.
Oh God. My Greek professor took his classics majors down there every year, and we just marveled at this. Like somebody in Nashville, Tennessee decided, hey, let's reconstruct Athens out of concrete.
Yeah. I mean, Nashville's it's a weird city to me in that it has this history of it's a university town. It's a wealthy town from insurance. And then even though it despised the countryside that grew up, I mean, that's a source of enormous economic power and prestige there. And so it was a weird, it was a very, very, I found Nashville to be more like a northern city in that the concentration of wealth and universities and the evidence, like the Parthenon, and evidence of this kind of genteel history. At least they wanted you to think it was genteel.
Yeah. Although the American penchant for making copies of everything out of concrete is... I guess it's more intellectually curious than actually genteel, which is fine by me,
Yeah.
So does I was going to ask, does the Haunted Hillbilly, do you know if that's been published in America or not? Because I definitely really want to read that. I'm a huge Hank Williams fan.
Oh, it was published by, this was a long time ago, 15 years ago, by Soft Skull. And they let it slip out of print. But I think, I think you can find copies for $1 or $2 online. Like I know when I ran out of copies, I bought 3 copies online for $3. I'm really sad they let that. It didn't sell, but it had this really beautiful cover by John Langford of the Mekons, and I think people thought I was making fun of old country music or that Nashville scene, when actually, like, it was the opposite. It was like, yeah, it was like a bit twisted. It was like an EC horror comic, as I said, but I love that shit. Like I revere that stuff, and so I packed as much history as I could, because it's like it's a book written by a fan. It's full of arcane information.
Soft Skull. No wonder you and all of this sound so familiar. When I worked at the Chicago Reader in the early aughts, I was like the one book reviewer who would always review the weird shit, and I reviewed a lot of Soft Skull books. I wonder if I've ever reviewed you.
I read in Chicago. I can't remember. Do you know the writer Joe Mino? Oh, you know who I read with? I went down there. I was with Daniel Sinker, who founded Punk Planet. I toured with him and Joe Mino, and so I had these Chicago connections there.
Okay. Well, for reasons unknown, I was blackballed at Quimby's, so I never read there.
I never read there either.
I've never figured out why they blackballed me, but I used to read at Bucket of Blood when the guy from the Fur Coats, a punk rock band, ran it.
Yeah. Wait, was that the guy that was in Wolf Parade?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, they're Canadian guys who moved to the States, right? I think.
I can't remember, but
or is that the Handsome Furs? Anyway, sorry.
Anyway, yeah, like I'm sure we almost know each other in some way.
I had guys in that time period. I was in Chicago. I was young.
When you say you had Chicago connections, did you ever cross paths with an author named Sam Pink?
No.
Sam Pink that would have been after his time, really, probably. Sam Pink didn't start publishing till like the early, like 2000, I don't know, 8 or something like that.
Really, I thought it would have at least been like 99, but yeah, okay.
Should I read Sam Pink?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I used to actually correspond with Sam Pink, but he and I are both so autistic that I think we just forgot to answer each other at some point.
I'm embarrassed to say I don't know that name or the book, so I'm going to get on that.
I actually just read one this week. Highly recommend. Person.
But, I think the way I actually discovered you, Derek, was Joey Camo recommended one of your books, the Show That Smells.
Oh, nice. And you've read Joey's books?
Yeah, I've read a few of them, and I was also a big fan of his A Softer World webcomic when that was running.
Yeah. Joey and I had the same publisher in Canada. Oh, he hasn't published a book in a while, and I haven't published a book in Canada in a while. But for a while, we were both at ECW. And he used to live in Toronto, so we were good pals. And now he lives across the country. And we're in a pandemic, so I haven't seen anyone in 8 months anyway.
Yeah. That's true.
I'm in a pandemic with maybe you're like a pandemic and I have no immune system, so I live in fear of. The early days, I felt like coronavirus was like going to crawl through the keyhole and track me down, but I feel less afraid now.
Yeah.
Do you get things delivered to you? Does someone?
Yeah, and I've gotten over it a bit. Like I go out for walks and I double mask and I do people things now a little more. In the early days, like I'm such a hypochondriac that the early days were paralyzing, but maybe not just for me, you know.
I mean, with good reason. I mean, if to go through that and I mean, certainly you wouldn't want to, you know, go through anything like that again.
Yeah, well, and people took such good care of me the first time, and I don't know if anyone would want to take good care of me now. So, like, I didn't want to risk getting sick and having people like, "Fuck, dude, you've taken enough of our time. You're 51. Just go."
Things like that. In the medical industry, I mean.
I shouldn't say that. My friends would never say that. They might think it, but they would never say that.
Well, so as we're winding down, because Phoenix hopefully is still going to read a portion from his upcoming book, Dark Kid.
Okay.
I appreciate you coming on and clearing some things up. And I never thought that this day would come, you know, when I hated Well-Dressed Wound so passionately. And now I have the full story. I have a deeper insight into why it was, you know, constructed the way it was. And while I still may not, you know, enjoy the reading experience, I can at least look forward to seeing how your future books, are different, you know?
Yeah,
So,
no, for sure. I don't mind people hating my book. I mean, I grew up gay in Northern Ontario. Like, I'm not afraid of anything, and I'm certainly used to people hating me. So it's really no sweat off my ass. But I do hope, if you read the last section of Castle Faggot, I hope you laugh, because it's just pure television animated.
is it
cartoon.
going to be an ebook? Is it going to be an ebook at any point?
You know, that's a good question. I don't know.
Does Semiotext really do ebooks?
I don't think so. But you know, having said that they're now distributed by Penguin Random House, I would imagine they're under pressure to do that.
Well, the thing with the way the text is formatted, I don't think you actually could do it as a as an ebook, because there's a section. There's a section that's where you have to flip it upside down to read it.
Yeah, I guess they could post it as a PDF, which I had it on my tablet. But you know, when bookstores open again, just go into it's so short. Just go in and read it over 2 hours, and put it back down.
I could probably just buy it as a paperback or whatever. It's just Kindle is usually where I do most of my reading, because my shelves are filled to the brim and anymore, and they have to go on coffee tables or, you know, just any old where. But what are your future projects looking like, if you have any?
I am writing. Well, then the next book, I guess. There's going to be a next book, because what else am I going to do with myself? It's going to be in Nashville. It's going to be another country music. It'll be like the Haunted Hillbilly 20 years later, and it's going to be a vampire book. The Haunted Hillbilly was a vampire book. This is going to be in the Haunted Hillbilly. There's a character who is a reporter for Vampire Vogue magazine, which is the fashion magazine for vampires, and this new book is going to be an article from Vampire Vogue. So that character will be writing this as an article about Nashville.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, thanks for having me. Thank you, Ben, for noticing and asking, and it's very nice.
Yeah, thanks a lot for coming on. I think this was a great conversation.
Well,
I wanted to say that I liked what you said about art and artists, actually. I thought that was really interesting. And I'm sorry that you have experienced certain cruel things, but I'm glad that you write.
Thank you.
I'm glad you wrote your book anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, people end up going through cruel things. We all do. So I'm glad I came out, and I hope, I hope you don't. I hope no one else does. But if you do, I hope you get treated as well as I did.
Thank you, sir. And you can come back. You can come back, you know, get comfy with us anytime, you know. It's cool.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah.
I've never done anything like this, so it's fun.
Yeah, hopefully maybe we can have you back on when your next book comes out.
Absolutely. All right, thanks, folks.
Yeah,
Bye.
Be well.
Bye-bye. You too.
It's been a pretty satisfactory show, huh? So, Phoenix, I know we kept you waiting for so long, man. Do you still have it in you to read that portion of Dark Kid, or do you want to hold off?
I do. All
right.
So I wanted to read it because my sister is actually listening. She probably didn't want me to say that. I don't know, but I've been sharing my writing with her, and I figured this would be a really cool venue to be able to do that. So it was kind of an added bonus, because I know you wanted me to read. What?
How long did you say it was? 20 minutes?
Oh, so yeah, it should be about 20 minutes, because it's like 3,000 words. So I do have it in me. It's not too late just yet.
Great.
I think it's probably a good time. So, it was an added bonus, because I know you've been looking forward to me reading something for a while. So, okay, well, I'll dive right in.
Diving.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
I can
okay,
hear you.
Great. Okay, good. So this chapter is called The Dinner Party. They finally yanked me off the medication that they had put me on, the one that was making me so sick, restless, and anxious. It was destroying me quickly, and I was not myself. Honestly, I don't know why they took me off the medication, perhaps to give me some degree of false hope, but whatever the reason, I am off the medication.
Phoenix, I'm sorry to interrupt, but are we still live? Because my live counter's not counting anymore.
Yeah, mine is.
Oh, no, there it goes. Okay, it was just a glitch. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure. See, we weren't reading into the void. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Phoenix.
No, you're good. You're good.
Good.
No, I'm excited to read this.
Me too.
Okay, yeah. And I was not myself. Honestly, I don't know why they took me off of the medication. Perhaps to give me some degree of false hope. But whatever the reason, I am off the medication and I've had a couple days to get better. My memory is not as sharp as it was. I don't know if that was the medication or the stress surrounding me or both. It seems that everything that I want to believe is false. It isn't real. It doesn't represent anything actual. And I am making all of this up. It makes more sense to say that I have been in Phoenix's world and that I want to go back, that I can go back. But all of that just seems like false hope, something that I tell myself because I need to escape. Basically, my world has been cheated more than it ever has been before. And I know that Stryker is the reason for that. Stryker is ahead of you. I am relaxing in bed, letting myself rest, and doing my best to hang in there. Outside, it is dark and it is late, but still somewhat early compared to midnight. It is a weird effect. It's a weird time for me to be in the hospital because I'm trying to sleep and rest, yet there is still a lot of action and busyness happening around me, with other patients, with the psych techs, and with my general anxiety about everything boiling over. The pandemic. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. But I realize that I am a little bit hungry. My stomach is growling at me like a frustrated dog. That is when I suddenly hear a knock at my door. I look up and I see Mercury standing at the doorway. Hello, he tells me, and I know that he is already speaking in code with his gestures and his words. I have an invitation for you. He really knows things. I don't say anything so as not to overemphasize his secrecy, but he is as plain as day, holding a golden envelope. He walks up to me and says, "Dinner will be served. You are invited to have supper with Stryker right here in the hospital." He hands me the gold envelope and I open it to pull out a golden invitation. "Dear Dark Kid, you are invited to a dinner with Stryker. No need to RSVP. Happening now in the day room. You won't want to miss this historic event." I look up and I see that Mercury is gone. This is also very strange to me. Why would Stryker want to confront me in the hospital when he is doing so good orchestrating all of this behind the scenes? I don't understand what Stryker is playing at. My guess is he wants to rub it in and really emphasize how much in control he is of the situation. The pandemic it's outside, my mental illness, sickness, suicide. But I don't want to shirk my duty of confronting these forces, so I set the invitation down on the desk and I head towards the day room. All of this is so strange. I open the door to the day room and I see something that I didn't expect. It is like being in a very, very nice restaurant. The lights are turned low, there is a candle on the table, and the table itself has a tablecloth, the color of dark red, almost a bloody violet. Stryker is sitting there at the table, and there is bread there in a basket, as well as some oil and vinegar in a small dish. "Dark Kid," Stryker says enthusiastically. He gets up to greet me and to bring me to the table. "Come sit with me." He wants you to feel special, so you do what he wants. I'm confused by all of this. I don't understand what he is playing at. I see that there is wine at the table as well. "Would you like some dark red wine?" he asks me, pouring me a glass. I shake my head, but he pours it for me anyway and sits down on the table. I'm excited for this dinner. We can negotiate, talk business, get everything back on track. He is really doing this. It is strange, but it is out of my control. I know that all of this is an act, reverse psychology. All of this is out of my control. In fact, all of this feels so strange because it feels like theater, like smoke and mirrors, like a magic trick. I don't know what he wants. I am practically giving it to him by being ripped out of Phoenix's world, by being stuck in the mental hospital, by almost committing suicide, by not speaking out. "What do you want from me?" I say, sitting down, cautious yet sharp with anger. "Well, of course, I want you to have a nice meal," he tells me, and I see that there is silverware on our table, forks, timed like a weapon, spoons, a steak knife, a big, sharp, jagged steak knife, which could do so much damage if I took it and stabbed Stryker, or if he stabbed me. He wants this to be ugly. He's teasing violence. "You know that you look out for number one. You know you have to look out for number one, he tells me, so that's what I'm doing. That makes me angry in a way that I can't immediately identify. I say, why is Mercury doing the grunt work? Mercury is just a dumb, stupid, crazy kid trapped in the mental hospital for his incurable condition, Stryker says easily. A Roman god made to be a slave. Stryker laughs. Fancy that, huh? A bit tragic, really, but some people are so crazy that they have no potential, they have no purpose, nothing that they can do in this world or contribute to except to please their rulers, the Roman kings. Stryker smiles at me easily. I know you don't like that. I know you want everything to be fair, whatever that means. And you want everything to be just fine and dandy, like candy. But now, Dark Kid, I'm watching you and everything you do. Was your pandemic not enough? I asked Stryker coldly. No, it wasn't. The pandemic is child's play compared to what I really want to do, Stryker says easily. I'm telling you, Dark Kid, you don't want to cross my path anymore. You hurt yourself more and more by confronting me. We shouldn't be having this dinner party, yet here we are, because you misbehave. He pauses, looking at me curiously. But why don't we just eat some bread? I am not hungry, especially at 10 o'clock at night. In fact, the idea of eating food with Stryker makes me a little bit nauseated. Do you think I'm going to stay here? I asked Stryker. Do you think I'm going to stay locked up in a mental hospital? I know that I can find my escape. I know what to do. Taking a sip of wine, Stryker says, yes, freeing Phoenix from the hospital and all of that, and yet you still claim to know where Phoenix is. Stryker smiles at me maliciously. But I don't need Phoenix to be able to achieve what I want. You think you're so tough talking to the Snake Angel and Phoenix, but you are oblivious. But what is it that you want? I asked Stryker, poised like an acrobat, choreographing a scene with a sharp knife. This elaborate setup is not going to fool me. Stryker takes another sip of wine. You supposedly see past appearances, but you don't understand what the world really is. You don't see how dangerous it is to try and control other worlds. You don't even understand your own world. You are breaking these worlds. I understand it enough, I say, and I am beginning to feel something rather pleasant. Brazen. Arrogance. I say, I know that I can beat you, Stryker. I can beat you like Phoenix beating the bad guy. I smile at Stryker, and I am not worried. I cannot let myself be worried right now. You're just an older man looking for attention, but you think that's the way that it's going to stay, Stryker? Stryker is a little bit caught off guard by my sudden resistance, but he smiles at me coolly, heatedly, and says, I think we've got plenty of time to be on the same page here. But let's eat dinner. At this moment, Mercury walks into the day room with 2 plates of food. On the plates are a medium steak and some roasted vegetables. Dinner is served, Stryker says enthusiastically. The way he says this makes it sound like this is less of a dinner party and more of a foray and excursion into death, dying, and disease. Stryker doesn't actually want the steaks. This is instead a metaphor for his deeper and wilder ambitions, his understanding of reality as containing death and decay. And all of this is an act, mere theater. The food may as well be plastic. I myself am not hungry, and I don't really want steak as a vegetarian. This is so strange. Thank you, Mercury, Stryker says almost sarcastically, yet pretending that he actually cares. You're welcome, sir, Mercury says flatly. I think about the letter that Mercury gave me. He is knowledgeable. He is not some servant boy who doesn't know anything about the world or what is going on. He is in fact a keen observer of everything that is happening around us. And I think that this is important in general for me to keep in mind. Things are not what they seem. Well, are you going to eat? Stryker asks me in the strange drama that we are in. Why can't Mercury get some bread? I ask. Were you going to eat it all? I say sarcastically. Stryker looks at me carefully. Yes, I did just challenge him, but I know that Stryker knows that I will do this because I must. I don't want any bread, Mercury says. Well, the boy here says that you need some bread, Stryker says to Mercury, and he says this menacingly. In one tense moment, I wonder if I said too much, arrogantly taunting Stryker. Mercury naturally is doubtful about taking any bread, but Stryker encourages him anyway. Get some bread, boy. Even dogs have to eat. Mercury manages to take a little bit of the bread. He eats it very quickly and is about to leave when Stryker says, I know you two want to try to communicate. Don't even bother. I will interfere. I know what you two talk about. Mercury nods his head and then he leaves. He's bluffing. I continue to observe all of this. I watch as Mercury leaves the room, and then Stryker says, anyway, my business is with you, Dark Kid, not my slave. I guess you like intimidating other kids, I say. I know that you don't want steak, you just want the metaphor of violence and dominance. You want to take a steak knife and stab me right now, but you won't because you don't want too much blood on your fancy clothes. Very smart of you to say, Stryker says, and he slowly picks up the knife. He points it at me. Stabbing you is not above anything that I could do, though. I could stab you, of course. But what's your end goal, I ask. It's not like you even know. Your goal is to resist me, okay? But there are other heroes out there to torment yourself with. No, Dark Kid, you are wrong. I am essentially several steps ahead of you, because you aren't even aware what you did to yourself whenever the germ was inside of your mind, and it made you question yourself in a way that you already did, and then you didn't want to live. You didn't want to live at all. I know that you want to hurt Mercury. That is why you are so kind to him. You don't seem to know yourself, know what you represent, and I don't take any issue with stabbing you in the dark or stabbing you in the back. You know what I'm saying, Dark Kid? Despite myself, I smile a little bit. Stryker hesitates a moment, and I see for a moment fear. I say, I can do death and darkness, Stryker. You think that I don't have any experience with these things, but I know the mind longs to understand horror, the horrors of our world and the horrors of existence itself, madness, existence, pain, agony. There's a lot of existential fear, and there's also cosmic terror, war, famine, plague. There are different ways you can slice it up, whether a little bit more localized or something that makes your mind explode, but it's all the same thing, and that's my home. You really want to go there, don't you? Stryker says, and he almost sounds impressed. I think that I really want to see you burn for what you have done to me and to my world. I say, you have hurt some of the most beautiful things that I hold dear to me, not just the people on my planet, but also my friends, my really close friends like the Light Kid, like Phoenix, like Mercury. I don't like it. And smiling a little bit to show the absurdity of all of this, I pick up the steak knife. I could stab him, but I won't. Stryker seems to question himself again, a little bit caught off guard by my brazen, but he quickly gets himself together and says, I wasn't going to eat everything. I was going to save some for the dogs like Mercury. Yet he's afraid of something. He knows I know. He knows that I can challenge him. But what is he afraid of about me? I am still holding my knife as a weapon, my bluff. I could stab him if I wanted. Stryker knows he could stab me easily if he wanted, except it wouldn't really be that easy for either of us. I have my code of honor and nonviolence, and Stryker doesn't want to kill a useful tool in his shed. So, a little bit anticlimactic, I take the steak knife and I cut a piece of the steak. I am vegetarian, so I don't eat any of it. I just pretend that I will, to show that I am willing to swallow the blood and the meat. The violence represents what's really here. Stryker wants me to devour hell. Go ahead, Stryker says. Do you think I poisoned it? Or are you just indifferent to steak? Calling the bluff, I take a bite of the steak. It feels like death. In fact, it doesn't even taste good. I'm not hungry. I don't want the feast in the day room with Stryker. I don't want the feast with anyone who wants to hurt the people around me. But this is how I assert that I can experience death and understand it. I say, I called your bluff. I ate a piece of the steak to show you I'm not afraid if you poison me, and I'm still alive. Stryker says, there is more than poisoned steak for you in the future, Dark Kid, if you are ready to acknowledge that. You may have something that I want, but I have something you want. You want the cure to the pandemic, and I want you to do what I say, like good old Mercury, my slave boy. But I know that you won't, because you have to fight, and because you would easily stab me with a steak knife if the tables were turned, and if you had the chance. But they aren't turned, and I am the one in control. You don't even realize what you have done. You don't realize why we are having this funeral dinner anyway. I realize in this moment that I am confused. I don't know what Stryker is talking about, but Stryker just smiles at me. You want to know, don't you? He says. I don't want to know anything, I say, taking a bite of the vegetables. I don't want to know anything that you have to say. I don't believe you. It's too late, Stryker says, and that is when I see that we are no longer inside of the day room, but walking through the forest that I was in when they said that I committed suicide. Walk with me to see the truth, Stryker says to me. You think you are so in control of all of this. You think that you have all the power in the world, that you are a real hotshot, but you don't know anything. You don't know anything about how all of this functions. Now that you have seen that bloody steak just taste like dust in your mouth, and you're seeing all of this as a mere elaboration on something much deeper, something that you didn't understand about yourself, you are a fool. I don't know what we are doing here, but the strange vibe of the dinner party has given way to the violence of myself, something that I have done to myself, but I don't know yet what that is. This is the forest where I supposedly committed suicide, but I didn't. I didn't commit suicide. I'm still here. I didn't die. But Stryker is leading me through the forest saying, I already know everything about you, Dark Kid. I know everything. You can't surprise me. I want you to see the truth of what you have done. I want to see the truth too. So yeah, that's the chapter. Yeah.
Snapping noises. That was really good.
Very mysterious.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm very curious now.
You know, Dark Kid seemed a little more vulnerable than I remember him being in Street Kid. I don't know. and I know that he's like the mirror image of Street Kid, I guess, in many ways. But he seemed awfully vulnerable compared to how he was in that other book.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to give too much away, but you have read The Street Kid, and one of the reasons for that, I would say, based off the mythology, is because the Street Kid imagines the Dark Kid as being like super like confident, always has his shit together, cool. But in reality, in the Dark Kid's perspective, it's much more complicated because for a variety of different reasons, including the violence of the world and kind of his own backstory. So,
from Dark Kid's perspective, is he seeing Street Kid as someone who's malevolent, or is he experiencing it the same way as Street Kid is, and he's living out this, this meanie, basically being mean to Street Kid? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, so based off the mythology, I don't want to give too much away, but I would say that in general, the Dark Kid respects the Street Kid. So their friendship is still pretty solid. And that was intentional because their relationship is really important in the overall arc that I've been building.
Would reality fall apart if these two didn't exist? Like reality you write in, would it fall apart without them?
I think my reality would.
That's what I mean.
Well, because I think I mentioned that. Yeah, the Dark Kid was obviously inspired by Jack Sawyer, but as I was writing the book, he became a completely different character.
Jack Sawyer from Stephen King's
yeah,
The Talisman or The Black House?
The Talisman. It would be from The Talisman. The Black House didn't influence me as much.
I still have not read The Talisman. I know it's like you gush about it. The Talisman gets mentioned on here when you're around as much as like House of Leaves gets mentioned by everybody else. Those two books, I swear, man. Yeah. They must be really great.
Well, I obviously wasn't only influenced by The Talisman, but it probably is my favorite book. I mean, I have to give it credit for how much it influenced me. And I had a head start because I read it as a kid. But yeah, I mean, it's been really influential.
Anybody know what happened to Gregor?
I probably had to go, and either his internet either he had to go or his internet just kicked off to the point he didn't bother trying to get back on.
Right. Nothing happened that would have lit him up or anything. I know. So okay.
He's not the kind to get lit up very easily. You don't need to worry about that.
It's not like we don't have enough people here. Chad.
But earlier today, I just want to mention, since you mentioned Stephen King, earlier today I read like a listicle that was supposed to rank his work from best to worst. Guess what they rated as the worst?
Oh, wait,
Stand.
Let me guess.
The Stand.
No, they actually rated that pretty high.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
The Shining.
What?
Gunslinger.
No, that was like the number 2 or 3 on the list.
From a Buick 8.
No, that was pretty low, but that wasn't the bottom. They listed the Gunslinger as the worst.
Oh.
Why?
That's what I just said,
I didn't hear you. I don't have no idea. That's probably the one. That's definitely one of the better ones in the Dark Tower series.
Did they justify everyone?
They with not really. They didn't really have enough rooms in the blurb.
Did you say listicle?
Yeah, it's on Screen Rant. Screen Rant is kind of garbage.
Yes.
You talking about this right here? That's it, right?
Yeah.
Is it showing? Okay.
They list the guns. They list the Gunslinger as the worst, and that's really confusing.
Yeah,
yep.
wow.
I can understand maybe the Gunslinger, but are they talking about the Dark Tower series as a whole? Or are they ranked?
No, they list other ones higher.
Okay. No. Song of Susanna should not be that in that position on the list. That doesn't make
Rage is way better. Rage is a good book. That's probably like the funniest book of his. I've heard that's not very good.
I don't even consider that like a full-length book. I mean, that's a short story. And this right here, this is like a post-Dark Tower, but occurring during Dark Tower kind of novel, right?
I don't know. I haven't read that.
I think that's when Roland goes back through the Dark Tower story, only he has the Horn of Eld this time, which we still don't know what that means, and he'll never explain it. So, the Regulator, that has something to do with space cowboys or something. Rose Matter, that Stephen King tried too hard with that when he admitted himself, something about disappearing into a painting, and there's like a bull god or something. Dreamcatcher, there's like alien turds or something that invade.
The shit weasels.
Yeah, Bag of Bones. I heard that one's actually pretty well written. Okay, we could go through this whole thing. Let's just skip down to number one, and it's probably one of his like prototype novels. No, it couldn't be the Stand. That makes sense.
The Shining's number 2. 3 is Misery.
Misery should not be 3. I think Dead Zone should be higher than Misery. Dead Zone was my first experience with Stephen King, and I still think it's one of the best ones he ever wrote. Man,
what's the reason for it being the worst?
No, it's the best on that list.
Oh, the best. Oh, okay. Okay.
That's because they're sucking up to their reader base, probably.
Probably.
I mean, come on. You know?
Well, the thing about Stephen King is I know that like I think people are polarized about him because like he is like a popular writer, and I think some people think that that's unfair in the sense that like he probably isn't that good. So like I don't want to like rank him as like extremely important, but it is interesting that we have all of these notions of art, and Stephen King, who's like my books on art, like the Talisman affected me so much. I just find that interesting because I get this kind of like we have all of these expectations about what art needs to be, but what's interesting is sometimes it doesn't fall into that category, that we kind of like overthink it, and that might be why the Talisman is so interesting because like it's still intellectual in many ways, but I feel like it's not, it just doesn't feel, and this is just my opinion, but like it doesn't feel as like forced as something else, you know? So.
Chad, I know we haven't gotten to hear much from you, and I apologize for that.
Fine. No.
What are you thinking? What have you taken away from tonight? About anything? I mean, because you're a podcaster yourself. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's unfair to exclude you, you know, and I know you haven't gotten a chance to speak much. So.
No, it's fine. It was interesting to hear Derek. What is that his name?
Derek McCormack.
Yeah, it was.
What a story
to hear his story. Yeah,
poor guy. I mean,
it really gives you. I mean, I was sitting there listening to him, thinking about all the the problems that I have that just seem so trivial, even though some of them aren't. In comparison to what someone might be going through with that kind of. I've never read any of his stuff, so I don't know. I did read your review. That was bad, man. That was harsh.
Was I seething? Was I rude?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wrote that immediately after I read it, man, and I felt let down because the synopsis seemed so promising, and sometimes I will tear into authors, and hopefully they don't take it personally. But I mean, I kind of go Howard Beale sometimes. I can go there. I can go to that place. I can become Howard Beale. I can channel Howard Beale or Barry Champlain very easily.
I think you'll definitely like Castle Faggot a lot better.
He seems like a good guy, man. And he seems like
is. I can tell, yeah.
Just really good spirited, like
I love the fact that he wasn't fazed by it,
Yeah. Yeah, I respect that.
But what's going on with you? What are you writing right now?
I'm trying to finish up a final draft of something I've got coming out in January under a kind of a pseudonym. It's not a very cryptic one. You'll be able to tell it's me, but it's something that it's kind of like my version of Selling Out for a minute, I think.
Lad Chudswick. Yeah, look for a book by Lad Chudswick.
How come
Lutsky or Chudsky?
How come none of your books have been optioned for like a Netflix TV series or anything like that? I mean, or like a
I can't really say that. I can't really talk about that.
I mean, the quality is there. I'm not just bullshitting.
Yeah, I mean, thanks. I mean, there's all I can say is there's something in the works. It has nothing to do with Netflix, but yeah, there's something that I've been working on with a team of people for most of the year.
That's not how I pictured you. That's not really you, is it? Is that a mask?
That was the image of God himself, as channeled by Cunt Crusher.
I mean, I couldn't really tell with the light on him so intensely, but I wanted to think Sloth from the Goonies for a second.
Oh, gosh.
I mean,
That's where you go.
It's the light. It's the light. It doesn't mean he's got an eye where his nose is supposed to be. It's just the light, man. Come on, CC. I gotta eat crow again, I guess.
Yeah, grab the crow and start shoving it down your throat.
I'm eating so much crow tonight that I'm gonna be shitting feathers all night.
Hey,
it's
Chad,
healthy.
while we're in the same place, I really loved Foster Homes and Flies, and I'm like really eager to explore more of your work. But that was just such a moving, wonderful story. Really great.
Oh man, thanks a lot. It means a lot. Thanks for reading.
Oh man, no, my pleasure. I thought it would have made a really good stage play, like very claustrophobic and very like kind of surreal. It was just really great. I loved also I won't give anything away for anyone who hasn't read it out there in the audience, but I really loved the word that, gets him in the end, I guess. That was so perfect. It was great.
Thank you so much.
Oh no, man. Great stuff. You're an excellent writer.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask that that story was like very emotionally real. Like, were you just working off of like a personal feeling toward a family member, whether actually alive or dead, or is it just,
No.
you really just wanted to do this coming of age story?
Yeah, it was my first book, and so it was just something that came up, and I knew I had to write, and I thought that the premise was an original one, and I thought people would like it. So, yeah, my wife kind of laughed at me at first when I said, I got a great idea for a book. She said, what's that? So I have a kid whose mom dies, and he doesn't tell anybody because he's got a spelling bee at school. She's like, what? You're going to write a whole book about that? And I said, watch me. So
that's cool, man.
She's my biggest cheerleader and biggest support.
That's nice.
But yeah, it was funny looking back.
That's very cool. I didn't realize it was your first book too. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It seems very tight for a first book.
Thank you. I mean, I'd read, I'd written lots of short stories, but never like
Right on.
novella.
That's cool, man. Well, I gave it like 5 stars, and because I added it to my list, a couple other people read it and also gave it 5 stars. So
great.
Hopefully it will continue to get attention because it's a great piece.
Awesome.
Love it.
I thought about writing a screenplay and trying to do something with it eventually.
You really should, man. Like I said, I guess because I go to the theater a lot, or I did, and hopefully will again someday. I really envisioned it very interestingly as like kind of a black box, almost Sarah Kane-ish kind of a stage play.
Yeah.
Really loved it. I think it would work in a lot of mediums.
Thank you.
I should get going soon, but I wanted to say that I actually really like the art for Skullface Boy.
Yeah.
I noticed that one had gotten a blurb by Stephen Graham Jones on Goodreads, I think. And I actually just recently read Mongrels.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like you and
just recently read Mongrels. And I kind of feel like you and
so I don't know what is that the multiverse?
I don't know what
I'm like talking twice.
Yeah, I hear it too.
I'm like talking twice.
Yeah, I hear it too.
I don't know why it would do that.
Multiverse.
Or maybe so I mute.
Multiverse.
I think it's still doing that.
Or maybe
Jeremy, are you doing something?
I think it's still doing
Is
that.
Jeremy even here?
Jeremy, are you doing something?
I think he probably dropped.
He died.
I think he probably dropped.
Well,
He died.
I don't
yeah,
know if
probably.
that's
Well, who's all here?
Yeah, is Jeremy really gone?
He got
He'll
him.
be back.
What just happened?
Yeah, is Jeremy really gone? I guess he is.
got him.
He'll be back.
Sounds like we got a whole party going on.
Did y'all hear someone freaking talk? Was that CC?
Sounds like we got a whole party going on.
Did y'all hear someone freaking talk? Was that CC?
What's up?
Sup?
Well, anyway, but yeah, just to drive that point home. I mean, it's okay. So
Hey, Phoenix, I do have an idea I did have a question for you, Phoenix.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm doing that.
I don't know if that's too distracting.
Yeah. I don't know if that's too distracting.
I don't hear anything.
Really? So it's just me.
No, I hear it.
No, I hear it.
Really, so it's just me.
It's weird.
No, I hear it.
I hear you.
it.
What's your question?
That's pretty
headphones
bad.
in, Phoenix?
Mm.
It's weird.
Hurry up and get back in here, to Jeremy.
That's pretty bad.
Jerry makes me laugh with the way that he kind of almost parodies the form,
Jeremy makes
so
me
like
laugh with the way
podcasting
that
and
he,
live shows.
kind of
No, he doesn't do it
Yeah.
intentionally.
like podcasting.
He doesn't
Yeah, we're
do it
just
intentionally.
idiots.
No, he doesn't do it intentionally.
That's fair.
Yeah, we're just
Yeah, we're just
dumbasses.
idiots.
But yeah,
That's
I was
fair.
just gonna say that
we're just
Chad seems to
dumbasses.
Chad and Stephen Graham Jones. Those
Yeah,
books
I
are
was just
similar
gonna say that,
in
yeah,
themes of
Chad
alienation
and
and like
Stephen Graham Jones.
similar
Those
wavelengths.
books are
It's
similar
pretty
in
interesting.
like themes of alienation and like
Hey,
similar
CC,
wavelengths.
what was your
It's pretty
question?
interesting.
Excuse me, am I the only person who's hearing this outrageous feedback? Excuse me, am I
Yeah,
the
we think
only
it's
person
Jeremy.
who's hearing this outrageous
Hey, Jeremy,
feedback?
you suck.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, we think it's Jeremy.
Hey,
Jeremy, give me the stamp show so I can run it properly. Jeremy, give me the stamp show so I can run it properly.
Hey, CC, what was your question? I'm curious. Hey, CC, what was your question? I'm curious.
Yeah, where does your book take place? It sounded like it happens on other planets or something. Like on another planet.
So, yeah, that's a good question. I mean,
Where does it
honestly,
happen
it's
on
a lot,
Earth?
yeah, it's a lot to keep track of. But I would
Yeah,
say
that's a good
so.
question.
There,
I mean, honestly,
there are
it's
a lot of different worlds,
yeah, it's a lot to keep track
as
of.
well as universes,
But I would
as
say-
well as
so there-
multiverses.
There are a lot of different worlds.
So
Mhm.
that
As well
scene
as
specifically
universes,
was
as well
taking
as
place
multiverses. So that scene specifically
in the
was
Dark Kids
taking
world?
place in
because I had referenced at the beginning that he was switching
In
back
the
and
Dark
forth
Kids
into
world?
Phoenix's world,
Mhm.
which is
because
referenced,
I had referenced at the beginning that
obviously,
he was switching back and forth in Phoenix's
which is
world,
where it's from Phoenix's perspective.
obviously
um, So like
which is
it
where it's
kind
from
of starts
Phoenix's
off with just like a couple worlds, with
so, like,
Phoenix's world, the Dark
kind
Kids
of starts
world,
off with just like
and
a
then it
couple
kind of
worlds,
branches out from there
with,
into
Phoenix's world,
other
the Dark
worlds,
Kids world, and then it
um,
kind of branches out from there,
including even Mercury's
into
world,
other worlds,
and then all of that goes into eventually goes into
including
the
even Mercury's
multiverse.
world, and then all of that goes into
So you've been writing
eventually
about
goes
the
into the
multiverse
multiverse.
the whole freaking time.
Where,
Yeah.
You've been writing about the multiverse the whole freaking time.
Yeah.
where do your ideas come from?
Well, that's a good question.
My
So
butt.
there are a lot of.
My
Well,
butt.
that's a good
I mean, I
question.
totally understand like the like kind of almost cynicism of good ideas because I think
I mean, I
I
totally
think
understand like the
it's understandable
the,
to be
kind of
like, well, there's no
almost
good
cynicism of
ideas,
'cause
you know.
I think
But I have to admit, like I
understandable to be like, well,
am
there's no
inspired a
good
lot
ideas,
by just the different things I read.
but I
And
have
so,
to
like,
admit, like I
They
am
make,
inspired a lot by just
depending on what I'm reading, like they make me feel a certain way,
so like
and like I think I channel some of that when I'm actually
depending on what
writing.
I'm reading, like they make me feel a certain way.
Absolutely.
Do you read a
no
lot of
one
Carl
would
Jung?
wanna
I'm
be
actually
watching
writing.
this.
I have been reading Carl Jung
Do you
actually.
read a lot of Carl Jung?
At various times in my life, and right now I'm
I
reading
have
the
been
Red
reading
Book.
Carl Jung actually.
I love that book.
At various
the Red
times in
Book.
my life, and right now I'm
So
reading
I was
the Red
actually
Book.
reading Philip K.
There's a-
Dick's
There's
Exegesis.
a book
Yeah, the Red
that
Oh,
So I was actually reading Philip K. Dick's
Oh, go ahead.
Exegesis.
there's
Oh,
a
go ahead.
there's a book that heavily references Carl Jung, Blood Crazy by Simon Clark. It's a pretty good like it's not zombies, but it's pretty good. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Yeah,
but it's
that's
heavily
cool.
influenced by Jung.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
and I don't know. I because like I know that people are cynical about like original ideas
Well,
and stuff, and I get
don't know,
that. So like I don't want to like play off as being like completely original because even like the Dark Kid is inspired by Jack Sawyer and the Talisman. But I don't know. Sometimes just like doing the process of writing, like things start to come together in an interesting way. And I know that I do also rely sometimes on like an autobiographical mode of like writing from like just my perspective and various things. So like The Street Kid was basically like my autofiction because it did come from my life, even if I added a lot of fictional elements to it.
Because it did come from my life, even if I added a lot of fictional.
But I was going to say I was comparing the Exegesis by Philip K. Dick with.
So I noticed there was.
I was comparing the Exegesis by Philip K. Dick with the Red Book by.
Okay. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but you mentioned bread in your story, right?
Yeah.
Pretty heavily, they were eating bread or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there significance to that?
Yeah.
Well, there's probably a lot of significance. I'm not sure if it's necessarily like metaphorical for like the reader or like the listener. But the bread. I mean, for one thing, it may just be like more of a metaphor, but I think of like really fancy restaurants where they like serve bread.
It may just be like more
and
of a
it's like
metaphor,
interesting to think about how bread is like one of the simplest forms of sustenance,
it's like interesting to think
but it's like a
about how bread
powerful
is like
form
one
of
of the
sustenance.
simplest
And like kind of
forms of
without giving
sustenance,
too much away, like
but
some
it's
of
like
the
a
metaphor
powerful
in
form
this
of
specific
sustenance.
scene
And like
was
kind
kind of focusing on
way, like
that
some of the
interplay of
metaphor
like
in this specific
simplicity versus complexity.
was
So that's
kind
why I
of
contrast the
focusing on
steak with
that interplay
the
of,
bread.
like, simplicity
It's like the
versus
idea is like,
complexity,
can a
so that's
slave
why I
boy at
contrast
least
the
have
steak
bread?
with the
You know,
bread.
or a kid in a hospital can at least have bread. And that's kind of the tension. I mean, granted, that's my own interpretation of it, but at least those are some of the ideas. So
That's kind of the tension.
I don't want to necessarily imply like maybe religious significance, but I think because bread is a common metaphor in religion, specifically Christianity, I think that might have come out a little bit too. Because like I think some of that scene, like to me, really conveys some of my thoughts about kind of like I guess the unfairness of the world, that like people that do have like something good to offer like tend to not really be like understood. So Mercury would be an example of that, because the Dark Kid has a little bit more power because he's at least talking with Stryker, but Mercury is just like doing what he's told. Like he's just some kid in a hospital, like nobody cares. And like, so I don't know, so kind of with the symbolism of like the bread and stuff, I kind of just think of those themes. So
knowing nothing about the characters or the books, I kind of definitely felt like it was a conversation with kind of, you know, the devil or a tempter figure, or however you want to, you know, address this negative source of energy. So that was very interesting then to have the bread just brought up, because I didn't even really think about that. But yeah, it is kind of like an anti-Eucharist in a way. Very interesting.
Hopefully Carl Jung like repented before he died and isn't in hell right now, because he's a complete enemy of God.
Nobody cares.
Don't even get me started. No, I think, you know, you got to remember the concept of the righteous pagan, where someone affects so many lives that regardless of what they believe, they're still saved. So I don't know if your faith has the concept of the righteous pagan like Catholicism does, but that's what I was raised with.
Well, I mean, the Eucharist is a common symbol. I think it's hard to get away from that, because like it's part. I mean, to use Jung of all things, I think it is part of the collective unconscious.
Like it's part. I mean, to use Jung of all things, I think it is.
Like it's definitely like a part of like, I think in the West at least, it's how we think about, I think, relationships and dynamics and things.
Definitely. Very interesting. Really enjoyed that section of writing. Thank you for sharing.
Really.
Oh, I appreciate that.
So are we the only three left on here?
We might be.
Is Chad still on here?
Yeah.
We might be. Still on here.
Oh wait, Ben's still here.
Yeah.
So did Jeremy really just like leave? Then?
Well, I don't think he left. He's probably having computer problems.
Did Jeremy really just like?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it seems like with the righteous pagan, that would count as someone who had never been exposed or evangelized. That would count as someone who had never been.
So you think it's like a grandfathered in thing and that it's not an option anymore? That God took it out of the contract?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't really apply to Young's case because he was certainly well aware.
I think he believed very earnestly in God, and I think he.
What happened, Jeremy?
The Red Book definitely. He's talking
went
about his relationship.
5
with God.
minutes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went 5 minutes without internet, and I went through withdrawals. That's what happened.
Well, hurry up and get a quick fix of cat videos, so you know you can get back to running the fucking
Get
show.
my message. Zach,
So-
did you get my message?
What kind of message?
Text message.
No, my phone is somewhere. No, my phone's upstairs.
Okay, never mind.
Were you
Anyway,
trying to get on here or something?
Why don't?
what were we talking? What? Go ahead, Ben.
Well, I was gonna say, why don't we look at what's on the Wonderland award list and see what we think of it.
Okay. Now, some people here are not initiated into Bizarro, though. Correct. So.
Well, we can kind of. I mean, it'll be a good way for Regina to get some books on her reading list.
yeah, and I've been into Bizarro for years. I'm pretty into Bizarro.
So it'll be a good way for everyone to get new books on their reading list because there are some good stuff on there.
So Jeremy, I should probably get going, but I appreciate you. inviting me on.
I appreciate you coming on, Phoenix, and you are an integral part of this, group.
I very much enjoy it. Did you want me to stay a little bit longer? I can, because I don't want to cut anything off.
I mean, I don't mind you staying until the end. I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, you're the second wave of regulars that started coming. You're in the second wave with, I guess, Lesko and a few select few. So
It is a lot of fun. I will probably listen to it. I enjoy doing that too. But I plan on being I plan on being back next week as well. So thanks for letting me read The Dark Kid. And yeah, I was gonna say I did send it to Clash Books.
awesome. I think that you'll find a good partnership with Christoph Paul reading. He runs.
He seems cool.
So
Yeah.
you've talked to him.
I sent the manuscript. Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hopefully they like it.
Yeah, it'd be
Now,
awesome.
the only thing is, if I know Christoph like I think I do, and his girlfriend and the others, they may ask you to shorten it. I don't know how you feel about that. They may ask you to kind of trim the fat.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It would just depend on what that entails.
If you get that far, work with them, and I think that they've done wonders for some authors who used to be dismissed as unsellable. So
Yeah, I believe that. No, I was looking at their catalog. It looked pretty cool.
Mhm.
So
So
all right. Well, thanks
Thanks
for having me on.
all right, buddy. We'll see you next time.
Phoenix.
Okay, see you everyone.
Talk to you later, Phoenix.
And
Good
glad
night.
you could make it. We weren't sure if you would be here tonight, so hope you're in better health than before.
Yeah,
I
you
think
said
it's
you were
just
sick
stress.
when you texted me.
Yeah, I think it's just stress. I just I couldn't stop feeling like I was going to throw up, so I was so busy using my mouth to not throw up. I didn't think I could really talk effectively.
CC had to run too. Always good to see the Cunt Crusher. I feel like there's a lot we still don't. There's a lot of blanks to fill in with him. We still don't know him like we should or could, and hopefully, that changes over time. What were we gonna do or talk
Look
about?
at the Wonderland list.
Yeah.
I gotta bail, guys. I'm gonna go to bed.
Oh,
But Chad, don't you
Good
read
night.
Bizarro? Don't you read Bizarro, Chad?
I have read some. I'm not a huge fan. I like some Bizarro light, I guess you would call it.
Gotcha.
But
Okay. Well,
I
we
haven't
do.
read too much of it though.
Well, we appreciate you coming by, and I'm sorry you couldn't get much of a word in, But
No, that's not why I came in here.
okay.
I didn't want to talk about myself.
I think it's awesome that you're participating in this, and I appreciate everybody. I appreciate you coming in here, Chad.
Sure. You guys have a good night.
I'm going to start listening to your show. I owe you at least that much, as much attention as you've given this.
What is it? Paleo cheese? Is that it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna start checking those out tonight or tomorrow.
Right on.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, guys.
Talk to you later.
All right, I'll see you.
Good night.
Dropping like
that reminds me. I was going to pick you guys' brains.
Yeah.
Does anybody know of any publishers who work with authors who hate people? I mean, really, like the way I hate people.
I fucking wish I knew.
Because
Feral House.
Feral House, no. I mean, I actually this is yet another slice of my bad luck. I had a deal to write a book for Feral House. I was co-writing a book about J.K. Weasel with my friend David. You probably don't know him because he's more of a music guy than a literary guy, but David Wolin is his name in case you know it. But then, Adam died. And he was, the people who took over, not really as open-minded as he was. Not really as open-minded.
That's really sad.
And what about? And have you ever heard of civil coping mechanisms? I don't know if
they're not open. They're not open.
Are they dead?
Oh, they got absorbed into something else. I can't remember what.
Okay, what about what was that other one, man? Holy shit! How can I forget it now? Didn't Ray Nelson run it at some point? The one that was bigger than civil coping mechanisms, but damn, Seidlinger was involved in it too.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh man, it started with a D or an H or something. I don't know. Hyper or something. I don't know. Okay, it'll come to me when the show's over, probably. Okay, so. All right, share screen, Wonderland Awards. We are. Hey, send a link to Strange, Zach, because he always likes to be a part of this, huh? Go.
It's not on the screen.
I know. I'm getting there. All right. Let me. There we go, and there.
Wow, it's amazing that. Despite the basic nature of writers, none of us can think of a publisher who will work with writers who actually aren't bullshitters.
I'm telling you,
to be honest, most writers and publishers are.
There is someone on the tip of my tongue that I cannot remember the name of that would serve that purpose. Okay, let's check this out. Huh?
Most writers and publishers are actually worse than regular people.
Pretty much, yeah.
True.
Present company included.
Yeah. No exception.
I think about killing people all fucking day long, but at least I admit it.
Same.
That's what we write about, right? I mean,
yeah.
Ben, how do you think they would take to her at Clash Books?
I think they'd probably like her, especially if she sent them like a Nuscom style book.
Well, maybe I should give it a chance. Because, oh god, I'm so just fed up to hearing, nothing in particular against our guests, but I just wrote my first book, and now I'm in production with some people that I met mysteriously, and
trust fund babies.
Yeah, well, not just trust fund babies,
what you mean.
but like people who mysteriously have more connections than talent. And maybe it's because I've been locked up alone with my cats for 10 months thanks to COVID, but it often feels like there is some kind of conspiracy of untalented neurotypical.
Yes. I'm really glad that I'm the only one who feels that way.
T from the Champagne Sharks always tweets about that, this idea that there's this untalented mafia of people who don't really have anything to offer, but they have connections and they say the right things, so they they get TV shows and Netflix specials and stage plays that win awards and shit.
Before I go, and what is going on in your neck of the woods right now? What is all that noise?
She's outside.
I know.
And there's people and things outside.
It's horrible.
Well, it's actually just downtown Palm Springs, but I'm out because I can be out, because although California is under, a terrible draconian lockdown, it's a dystopia, et cetera, the sheriff of Riverside County, where Palm Springs is located, said, "Fuck you, we're not doing it."
Fuck yes, awesome.
Yeah.
Not all cops, man. Right there, man. Not all cops. Come on, you got to give it up.
Probably an asshole in some other way.
No
Yeah, but he's
comment.
got a curfew, or she, whatever.
Yeah, well, everyone's an asshole in some way, but I'm allowed to leave my house and eat.
That's what I'm saying. That's awesome. That is one awesome sheriff, and he or she's not the only one. Hey, buddy.
I've been summoned.
We were about to go over this year's Wonderland Awards, and yeah, I know, fuck Bizarro and et cetera. They're quickly declining, but we figured, what the hell, we go over it anyway, and I thought you might want to be a part of it.
I doubt I know who any of these people even are.
Old freaking books.
I guess I do know who most of those people are. Actually.
Yeah, I recognize one of them.
See, the first one's Un-America by Cody Goodfellow. That's a really great book.
I can't stand that dude's. Let's talk about Cody Goodfellow for a second. I can't fucking stand that guy's fiction. There's two general types of writers. There's visual storytellers, and then there's literary writers who write specifically. They write prose in ways to, I guess, impress English teachers, English professors in colleges. And Cody Goodfellow is probably the worst offender that I've ever read. His shit is so dense and hard to visualize anything he's fucking saying. And he writes these action fucking books with like giant monsters and war shit, but his style of writing is so fucking dense and literary. It's like the topics he chooses to write about and the style he chooses to write them in are complete opposites. So Ben, please explain to me why you like that, other than from some like pretentious like literary perspective of like, well, I like things.
If you think Cody Goodfellow is dense, I don't know what to tell you.
Are you saying I'm just stupid? I'm too stupid to understand.
Oh, no.
Cody Goodfellow's fiction.
You said it, not me.
There you go. That's how pretentious.
Yeah,
that's how pretentious.
I really don't think he's all that dense, and it had a great plot. It had some great images.
You think he's a visual storyteller? Am I just completely off base with that?
I think he is. There's a lot of very vivid images in Un-America.
All right.
I think there's like one character who's a villain character who has a suit that's like that has like a like Rorschach's mask in Watchmen.
Uh-huh.
He has a suit like that, except it's filled with shit.
Hang on. Who is Dream? I don't mind you coming in. I would love to know who you are, though. Someone named Dream.
Wait, let me see.
I'll just let them in and kick them off if they don't.
Hello, Dream. Dream a little dream for me. Hello. This is a troll of some sort, I'm guessing.
If they're not answering, then just kick them and they can message you if they want to come back on.
What if they unmute suddenly and just give me like screeching guitar feedback noise or something?
Well, kick them then.
Well, I want to give them to reveal themselves.
Well, they aren't answering, so.
Are you having trouble connecting, Dream? Can I help you with? I put the link out there for anybody to wander on in, but tell me what's going on here. Okay, anyway, I'm going to leave it for now. They'll probably find their own way out. But so we're talking about Un-America. Now, I haven't read it, but I can also speak for Goodfellow having some really great stories. One that reminded me of Silent Hill, only more literary. It had like a monster with like a lantern for a head, if I recall.
Wait a minute. Now we're back to literary. I thought he was a wonderful visual storyteller, and I was an idiot.
I think you can be both.
I don't think there's much of a difference.
Hello.
Hey. Hello. Is that all you got? We're in the third act of the show, so you might want to get rolling with it, baby. This is the
Actually,
third act.
hour.
Okay.
Yeah, we just kick her.
Dream.
We don't need this.
Don't kick her. I want her to stay.
I am Dream. Hear my name.
Yeah. This is fuckery, isn't it?
Just kick it.
I am.
Regina, is that you fucking around?
Is it?
Is who what? I'm just laughing.
They just kick her.
I'm laughing because you guys.
Was that you, Regina?
I hear the
No.
silence of the guilty. Oh, wait, no. Not anymore.
No,
She's
it's
gone.
not.
So that wasn't you?
No.
Okay. Okay, whatever.
Who's playing carnival music?
Sorry. I just walked into the same grocery store that you guys keep telling me to harass people at.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I'll mute my mic.
How's that harassment going?
Well, there's nobody in here to harass. And also, if I start harassing people, my memory is so fragile lately, I'll forget what I came in here for, which is cat food. And if I don't get the cat food, I will not sleep tonight for obvious reasons.
You don't
How
get the
about
cat food,
instead
the
of-
cat will die.
How about instead of harassing people, you just shoplift?
I just want to say, I am Dream, hear my name, and then leaving is like the word, not even, doesn't even count as a troll. It's
Wait,
like,
she's still in?
why did you even waste your time coming in? I am Dream, hear my name.
Can we talk about how Cody Goodfellow is both simultaneously the best visual storyteller of all time and a literary genius?
Why does it have to be one of
There's really no.
I don't know. It doesn't have to be.
But yeah, I
I
think
heard,
On America is really good, and it's hard for me to, because for me it would be a tie between that and Girl Like a Bomb as my choice.
Okay. Does anyone know the plot? I haven't read it.
It's
I've lost
basically
the plot.
On America is basically, it's about a underground city and underneath the Arizona desert where everything is free for everyone except everyone who lives there is basically a guinea pig for various government experiments. And this guy who's trying to sneak a special type of psychedelic mushroom that supposedly literally lets people talk to God. He's trying to sneak it across the Mexican border and ends up in On America.
Interesting.
It's a really great book. I very highly recommend it.
Okay. No one else here's read it though, right?
No.
I've heard it. I've heard Cody Goodfellow called a maximalist. There are writers who are minimalist, and he kind of just like writes throws the kitchen sink and everything else into his writing, and his book.
Hey, Anne, can you mute? That music's way too loud.
Oh, sorry.
I said mute. Don't make noises like. Okay, go ahead.
I think Jeremy got kicked again.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Feedback. Does it start again?
So I guess while we're waiting for him, we'll move on to Impossible James. I have read that one.
You're going to be begging
was-
for my shitty supermarket music soon.
We'll see about that. Yeah, I thought Impossible James was fun, but weeks after, or probably months after reading it, I really don't remember much about it besides the basic idea. Basically, some guy trying to biologically engineer, I think his own father or like a family without having to, impregnate a woman or something like that. So I just had to say I liked it when I read it, but it didn't have much staying power with me.
Interesting.
Anyone else read it?
No.
Kevin, what do you think of Danger Slater's work?
He's good. He's a funny satirist. I enjoy his ability to fuse satire with really biting kind of social commentary on I don't know, post-millennial life, I guess. He offers kind of a bleak outlook on adulthood from his perspective, while using comedy satire to really drive the point home. And I think he's very talented at it, but I don't think that he has explored much else, and he's kind of drawn himself into a corner with it. It's kind of time to move on from comedy bizarro for him. I think it's time for him to kind of sink his chops into something a little more grown up.
Danger. Talking about Danger.
Yeah. Have you read Impossible, James?
No, but I remember that David Barbie wrote one of those. It sounds like a spy novel. That's what it is, right?
No, it's about a guy trying to biologically engineer children out of like petri dishes and shit.
For what
couldn't be more wrong, Jeremy. Where'd you get that from?
I don't know, just impossible in the title, and it's part of his name. It just, came off that way to me.
Like you just throwing it out there like a psychological test. Like if you combine these words together, what feeling do you get, Jeremy?
Is that a test? Do people test that way?
It sounds like freaking the poetry discussion we were having earlier.
Anyway, so nobody here's read Impossible, James, or did you, Ben? Or
I did, but it didn't have much staying power with me.
I mean, it looked pretty lame.
Ben, do you agree with my assessment of Danger Slater, or am I completely wrong on that too? Am I batting against tonight?
I've only read, I think Impossible James is the only book of his I read, so I really can't speak to whether that's the case.
All right. We'll score a win in my column now.
Okay.
Girl
So
on
next,
the Bottom is awesome.
yeah, that's a great book.
It's not as awesome as some of her earlier works, such as Crooked God Machine, and people are pretty divided on We're Wormwood, but Crooked God Machine was an unfiltered imagination. Dream, if you're going to waste our time, don't bother, hun, but I'll give you...
Oh, Jeremy, please stay on the subject. Leave it alone.
Okay.
No, put her on. I want to see what happens. I need entertainment.
Whatever's going to happen.
Whatever Zach wants, I'm going to do the opposite. So.
Okay. That's a good way to look at life. Yeah, I think Girl Like a Bomb is a really great book. It's for me, it's tied with On America for my pick. It's tied with when I did my last year's best books. Those two were tied for the best book I had read that year.
Can somebody bring up the cover? Is Autumn on her own cover again? And can we talk about the obsession of female writers putting themselves on the covers of their books?
Yeah, that is super lame. That gets on
we
my
talk about
nerves
that?
more than anything.
Huh? I wasn't aware of
How
that.
come I've
trend.
never done that?
No.
Yeah,
We got chicks here, so
done
let's
that?
talk about it. Girls, why do ladies put themselves on the covers of their books?
Well,
I can
Regina
only
is
think
a
of-
deep
I've never
fake.
even thought of that, but
Wait, say that again.
I've never even thought of that, but clearly I'm missing out on
Say that
roughing
again,
it.
Regina. 'Cause they didn't-
Regina is a deep fake. This is a fake face. I keep my face separate from actually Regina Watts' books, but also I'm gonna get rid of my.
She's not bullshitting.
What's that?
The truth. She's not bullshitting.
Yeah.
The truth. It really is a deep fake. So.
Do you put
So-
deep fake faces on the covers of your books?
On Regina Watts, yeah, and then I think I'm gonna be kind of reshooting my primary author photo with a mask over my face. I don't like to be represented. I prefer to be kept separate from my fiction whenever possible because I want to have my readers receive it as a self-contained work. Now, I will say I have noticed there are 2 or maybe 3 female authors in this community who do seem to, kind of like you said, they rely a lot on their appearance. I'm not going to call them e-thoughts, but they kind of are. And so it's like this, there is kind of a weird now intersection of like e-thought cam girls and authors as like its own subgenre. So I wouldn't say it's all female writers. I'd say it's like a specific like borderline personality disorder rich segment of the female author population.
But you think the point of it it's a sales method. It's saying I'm a cute e-girl, so buy my book, and I'll even put myself on the cover to drive that home. So you think maybe it's insecurity? Like you think maybe that they're trying to?
I think it's these girls thinking that being a model is an art form.
But they're also an author, so why not let the? Go ahead.
Well, it's kind of a form of performance art in a way, I guess. I definitely view the character of Regina as kind of a parody of this archetype in some ways. And so I play her as kind of like a bitchy, findom type thought a little bit on the internet when I'm Twitter posting under her name and when I'm building this persona and this bio. But obviously you can talk to me and you can hear just by the tone of my voice, I'm sure that I'm nothing like that in real life. And I think that it's like a form of new, very postmodern performance art in a way where these girls assume these like edgy personalities. And then again, I'm not going to mention names, but there's a certain female author who I believe is currently in jail. And people are just kissing her ass. I don't think she's even released the book yet.
Rachel Hayward finally went to jail?
No, I don't think this is the one. It's
Rachel
so
Hayward
it's interesting.
doesn't seem to have much of an output. But
now you have my curiosity peaked.
So is that Autumn right there on the cover? Is that her?
No, I don't think so. No, wait,
yeah,
maybe.
I don't know.
Is it really?
I think so. I don't know.
I know that she has a propensity for wigs.
And putting herself on the cover of her books.
I don't think it matters
I know
really
that,
because the story in the book is actually pretty good.
I'm just commenting. I'm just commenting
Yeah.
on putting herself on the cover of the books.
Okay.
Not commenting on the quality of the fiction.
But we're talking about the award
I've seen other authors, male authors, do that too. Jim Goat has done that.
Oh.
He's done that with a couple of his
Jim
books.
Goat is a sexy motherfucker, though. Let's not. Obviously, the pictures of a gnarled, aging, balding white man sold more copies of that book by putting himself on the cover.
Yeah, and obviously
he has
they're
a
like,
caved-in head from having brain cancer.
What?
Yeah,
I don't think it's
Jim
that.
Goat is literally missing a piece of his skull. When you look at pictures of him, he's got a dent in his skull.
Jesus.
Strange.
Well, I was thinking of Shit Magnet, which is one of his older books.
Strange.
That was more like of a parody. It's not in the same category as this.
Can I talk? Strange and
No.
knows Goat personally. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I know Jeremy Maddox personally. So what?
That's not
what
that,
now?
that doesn't mean anything. That's meaningless.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah. If
You're a legend. You don't even know.
No, I am not.
Yeah, just don't make too much fun of my friend's cancer, okay?
I wasn't making fun of him. I was making fun of Ben being like, "Oh, he put himself on the cover," and I was like, "Dude, he's got a fucking caved-in skull. That's not selling books."
This is the passive aggressive.
I was saying this was before before that happened.
Okay, is this another example that you're talking about here?
Yes, I mean it's endless.
That is
I don't see the problem.
I didn't say it was a problem. I'm
Yeah,
just pointing it out and then asking the girls in the chat what they think the reason behind it is.
I mean, I know Audrey Zaz does that too, but with her latest one, it's like a picture of her and like a battered and bloody.
Interesting.
I think I will put
what is this?
my picture on the cover.
What was the name of that? What was the name of that photographer who started the whole trend of using yourself as a portrait subject? God, what was her name? It was like in the 60s or the 70s. She was
Not Diane
massively
Arbus,
annoying.
right?
No, the other one. She was massively annoying and, had all these lengthy explanations for why she was doing this. But, if you have to explain it that much, maybe it is just narcissism. Not that all writers don't suffer from a dose of healthy narcissism, or rather, everyone around writers suffers from
Pretty much
healthy narcissism.
all of art can be boiled down to this. Look at me.
Yeah.
Sure. And
well,
I guess,
there is, go on.
I was going to say, I guess pretty girls then try to, they overcompensate for that by using themselves on their covers. We can all agree, however, that Autumn is an extremely talented writer, and for her age, it's insane how good she is. And I think that she overcompensates by putting herself on her covers. She could get rid of that crap and let the work stand on its own, and it's going to stand the test of time.
Let me tell you, I think it's interesting that you brought this up because I do remember reading a study like 10 years ago, maybe on average, that was like about how when women take a photo of something to share on social media, they tend to take a selfie with their object, whereas men just take a photo of the object, generally speaking, again.
That is
So-
100% true.
It's interesting, right? I'm not sure what it is. I think it has something to do with the way women tend to perceive or the way they are pressured to perceive social values. And kind of just, and I mean social value is in their personal social value. I think women are inherently very competitive, especially with other women. And so specifically I think also there's like a little bit, there's a kind of a tradition. I mean, it's like, Shirley Jackson always seems to be on the covers or at least somehow represented on the covers of her books or,
Well, Shirley Jackson is like a case where like a lot of like classic authors will have their pictures on certain
Sure.
versions of their books. I mean,
Of-
there's
of
Bukowski
course.
books with his ugly ass mug on there.
Right.
That's
yeah,
true.
exactly.
He's a
So I
goddamn
think-
hideous beast.
Yeah, but he's he's like a grandpa looking hideous beast in a way. But, I think it's part of that. I think it's just, the thing too is that I think that there are certain writers who are like, they really want to instantly be classic like that. And so they follow the classic tropes in book advertising. I think really, if you hadn't told me that was Autumn on the cover, I wouldn't have known. Because it's a full cover by Matthew Revert, who's a really interesting cover artist that I would like to work with at some point.
I would like to work
but-
with him too, but he told me he didn't want to work with me. So
Oh.
I don't get it. I don't get it, Matthew Reaver.
I think there's
kinda-
also like nobody wants to be accused of leaving money on the table. And if you're a female and you're at all attractive, I mean, this is why I'm thinking of starting over with a pen name. If you're a female and you're at all attractive, you're kind of kind of considered a dumbass if you don't use your appearance to get ahead. And
You put your picture on a Disaster Fitness. You're guilty of it too.
Could we argue maybe that somebody like Bukowski or somebody like Harlan Ellison, when by the time in their career they're being put on the covers of their books, it's because they've earned that reputation? Like their
I'm not at all
appearance in
denying
actually
that.
selling books. So maybe
Right.
I'm kind of bumping up against this because it's generally like young, pretty girls that maybe haven't earned their place. Like you don't know who that girl is. The fact is, I know Autumn. I've met her, so I know that's her on the cover of her own books because I know what she looks like. Other people might just see that book and think it's a random girl on the cover, random pretty girl on the cover, and buy it because they think the girl's cute, not even realizing that it's the author.
I don't know how true that is. I mean, doesn't her first book isn't her face like all mechanized and fucked up looking?
I don't think she's on the cover of her first book. It's a really weird like animation.
Or am I thinking of her second book?
Second
It's
book.
one
I
of
know
the-
what one you're thinking about.
It's like
Wormwood has
something
like-
Inferno.
Okay, Ecstatic Inferno. She is on the
Ecstatic
cover of that.
Inferno, yeah.
But Weir Wormwood just has a woman with wings spread in front of her mouth or something. I don't
Well,
think
I think-
that's her.
People who post their pictures are weird.
Oh,
by
dude.
the same token, I think Ben is kind of jokingly misrepresenting me being on the cover of Disaster Fitness because I'm I'm not young. I'm not young. B, it's my umpteenth book. And C, I'm not looking pretty. In fact, my face is all scrunched up in the sun. And the point is, I'm doing a yoga pose while simultaneously giving you the finger.
Well, no, you're wearing boxing gloves on the cover.
Right, but I'm wearing boxing gloves while doing a yoga pose and giving you the finger. Maybe that doesn't come out too clearly because I'm not a
Yeah, you needed to have your fingers. You need to have your finger sticking out of the boxing glove.
Well, I'm giving you the Italian finger, dumbass.
Yeah,
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Where you do the whole fisting motion with just a fist.
Oh, that. Oh, I
Yeah,
thought.
that.
I didn't. Right. I thought that was just a martial arts pose or something.
the fuck you asshole pose.
Yes.
Yeah, but you know, I've never been on the cover of one of my own books in like sort of a glamour or attractive pose. But this is kind of the reason I want to start over with possibly a male pen name, so I won't be expected to use my photo. Because one of the really frustrating things about having come of age during the switch from analog to digital is people don't understand. Like, if you're talented and you're a female and you're not completely hideous, how come you're not famous yet? You should have like used your looks when you were young. And I'm like, dumbass, there was no way to use your looks if you're an unknown author when I was young.
You know
and
what? Good.
I'm sure there
I
were
mean,
ways if you knew how to schmooze, but I doubt you had the skills.
Yeah. I'm about as good at schmoozing as I am at jumping off a third-story roof and flying. But it's much the same as people look at me like I'm an idiot. Like, you were a young woman. Why didn't you pose naked and make all kinds of money and then do nothing? And I'm like, well, I had to wash dishes and bus tables for years because there was no internet to like write on and beg for money on, and there was no OnlyFans to whore on and beg for money on. So, instead of explaining that to people who are digital natives, so to speak, and just can't conceive of a time before the internet, I'm not an idiot. Actually, there just was a time before you were born. You can't explain that to everyone.
No, the world begins and ends with me.
Yeah. So instead of explaining that, I'm thinking of just starting over again with a pen name and just saying I'm a 25-year-old male, so you don't need to look at my face. Because, I mean, this was a few years ago, but I was looking at a YouTube video where somebody was discussing Pee Wee Herman and the way the actor Paul Rubens, who plays Pee Wee Herman, got his career ruined because he got caught jerking off to porn.
Well, she froze. But Paul Rubin is the only Hollywood actor whose career was ruined by touching himself.
I know. It's ridiculous.
Am I the only one who, when that happened, could just picture him in character as Pee Wee going?
That's what the media wanted you. That's what the media wanted you to think.
Swinging him back and forth. Going,
that's exactly what the media wanted you to think.
I could just picture him going, whoa, while he was playing with it,
I agree. I think
that sounds while he's jerking.
Do what, Regina?
I agree. I think it was what the media wanted you to think. I think the character of Pee Wee Herman is like a naive child. He's a fun, innocent character, and they just fun. This is where I get really frustrated with cancel culture just generally, and how people seem to have no line between the art and the artist.
Yeah.
It's like, it's crazy to me. And I think, I was definitely, that's one of that came around the same time as the whole Monica Lewinsky thing. So I definitely on the playground with my friends quickly sorted out a lot of strange details of adult life and how easy it is for people to fall from grace, just based on these two particular famous cases. So it's like, but it's like, it's a bummer that it is that way because the character isolated, like Pee-wee's Big Adventure is like a family classic, in my opinion. It's one of the greatest, family movies ever made.
As a teenager at the time, the demographic that Pee-wee was aimed at, let me tell you, it didn't make a shit bit of difference to me what that actor did in a movie theater. I couldn't care less. I wanted more Pee-wee. If a teenager can, when did I get on screen? When a teenager
and left, whatever.
Yeah, but I didn't think. Have I been on screen the whole time? I thought I was my avatar. I'm drawing pictures. You're just going to see the top of my
you're your avatar.
Oh, I am my avatar.
You're your avatar.
Did you think you were Jeremy?
No, I'm seeing myself.
You shouldn't.
I don't know. I don't know what you're looking at.
Doesn't matter. Anyway, as a teenager at the time, it didn't affect me as a fan. Like I wasn't traumatized, and I don't know what I was supposed to think. Like, was it if Pee Wee had continued making his show? Was I going to want to go to a movie theater and jerk off? Was Pee Wee going to want to jerk off on me? Was that what the implication was? That if he's an adult man that enjoys sex, that he's going to want to have it with me? Because again, he's like one of the actors in Hollywood that didn't fuck kids and got fired for fucking kids.
I think I may have done it in the theater once.
Oh, come on, Jeremy.
It was at least in an adult theater.
Well, he was in an adult theater, wasn't he? I mean,
Yeah.
he wasn't doing
He was.
anything
That's
like
the
crazy.
thing. That's what.
And it was
pisses me
basically
off about
just
the Paul Rubens case.
It was basically just Vice, not minding their own fucking business, going around.
Yes.
It's like, who's got their dinglings out in here?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, oh, Paul Rubens, we struck gold today, boys. Guess who's getting a promotion?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just bullshit. I really hate that story, and I'm really glad that he's been getting a little bit more respect and a little bit more. He's been getting more of a, it's stupid that he needs to be given a quote unquote second chance, but it seems like for the past 10 years that he has been having a great, kind of second wave of quality entertainment. And I'm glad, I actually haven't seen the new Pee Wee Herman movie on Netflix yet, and I'm sure it's not.
Did they put a Pee Wee Herman movie on Netflix?
They did. They made a new one like 2 or 3 years ago.
I must have been so scared that it was going to be bad. I must have blocked it out of my memory.
Yeah, I know. I kind of feel that way too. I'm nervous to watch it, but at the same time, it's like it's going to be campy anyway, so whatever. But I'll watch it eventually. I love, and it's too. It's also, it's fun too to follow him and Elvira on Twitter because they tweet at each other all the time, and it's really interesting to kind of have that platform to see these like nostalgic celebrities interacting and living their lives, and so that's fun to me because that's more like hanging out or listening to a cool drunk aunt and uncle rather than like these shitty Kardashian people.
Right.
But, hello, Anne.
Hello.
I don't think we're ever going to get through this list, Jeremy.
It's not even that long compared to a few years ago. I mean, it just went on and on. Now look at it.
Well, did you look at the initial list, or was it because this is the final ballot?
Well, I mean, there's no point in looking at the initial now. This is the final ballot, right?
Well, yeah.
Kitty.
But
Yes.
Kitty.
That's great.
Oh, cat butt.
Look at his butt. Look at his
Look at his
butthole.
butt. Look at his butt.
Come on, man. There we go. Okay, so we got through Un-America and Impossible James and Girl Like a Bomb. I do have a copy of Mousetrap, although I don't have much hope for it. I really wish that Carlton Mellick would get out of this kitty phase.
I'm going to interject here for a second. I'm going to go ahead and head out. I'm bored and sleepy.
Okay.
All right.
Wait,
Good night, Zach.
I think you were supposed to have with
What?
to have a debate with someone who's gone.
Oh yeah, that was a fun thing that we had planned, but it never got to come to fruition. It was going to be a stupid thing about HR process. No, what was it? Some kind of obscure financial thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Next weekend we have decided we're doing our year-end lists next weekend. So get yours ready. All right.
All right. Sounds good.
And I am moving the 10-hour stream to Saturday, January 2nd. So anybody who wants to, endure that agony with me, apparently Saturday makes everyone more available. So I'm moving it on upon advice from you all. So somebody better be there to help me get through it. I've already committed.
Stumpler will be there.
Dipping in and out.
I'll be there for 5 hours because that's what I'm lasted on this stream.
Stumps will help. Stumps
Yeah,
likes
just
to help
put-
with everything.
Yeah, just put your camera on a stumpless collar and just leave it there for the 10 hours.
I could probably make more money than I've made in the rest of my life put together if I just put a camera on Stumpler all day and charge people for it.
Yeah. Cat OnlyFans.
So Zach, all right, Zach's gone.
All right, let's talk about this. I want to talk about the entire concept of nominating yourself for an award 10 years in a row. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Okay, not only am I a big fan of Carlton Mellick's writing, I own dozens of his books, and it's amazing to me that I can like more than 2/3 of them. Like I probably like 7 out of every 10 of his books that I read, and he has an amazing output. He's also a very cool dude. I've gone up to Oregon and I've done marathon writing sessions with him, just me and him in a cabin with no internet for a week, just hanging out watching VHS tapes of Jean-Claude Van Damme movies and writing the fuck out of weird books. Dude is a bad motherfucker. He's my friend to this day. He's my friend, and I love his writing. Like I'm a big fan of his fiction, and he's a cool friend, cool dude to hang out with. Having said that, we have to address this. We have to address this because nobody ever talks about it. Girls, are you aware that Carlton Mellick's wife owns the Wonderland Awards and BizarroCon, and she is the one that hands out this award every year? That he's married to the woman who hands out the Wonderland Award. Are you guys aware of that?
I was not aware of this. That's very interesting.
Okay, so Carlton is married to a woman named Rose O'Keefe. She owns Eraserhead Press that publishes all of Carlton's books.
Interesting.
And Eraserhead Press owns BizarroCon, and they present the Wonderland Awards annually. So this guy's wife has given him a nomination every single year that I can go back and find nominations.
Wow.
He has been on the final ballot and nominated for his wife's award for more than 10 years.
Wow.
It's not
Where do I
once,
get away like that?
It's not once, it's not twice, it's not 3 times. He's been nominated more than 10 times and he's won the award. His wife actually awarded him his own award on one occasion. So, wow. And again, I had to preface this by saying, I love the dude. The dude is cool, but I will never understand why they do this.
Because people are scum. I mean, it's disgusting, but not remotely surprising.
I don't disagree with that. Didn't Rose say she was going to hand the Bizarro Writers Association over to someone else at some point?
I think 2 years ago she said that was going to happen, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, that needs to happen. That should have happened a long time ago.
Are the awards not picked by like a separate board, or is this just like her strongly suggesting?
So what we do is each year usually on BizarroCentral.com, but it's on BizarroCon.com this year for some reason. Usually on BizarroCentral.com, also owned by Rose O'Keefe, they put out
I think
a list.
She did sorry to interrupt. I think she did hand over Bizarro Central to someone else. I think David Barbie.
She's never been the editor of it. She's never been the editor of it. She always has somebody else doing the editing at Bizarro Central, which they do like flash fiction. Basically, have they ever done anything except post? They like post about Bizarro books that get published, and then they post original Bizarro fiction. But that's the editor's job. Like, but what I'm saying is, Rose owns that website. That is their website. She just has somebody else do the work on it.
Okay.
So once annually, there's a list of what they call the all of the Bizarro books that have been published in a year, and that's always debated. But they put a list out of roughly, what would you guys say, 20 to 30 books? The initial ballot is usually 20 to 30 books, and you privately email Rose your pick for, I think you get 3 picks, don't you? Your top 3?
Yeah, 3
for each. Your top 3 books. That is a private nomination process. You never see how many people voted or what they voted for. There's no public display of those nominations. And then what Jeremy has here on the screen, or had on the screen, it's just Jeremy showing himself now.
What I thought I was.
Interestingly,
like
Halo
putting himself on the cover of a book.
putting himself on the look how he's haloed his own head to get us to see him as an angelic, strong figure. Okay, so you'll see this final list here of like 5 books. This just appears then after some amount of people vote for some amount of books. This final ballot then appears out of nowhere, and my understanding is it's Rose that just goes through. She says she just counts them, and the people that get the most votes are the top 5 final ballot nominations. The only way you can vote, and this year's different because of COVID, but traditionally, the only way you can vote on these 5 books is by appearing at BizarroCon. You have to buy a ticket for the convention and show up in person, and then you vote by pen and paper on the night of the award. And then she counts up the pieces of paper privately, never shown publicly how many votes are cast, and then right, exactly, and then she announces the winner. And so for years there have been rumors that Rose just picks someone that she thinks best represents Bizarro in that particular year and gives them the award. Like there's no meritorious actual process that goes into who wins this award.
That's very interesting.
That would make it pretty much like every other award ever.
Yeah.
Now I've always argued that you can give out an editor's choice award for, you can, as an editor, as an owner of the business, Rose, as the owner of Eraserhead Press and BizarroCon and the Wonderland Award, she should be allowed to pick who she thinks best represents Bizarro and give them an editor's choice award annually. But there should also be an award that's picked by merit, by popular vote. And I don't think that exists. So the Wonderland Award, for all intents and purposes, is an editor's choice award chosen by Rose O'Keefe, wife of Carlton Mellick, and it's just never talked about. It's never acknowledged as such.
Well, if something is a democratic vote, that doesn't necessarily mean it's meritocratic. I gotta wonder, with all of these awards, how many of the people have actually read all the books that are have actually read the book they're voting for, much less all the books that are supposed to be under consideration.
Right, exactly.
And how much of it is, and how much of it is just who am I friends with, and who do I think is cool, and who do I think is going to scratch my back eventually someday. That's why I don't even bother to apply for awards, because I don't have any friends. Well, except for people I actually like.
Ben had something on that though. What was it, Ben?
I don't think that they necessarily have to read all the books. I think at least a good chunk of them. But I do kind of agree that there's that part of it. It's just, I'm just going to vote for, I don't know, myself or someone I like. And, I don't really look at the other ones.
Every year I've been nominated, I vote for myself.
Well, yeah. If you can.
I don't think I put in a ballot this year, even though my first novel was on there.
I didn't fuck with it this year.
But let's see. So, has anyone actually read Mousetrap?
No, but I have it. But again, I hope Carlton Mellick eventually gets out of the kiddie cartoon type stuff. I mean, he used to write stuff that was like a little more edgy and like feeling like an 80s heavy metal magazine story or something, or a Liquid Television short. He used to write really weird shit like that. And now there's all these little kitty little girls on the covers of his books, and it's really annoying. I read them despite that. I hope that he eventually gets out of this phase. And I've heard that he does that for Rose, actually, as somebody told me.
I forget. He told me that he had switched over to that smaller format, and that they were doing like the childish girls on the cover. He told me why, but I can't for the life of me remember what his explanation was for that. I just kind of I don't really care. I don't think his writing has necessarily changed. It's just the way the girls look on the covers and the size of the books has changed, but the actual books, I don't think they're that much different. I've read a few of them.
Are not as mature in these.
Some of them, that's the case in some of them, but some of them it's not. Like Sweet Story is about little kids, but that's not what's on the cover, and that's a regular sized book.
Fucking Sweet Story. No, I mean, I'm just saying, I hated Sweet Story. I can't express enough how much I hated it.
I thought it was cool. I thought it has a twisted fucking ending. It's a horrific ending to that book. Jesus.
I've read anyway. I really like the Stacking Doll, and that's kind of in that the kawaii cover era.
Yeah.
And it's definitely not like a kiddie book. It's
Right, and what is the chainsaw? Is it girl with the chainsaw hands? What is the name of that?
Boy with the chainsaw heart.
Boy with the chainsaw heart. Is that what it's called? Yeah, that one isn't about little kids. That one's not about little kids.
Okay. Every now and then,
Jeremy, I think you're just reacting to the pictures on the cover.
No, I've read some of them. I liked Spider Bunny, and that had the stupid kitty cover.
That's the one he. That's the one he wrote with me.
Real, yeah. See, it's about that whole nostalgia you get with like breakfast cereal and all this other like stuff that 80s kids have nostalgia for. And
what Derek McCormack was talking about.
I'll give you a little behind the scenes on that. He was trying to. We were having beers on the first night. He said, "I got 3 or 4 different ideas for what I can write this week." And I said, "Well, hit me with them." And he told me what they were. And he said that he was thinking Spider Bunny was going to be the one that he chose because there was at the house we were staying at, there was a VHS tape that had old cereal commercials on them, and he was going to use it as inspiration. So that night we went home after having had several beers, and we ended up watching that videotape of all the cereal commercials, and we got through 5 or 6 of them, and he was like, "All right, we can turn this off and watch a Van Damme movie. I got my idea. I'm definitely going to write this book." So I thought that was cool. He just wanted to watch some Saturday morning cereal commercial, old weird cereal commercials to get inspiration, and then he fucking smashed that book out in about. He wrote that book in about 6 days.
Wow. What were you going to say, Ben? Derek McCormack said what?
Well, yeah, that's what he was talking about with the cereal mascots earlier. Those factor heavily in Castle Faggot.
I didn't know Regina.
I just thought that was an interesting parallel.
Man, everybody's having computer problems tonight. Regina, she popped out. She's trying to pop back in now.
I'm going to take a piss. I'll be right back.
Okay, so what was Derek? Tell me again what Derek was talking about? That distracted me.
Cereal mascots were a major part of Castle Faggot.
Okay, yes. I mean, you haven't read Mousetrap, right? It's basically the basic thrust of the story. There she is. Oh, okay, good. I don't think it captured it on stream. So
No problem.
For a split second, but you weren't added yet. Okay, so
Yeah, no, it's okay. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go on.
So Mousetrap, the basic thrust of the story is that these kids start disappearing, and there are giant mouse traps like strewn about the playground, the area, and they're trying to escape. That some hand is placing these giant mouse traps or something, and they start depending on like the school bully to lead them out of this danger, and he starts making more questionable decisions. Maybe I should just read the synopsis here. It would illustrate it better. It's the last school trip young Emily will ever get to go on, not because it's the end of the school year, but because the world is coming to an end. Teachers, parents, and other students have been slowly dying off over the past several months, killed in mysterious traps that have been appearing across the countryside. Nobody knows where the traps come from or who put them there, but they seem to be designed to exterminate the entirety of the human race. Emily thought it was going to be an ordinary trip to the local amusement park, but what was supposed to be a normal afternoon has turned into a fight for survival after their teacher is horrifically killed in front of them, leaving the small children to fend for themselves in a life or death game of mouse and mouse trap. And then they start to depend on the school bully, Clyde Donner, to lead them, out of this danger. But he starts making questionable decisions like they did in Lord of the Flies. So that's what Mousetrap's about.
I've got it too. I haven't read it yet, but I do own it here.
Hang on, hold it there for a second. There we go. Yeah, I almost feel like obliged to buy them when they come out sometimes now, even though I don't even think I like some of them. It's like got to catch them all kind of with Carlton Mellick books. I don't know.
You can take me off the screen. I'm just a bald fat guy. Jeremy, if I email you a picture, can you bring it up on the screen?
Yeah. Ann, are you still there or are you frozen?
Did you say yes?
Ann is frozen. Okay. Yeah, I will put up this picture. Yeah, whatever it is.
It better not be your penis.
I've covered my penis in Sharpie marker images, and I need to be validated. I need to be validated sexually by you, Jeremy.
And for a second, you looked like you were cryogenically frozen. And yeah,
are you okay?
I don't feel well. I think 10 months is about as long as anyone should spend alone.
Spend what?
Alone.
Alone in what? In what way?
Without contact, basically.
Yeah. It's a long story. I was supposed to be married by now, but my significant other and I got stuck on different continents because of the coronavirus. And I wound up, kind of when the musical chairs stopped, I wound up someplace where I don't know anybody. The weather's perfect, but I don't know a soul here. And obviously, no one's going out and making friends right now. So I'm having just the weirdest symptoms. Like I've never really liked humans all that much. I mean, it's not that I don't like reading books about them. It's just I feel uncomfortable in their presence unless they're familiar.
Well, you got tested, so you're not worried about that stupid virus that's going around, right?
No. I think it's just my ulcer.
Okay,
just my ulcer. I could start bleeding. I could start vomiting blood at any minute. It's just my ulcer, but I don't have to be quarantined.
Well, Pepto-Bismol will clear that up. I mean, just chug some Pepto-Bismol. I mean,
what I really need is antibiotics. But if I take any more antibiotics this decade, I will probably die of a urinary tract infection.
Okay, omeprazole, that will help you.
Okay.
Jeremy, check your email and just tell me if you got it. You don't have to bring it up right now because we're in the middle of this. But I do want to plug this before I go.
Are you going?
I'm not saying I'm going. I'm saying I want to make sure this all happens before I go.
Okay. Well, let's try to get through this list. Next one, The Drive-Through Crematorium by Joni Bassoff. I think that's John Bassoff. I can't read. Bring it up bigger.
I have read that. Yeah.
I haven't read it. I guess it's a debut novel.
Yeah, and you know what it is? It's a clear takeoff on The Trial by Kafka. It's Kafkaesque, it hits all those familiar notes. And yes, it's entertaining, but it doesn't really tread any new ground with it. It's just strictly like a pastiche of Kafka, type territory. And I think that eventually authors are going to have to go beyond this whole, hey, this ordinary guy finds himself in a strange situation where, nothing makes any sense and everything's contradictory and these strange forces are conspiring against him and it's somehow funny and ironic. It's all of those ingredients, except that there's a literal drive-through crematorium, if I recall. And it was better than, probably better than Mousetrap is, if I were to read them side by side, honestly. But it still didn't really do anything new with the concept. So
can I describe the proto Bizarro author and the reason I think a lot of people get caught in this cycle?
Yeah.
There are Bizarro authors who generally come from a strong literary background, usually of a master's degree or higher in literature, English, and are often college professors and have often written multiple 100,000 plus word novels that have been rejected for decades by publishers and agents. They somehow stumble across Bizarro and read a brief description of what Bizarro is once, get the idea to do this same weird novel that you're describing because of the only literary influences that they know of that are slightly weird, and then they write. They believe they get this aha moment where they think this I'll slum it in this shitty little amateurish bizarro genre by writing the most brilliant literary novel they've ever seen because I'm so well educated, and I'll drop this book into the laps of these lowly bizarros, and that will get my foot in the door, and I will have one published credit. Then those dastardly agents will have to take me seriously, and my 400,000 word novel will finally see the light of day. And that's where I think you see a lot of these guys when you read these books, and you're just finding the same cliche weirdness with from the same inspirations over and over and over again. And this has haunted Bizarro for 20 years. You find all these aging college professors that want to get their foot in the door to get a publishing credit, and are often they don't even find themselves published in by major, they end up rejected by Eraserhead. Who published this Drive Through Crematorium?
That was Eraserhead. Yeah, Eraserhead. Yeah.
And actually, it looks like I was wrong. This is like his 7th or 8th novel.
Oh yeah, he has written more. Yeah.
For some reason, I thought it was a debut. But it looks like his prior books were like noir.
That's too bad, because I was really getting a comedy boner for the thought of this college professor rubbing his hands together and going, surely these genre writers have never heard of Kafka. I will blow their minds.
Exactly. They've never heard of Burroughs. This will be a cinch.
So now I guess we want to kind of speculate on who is going to win the best novel, right? Before we go to collection, right?
Well, who do you think?
Speculate. Like I said, my picks are a tie between On America and Girl Like a Bomb as far as who I think is going to win.
Don't think of it in terms of merit and content. Think of it in terms of publisher politics, and then you'll have the best answer. Because
we have to go down the progressive stack. Which one of these authors is black?
I don't.
None. Which one of these authors is gay?
Didn't Danger Slater
go first on the stack?
What's that?
Hasn't Danger Slater already won it at least once?
Yes, he has. So he's
I
not going
think
to win.
impossible. I think Impossible James may be a contender, but
he's not going to win it again.
I don't think Cody Goodfellow.
Maybe it's my own bias, but I'm gonna go with Girl Like a Bomb.
That's my gut instinct.
That's the correct.
Cody is too much of an old straight white man to win that. That would be
He's already won.
He's already won. He's already won as well.
He's won twice. All Monster Action, I think, and also for Strategies of a Dead, whatever.
Strategies Against Nature.
Yes, he's won
3 of the 5 are former Wonderland winners already.
Mousetrap is not going to win shit. I'm sorry. Drive Through Crematorium, the guy hasn't paid his dues enough yet. And Autumn Christian.
But wait, is he gay or is he black?
I don't know, but hang on though, because Autumn is a woman, okay? And
I know, but don't gay black guys get ahead of the stack, or does the female come first?
I'm pretty sure he's white, but here's
a straight white female before a gay black man. I don't think that would fly.
Autumn was passed over for best collection either last year or the year before, so it is her time now.
I believe you're right. I believe she's going to win because she's female, because I think all of the other authors on this list are straight white and older than 30. So,
but here's the irony. It's actually a good book, and she is an
No, that's okay. Author. Yeah, that's great. You're right. I have no complaints about Autumn's fiction, her commitment to the craft, or her passion for Bizarro. She is a weirdo who loves to write weird fucking shit, and she's great at. And she's not even 25 yet, is she?
Damn, really?
I think she's very young.
Wow.
I think she's 25 or younger, and she is an amazing writer. So I'm not saying she doesn't deserve it. I'm saying that we have to go by the progressive stack, not by merit.
Okay.
But aren't trans people on top of the progressive stack now?
Yeah, we don't have any. Well, it's specifically male to female. Female to male trans don't really get much love from the progressive community for whatever reason.
There's no right, but
person in the mix in that.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a male to female in that mix either. You're right, though. Thank you for bringing that up. That's very, very observant.
Now I'm going to go ahead and say, as far as the collections, I haven't read a single one. I am only familiar vaguely with one, Whispers in the Ear of a Dreaming Ape, because it's published by Clash Fiction, where Christoph runs. And Christoph is publishing a lot of good stuff there now. He really is. But that's the only one I'm vaguely familiar with. So
is Sam Richard? Is that the Weird Punk imprint?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Owner?
Yeah.
I haven't read any of his fiction, but he's published me before, so he's cool.
Okay, so you're telling me that if I ever want to get a Nobel,
I read the title short story To Wallow in Ash. It's actually a pretty heavy and depressing story, but I haven't read the rest of the collection.
What was that, Ann?
I was just wondering, are you telling me that if I want to win a Nobel Prize, I have to transition to male and then transition back to female?
That would be so brave and bold of you. I can't even describe how brave that would be.
I mean, I know you're being facetious, but getting my genitalia chopped up twice.
That would require some balls. Pun intended.
That would require some balls, but I'll have to get my made up balls.
I mean, it is for the collection. For the collections, it is good to see that there's 2 Nihilism revised books on here.
Oh, really? Which ones?
To Wallow in Ash and Other Sorrows and Cyberpunk Zombie Jihad.
That's one thing that they have definitely went out of their way. They've gone out of their way to make sure to acknowledge a lot of the Bizarro small presses. That didn't happen for a long time. When my book Robom Apocalypse was not even nominated, but put on the preliminary ballot of just a Bizarro book that exists, I got a lot of emails asking me if Eraserhead Press had published that book, because they had never seen a book on the Wonderland preliminary ballot that wasn't an Eraserhead book or one of its imprints. And I didn't know what I was just like, no, I put it out myself. It's self-published. And that was 2012. So it's actually been for several years now. They have acknowledged that kind of opened the door. And from that year on, they have done a pretty good job of putting all of the Bizarro small press stuff on the preliminary ballot. Save a few. I mean, there's a few things that they miss here and there that people complain about every year. In fact, I think that they go out of their way to exclude Grindhouse and Addle stuff. Did any of that make it on the?
Well, I mean, let's see. I don't know about that. I mean, see, Elaine is straight horror, so that wouldn't have been nominated. Well, most of Grindhouse is straight horror.
Carlton and Prunty wrote a book, co-wrote a book together. I mean,
long time ago, brother.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying, I think in recent years there might be some heat there. There might be something going on. They don't seem to get a lot of representation.
Huh.
Well,
while everyone else does.
Addle does publish some Bizarro, but they've gotten more like literary lately, so maybe that's why.
Maybe.
And Grindhouse is straight horror, so maybe that doesn't really apply.
I know one author in the collections, Betty Rocksteady. She wrote, didn't she write Spider Fetish or Spider?
Arachnophilia. That was a good.
Yeah.
That was a good book.
I
really liked her.
The
Writhing Sky too.
When she was promoting that Spider book, she did a contest on her blog for 500 word or less micro spider erotica stories, and and then she took submissions, and then each week she would pick a winner, and so I won one week with one of my spider erotica stories, but I didn't stop there. I continued to write spider erotica microfiction, and I submitted a story every single week. I think it went on 4 weeks, so I submitted 4 stories, and I ended up with the grand prize, which was an original piece of artwork, which was, I guess, some kind of spider babe. I don't remember what it was. Maybe she gave me an option of choosing from 4 or 5 different original pieces of fiction or pieces of art, but she ended up mailing me a one of her own pieces of artwork, which was pretty cool. And I won her prestigious Spider Erotica microfiction award on her blog.
That's cool, man. Congratulations.
And she's since blocked me because I like Donald Trump.
I don't. No comment.
No comment.
She is a good writer. She is a good writer, but you know, I haven't read In Dreams We Rot. I don't think I even have a copy of that. And, I don't even know S.G. Murphy at all.
No.
Although I have seen that book around.
Now, even
People
though
are so terrible now.
even though they don't have, they're not officially on the ballots, though, they did have some honorable mentions here. Flesh Molder's Love Song by Roland Blackburn. Laser House on the Prairie. Laser House on the Prairie by David Barbie, which I did read, and it was pretty fun. But not his usual, quality. Mummy of Canaan by Maxwell Bauman. I published Maxwell Bauman in a Surreal Grotesque magazine once or twice when I was co-editor, but I haven't read Mummy of Canaan. Grind Your Bones to Dust by Strange, Your Buddy, Nicholas Day. And Terror Mannequin by Douglas Hackle. Gregor put that on his end of the year list last year, didn't he? I'm pretty sure he did, yeah.
Doug is a super, super talented satirist.
Yeah. Hackle is great.
He doesn't get nearly the love that he deserves for his ability to tell humorous and absolutely bizarre fiction stories. He's great. He's one of the best. He's one of the best to ever do it.
And Pacifier by Ira Rat, which I have no idea about either this title or author.
I have that. I do have that. I've spoken with Ira Rat a few times. He actually is another author from Iowa.
Wait.
I'm actually. It's actually a pretty. It's kind of impressive. It gotta mention because it's a pretty tiny chapbook that only has like 4 stories in it.
Oh man, chapbooks. That's another problem I got. Chapbooks, poetry, and what was the other thing that I didn't like? Well, anyway, what were you going to say, Ann?
Oh, I was going to say, could you repeat the name of the satirist who's really good? Because I want to read something funny and savage instead of most of the lame crap that we're supposed to pretend we like.
Okay.
Douglas Hackle.
Douglas Hackle.
Okay, he wrote Terror Mannequin, but in my opinion, the funniest thing he ever wrote was Hottest Gay Man Ever Killed in a Shark Attack.
He did Clown Tear Junkies, didn't he? Wasn't that his breakout?
That was good too, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Do you have a Kindle, Ann? Or do you?
Well, it got stolen, but I use the app now.
The app?
Yeah. Which is fine, I just use it on my phone, so I get a lot more distraction that way.
What do you prefer, paperback or ebook?
I prefer either paperback or ebook to having to read it on my phone. Not that I'm bitter. Tonight is just Anna's fucking bitter night. Yeah, and then that guy, same guy who almost killed me, stole my Kindle, blah, 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 blah.
But, Hackle also had a short story collection called Does That Guy from Soul Asylum Does Winona Ryder Still Date That Guy from Soul Asylum? That's the name of a collection.
I'm telling you, he's great. He does it better than almost anybody.
Yeah.
He has an understanding. He's a way with words and images that just it defies his nature. Like if you meet the guy, he's just a blue collar, gee golly shucks, how you doing? This is my family. He's got like 3 little kids. I guess they're not that little anymore. I met him 6 years ago. They're probably growing up now, but the guy is just so unassuming. He's not pretentious at all. And he just gets it. He just gets satire in a way that most people don't.
Wow.
So
wow.
We can't.
I'm done sucking his dick.
we don't really have any kind of informed consensus on who's going to win the collection, but I mean Betty Rock.
Well, again, who's gay? Who's
I don't know.
Male to female trans?
I don't even know that about them. I don't even know that who's what with that. But I know Betty Rocksteady is the most well known in that community out of those 5, and so I'm gonna guess Betty Rocksteady's gonna win. I don't know.
You gonna go 2 vaginas? 2 vaginas.
I'm gonna
Dual
say Sam
vaginas.
Richards' book.
Dual wielding vaginas. That's a bold prediction.
What are you gonna? You're gonna go with Sam Richard?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I guess partially because it's the like it's the only one I've read any from, but partially because I think maybe the fact that it does have this very heavy emotional weight to it, at least as far as I can tell, might sway people that way.
Has it been well received by a lot of readers that you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so it has a notoriety about it then, right?
Yeah.
Well, then that could be the one, yeah.
I don't know. S.G. Murphy sounds kind of like a made-up trans name.
Who knows? I was actually just looking at an S.G. Murphy book on Amazon with a weird spider machine looking thing. It was a pretty cool cover.
Bring it up.
Yeah, okay.
Did you get that email, by the way?
Yeah, I did. I'll pull it up before we go. Is it still showing?
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
You see that?
That looks pretty cool.
That's not a spider at all. No, I don't know what that is, but
That's not a spider. I mean, it kind of has a spidery kind of facial features.
Yeah.
Kind of in a skull way. Scroll down to the about the author. Let's see if this motherfucker cut his balls off.
About the author, you said, not the synopsis.
You have to
Okay.
scroll
We don't
down
care
further.
about what the book's about.
No, go back.
Okay.
Scroll down
Scroll
further.
down.
You should know how this works.
I do. All this ad shit getting in my way. Okay,
Oh,
what? No, what-
Fungasm. Oh, Fungasm put that out. Okay.
Oh.
Okay,
So what
looks
am I
like they
looking-
don't really have a. Looks like they don't have it about the author.
Good. Yeah, so go ahead and do what you did before. Click on that and see if there's an about the author set up there. It doesn't look like it unless you scroll down.
It's taking me to all this other weird shit.
Yeah, it
No,
doesn't
I
look
guess they
like
don't
there's-
have an Amazon page set up.
So if it's Fungasm, that's what's his name, John
Skip.
John Skip. So that means John Skip has two books at least. He's Autumn's editor too, isn't he? Is it is Autumn's book Fungasm?
No, Girl Like a Bomb was put out by Clash.
That's right. Yes.
Okay.
He used to be her publisher for for Ecstatic Inferno. Yeah.
Long enough to fuck her and then find the next young girl to fuck.
I don't know that it's fact, but I mean, I would imagine she was awfully taken with him. But it's really getting into stuff that's none of my business. So, it's cool. They're adult.
If it was me that was fucking girls I was publishing, I'd be a toxic male fucking pig predator.
They would have your
John
head
Skip
on
can get away with it.
They would have your head on a pike, right? And Regina, you girls have been quiet lately. Was it something we said?
Well, Regina's been gone. Her AirPods ran out of
Oh,
batteries.
I'm.
Oh, no,
I'm
you're back?
here.
Yeah, she came back.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just being ADHD. I got interested in Douglas Hackle.
Oh, he's awesome. You're gonna have fun with him.
Hey, do you want to pick let's give this book club thing another try, and not with Zach though, because he can't stick to it. But since you're the one that pushed the idea, and actually participated when you read the Chuck Palahniuk book, do you want to pick a theme for some kind of book club thing for January?
What Chuck Palahniuk book did you guys read?
Well, we tried. A lot of us didn't complete it, but Ben read Invention of Sound, I think, and Anne read Snuff and Invisible Monsters both. And I
got his most well, it's probably not his most recent anymore, but what the fuck was the name of that book? Something Day, not Transition Day, not
Adjustment Day.
Adjustment Day. I bought that and I started it, but I didn't get very far into it.
That's
So
pretty. It's not one of his better ones.
You want to pick
I
the
don't
theme
think so.
for next month, Ann? And we'll actually read whatever it is, or a theme or a certain book.
Okay.
Douglas Hackle. All Douglas Hackle fiction.
That it sounds like that wouldn't be a bad idea. I was about to ask somebody because I'm Gregor and I are supposed to be reading each other's books because for a while we were doing so that we can actually get some publicity for ourselves on our own show. We were all going to read each other's books, but I forgot which of Gregor's books I was supposed to read.
Hanover Block, I guess.
Yeah, I'm about to read Hanover Block myself. I'm excited about it.
Okay, well maybe we should both read that. But for January, so that you and I can discuss that.
I've got Hanover Block. I can play in that sandbox.
Yeah, I've got Hanover Block too.
Okay, but for January, what do we?
For January, why don't we do satire? Why don't we do?
Okay.
Let's do satire. Let's.
That's a broad field, so.
Well, how about either Sam Hackle or Tom Wolfe? Douglas Hackle. Yeah, sorry, I'm terrible with people's names. Douglas Hackle or Tom Wolfe, because I've really been enjoying the shit out of Tom Wolfe lately.
I'll try to get both. Yeah. Who else is up for it?
Sure.
I highly recommend for anybody who's willing to read a longer book, but one that will go very quickly and too quickly. Bonfire of the Vanities. Holy shit, was that a good book?
I have that, so maybe I'll just start that.
That was an amazing book.
By the way, Strange.
Go ahead.
No,
I was going to say before we wrap up, we didn't do what we're reading, so.
Oh shit!
I don't know if you still want to. I don't know if you still want to do that since we lost a bunch of people.
How much do we want to go? Because I got a bunch of stuff I'm reading, but I didn't finish a lot. How much have we got left in the tank here?
And we'll save it for next time.
No, I'm cool. I've got a couple things I want to show off.
Yeah. Okay. You talking about that thing you sent me?
No. I'm saying as far as what we're reading right now.
Okay.
As far as what we're reading right now, I want to show off a couple things.
Yeah.
So,
you want me to put it on you, or do you want me to?
Yeah. Go ahead and put it on me.
Okay.
Okay. So, I've been, obsessed with graphic novels lately because that's what I've been drawing and writing. So, whatever art I'm obsessed with, I tend to also consume it endlessly and deconstruct it, break it apart, obsess over it. So, I've shown you guys a bunch of the graphic novels I've been reading lately, but I got a couple more in the mail. This is from Antarctic Press. They're a pretty cool indie comic book publisher. This thing's called Teether by a dude named David Hutchinson. Check that cover out.
Yeah, that's sick.
And this is about some kind of cosmic horror. Look at the artwork, dude. The artwork is really
really cool. That's great.
Really cool. This is about. I'm not very far into it. Check this. This is page 1.
Whoa,
that's pretty cool.
That's
awesome. It's about this cosmic horror that attacks this little girl. Where's it at? It's pretty brutal. This cosmic horror attacks this little girl in the woods and bites her fucking face off.
Damn.
Jesus.
And then takes over her body, basically takes over her identity, and that's what you see there on the cover. That's the little girl with being possessed by that cosmic horror.
Kind of Junji Ito almost, but
yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff. So that I'm reading that one. That's straight horror right there. And then I've been really into this YouTube channel called Cartoonist Kayfabe. These guys that are obsessed with wrestling and comic books. They have a show where they just they deconstruct, just geek out and deconstruct comic books from as far back as they can go. And one of the dudes is named Ed Piskor. He's an Eisner Award-winning cartoonist, and for Marvel, he recently released this gigantic. You can see how big it is. I have a very big head. This thing's like 16 inches tall. He released this series called X-Men Grand Design, where he literally goes back to the very, 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 very beginning of X-Men, and he attempts to take 8,000 issues of X-Men comics and reduce it down into 3 graphic novels, 3 trade paperbacks, and tell the entire chronological history of the X-Men. And he redraws it. I'm not saying it's not a compilation of all that art. This is Ed Piskor redrawing classic X-Men comics in a concise and linear manner in order to
So
tell
like
the entire history of the X-Men, which is a huge...
Like X-Men the Abridged series.
Yeah, it's like X-Men abridged and reimagined and redrawn by Ed Piskor.
Wow.
That'd be good for someone who's trying to just get into the X-Men.
Right.
Maybe like the movies and maybe wants to start with the comics.
Yep, but doesn't know where to begin and doesn't want to buy 8,000 issues.
That's Sam Keith.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that Sam Keith? Is that Sam Keith? Is that Sam Keith's art?
No, this is Ed Piskor's art.
That Jean Grey. Well, that Jean Grey on the back looks like a Sam Keith, like illustrated woman.
Here?
Yeah, that looks like Julie Winters a little bit, only with red hair. It looks like Sam Keith's art.
Maybe a little. Ed's got way more controlled lines if you really look at it.
Okay.
Sam goes crazy with his lines. He has a very loose style. Ed's got a little more of a rigid style.
Okay.
Similar. And I can see where you get that from all the cross hatching.
Yeah.
That's kind of Sam Keith-esque cross hatching that's all across there. That's just two things I wanted to show off that I've got a million of these fucking things I'm reading.
Cool.
Okay. Wants to go next?
Go ahead, Ben.
Okay.
You can pull the cam off me.
Yeah, so one of the things I'm reading is Life is Elsewhere by Milan Kundera. I think that's how you pronounce it. Kundera. It's basically it's a novel about the life of a Czech poet who was born not long before World War II. And I'm really enjoying it so far. I especially like the section I just finished, which was about his adolescence. It's really like one of the best portrayals of like the horribly awkward experience of being a teenage boy that I've read. Like his failed relationships, his aspirations, especially his political aspirations. His attempts at becoming a poet, like how writing Juvenilia and thinking it's the greatest thing at the time, but then getting that smacked down when someone who knows better actually reads it. I think it's a really great book so far. I'm a little over halfway done with that one.
Have you read The Unbearable Lightness of Being?
No, but I do have that on my shelf, so I'll probably get to that sooner than later.
Yeah, that's good.
This is one of his earlier books. I think this was his second one. So I also read a book called Desert by Anonymous. It's a anarchist theory book. It has basically, I'd say, two theses of it. One, a belief that there will never be any kind of worldwide revolution, and advocates instead for various forms of insurrection, mutual aid, and resistance. And it also goes into how climate change is very likely unstoppable at this point and will likely be worse than mostly anticipated. But it also goes into ways of how, if it does happen, ways to survive in a post-climate change world by looking at like nomadic societies and so forth. It's in some ways it's very
is it going to happen in
depressing.
10 years like we've been told for the last 60 years?
They do kind of go into how some of the predictions have failed, but they do show like ways that it has been impacted. The problem is both America and Europe are largely temperate areas, so it doesn't hit as hard in those areas.
Well, I mean, we do live on a dynamic planet, and it is going to change. It obviously has changed tremendously over time. So that's just a fact of life. I mean, I often marvel at the amount of money and infrastructure that's been put into coastal cities, and the amount of millions of people that live in coastal cities, knowing that even without the the globalist orchestrated quote unquote climate change TM, the corporate climate change, the climate does change, the geography does change, and these coastal cities are not going to be there forever.
Well, no, they're not. And I mean, the person who wrote this, obviously they're anonymous, but they have a very heavy skepticism of industrial society itself, and sort of in the vein of Ted Kaczynski.
I was going to say it's Ted Kaczynski with a fucking pen name.
They actually don't cite Kaczynski at any point, but I think it's a pretty fascinating book if you're interested in either anarchism or the issue of climate change. Let's see. And today,
is it fiction or is it nonfiction?
It's nonfiction, and you can find it for free on anarchistlibrary.org.
We don't like money.
No,
we don't like profit.
Exactly, profit is bad. That's why the books that I self-publish are in anti-copyright. But today I also started reading Sea of Glass by Rebecca, I think Gardenson is the last name. That pull it up for me to actually see.
I bet Ben wrote it.
Type in Rebecca.
Ben, I bet you wrote that. I said, I bet you wrote that.
I wish I did. I wish I was, that smart and patient to write a scholarly book.
Gransden, Rebecca Gransden.
Yeah, Gransden. It's that's pretty cool. It's a surrealist. Yeah, definitely. It's kind of a surrealist book. It's about this guy who's a janitor in a skyscraper, and there's like a weird accident outside of the skyscraper, so he's forced to go in through the front rather than the back like he usually does. And going into the front, he realizes he doesn't recognize anything in the building. So it's basically his quest to get out. And he runs into a lot of weird things, like an auditorium where there's like a weird show going on. Like he meets someone who's had their torso severed from the waist down, but they're still alive somehow.
Damn.
It's a very very colorful, very like surrealist in the classic sense kind of book, and I am definitely enjoying it so far. Yeah, I definitely recommend it so far. I'm only I'm not even like a quarter of the way through, but I like it a lot.
Wow. Yeah, I'm glad to know about that because that sounds like it's a lot of fun.
So yeah, that's what I've been reading.
What about girls? Which one of you has something to say?
I just read Sam Pink's Person, which that's literally been on my reading list for like 10, 11 years since high school, and I really enjoyed it, really loved it. Thought it was like, a really good book just about depression, really. And I found it to be like the most relatable stream of consciousness I think I probably ever read. I definitely felt the human brain's workings coming out very succinctly in this book. So it was really interesting. Really enjoyed it. And then I am rereading, which is rare for me, but this is actually a reread I've meant to read for years, Apathy and Other Small Victories by Paul Nealon, who I went to add like a quote from the book to my Goodreads page for it, and I happened to see that maybe like even this week he seems to have released information about another book that he's got coming out finally, so I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, that's a really good book. I got that from the library and I had a lot of fun reading that.
It's a fun book.
Yeah, I read an excerpt from his next one. I can't remember what it was called, but I'm pretty sure it was about like a kid like shitting himself at camp, the excerpt of the book, and it was really funny. But for some reason, he just never released anything else.
Huh. Yeah, I really like his work. He's a really funny guy, and honestly, this is one of the funniest books I've probably ever read, which is why I'm, coming back to read it. I also read it when I was a senior in high school. I just remember reading it in the art room and just laughing my ass off. It's a really funny book, and I'm enjoying my reread of it and taking more. I think that's how you know that a book is good, is that when you, even if it's just comedy, you take more from it every time. I think that says a lot.
Yeah, I think I picked it up expecting it to be a short story collection because Apathy and Other Small Victories, but it is a good title, and like I said, I do really hope he releases another book because he's one of those promising authors who, for some reason, just couldn't get a second one out.
Yeah, no, I hope that he does get this next one out. It looks like it was slated for June of 2021, so I'm excited for it, very interested in it. It's also a noir. I feel like Apathy and Other Small Victories is a noir.
It kind of is like a comedy noir.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of The Big Lebowski, actually. And so
reminds me a little bit of what's his name? The guy that wrote Generation X, Douglas Copeland.
Okay, I don't think I've actually read any Douglas Copeland. Maybe I should. Is Generation X a good one to start with him?
I actually haven't read Generation X. I've read Eleanor Rigby, which I thought was okay.
Okay, interesting.
Eleanor Rigby? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Like the Beatles song.
Yeah.
So it's
okay. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and then as usual, I've got an Elizabeth Bedlam on my list, which I've been taking for. I've just got a lot going on in my personal life that's been keeping me from getting to reading and writing. But I'm about halfway through Dead When We Met, which is a really good novella so far. And it's about like a female necrophiliac and this skull that she is gifted by the weird boy next door. And it's really it's a fun book. I'm enjoying it. It's great. And I love her covers. She does some of the best covers, man. You just can't beat it. And
I have a feeling she's going to really disturb me when I finally read one of hers because I read the Hillary books. I forget by Angel Jaliek, and I try to block them out that I ever read them. Have you heard of those?
No, I haven't. I'm interested though.
The Hillary novels by Angel Jaliek. They're horrible. Zach was traumatized by the first one because he took it up on a dare, and he feels the same way. He was traumatized by it just like I was.
That's hilarious. Well, I would recommend when you start with Bedlam, start with either Hello, Old Friend or Hogshead. Hello, Old Friend is my favorite of hers, probably still. They're all really good and really unique and really creative, and she is just a genius person, and I love her work so much. But Hello, Old Friend is just like such a good book. It's such an interesting concept. And it's funny you brought up House of Leaves earlier, but this book somehow it's not formatted in a different way or anything like that. But there's something about the vibration of the story, for lack of a better word, that really is along a similar strain to House of Leaves somehow. One doesn't have anything to do with the other. In fact, if anything, it's a little bit like The Ring almost. But it's such a good book. I love this story, and I love all of her stories. So if you want something shorter, Hello, Old Friend. If you want something a little bit longer, do Hogshead. That one's a little bit more of an energy investment, I feel like, because it's so, it's really brooding. Hello, Old Friend is more of like a cosmic horror mystery type thing.
Cool. And you okay?
Yeah. I'm just the book that I'm reading isn't all that exciting. It's called Predisposed: Liberals, Conservatives, and the Biology of Political Differences, because I'm trying to write a series on the biology of political differences and the irony of the fact that people may very well be stabbing each other right now, for all I know, over a difference that's basically no more of a choice than your hair or your eye color. But there's a lot of reading to do, and a lot of it is not very funny at all, even though it tries to be funny.
Sounds very dry. I mean,
yeah, I'm trying to make it entertaining for the people who read what I write, but the stuff that I have to read is painfully unfunny. I wish they would just stop trying to be funny, honestly.
Well, I only have one book to talk about this week because I just started so many more than I can handle. while still being smack dab in the middle of like 20 others. It's insane the amount of books that I try to, devote time to every week now. It should not be attempted even, but I do it anyway. So this is the only book I finished this week that I can recall. It's called The Light Jar by Lisa Thompson. And this kid named Nate and his mom flee, to escape from the evil stepfather who's abusive and plays mind games. He's basically a walking cliche. And they go to this like abandoned cottage in the middle of nowhere to get away. And I mean, there's like the sofa in the living room is all torn to pieces, and there's a chicken walking across it, and it laid eggs there. I mean, the whole place is a total dump. The mom starts to fix everything up, and she even cooks the eggs like into an omelet for him, because she's desperate to make this living situation work until she can get back on her feet and support her son. Then she goes to this grocery store and never comes back. And so for days and nights and almost a week, he's left to fend to himself, and he meets this girl who's who's on a scavenger hunt in the woods. And also his imaginary friend, Sam, pops back up after several years of being gone. And he's like, "What are you doing here?" And he said, "You wanted me here. I'm your imaginary friend, This was published by Scholastic, so this is probably out of my age bracket, to be honest. But this, a good synopsis I'll never turn down, and so I read it anyway. Just to keep in touch with that, inner child, I guess, as gay as that sounds. But I liked it, and I felt like that she could have gone farther with some of the premise that she had. So I was close to giving it 5 stars until the end, but it wasn't necessarily a bad ending. It just could have been better. And so, Scholastic, they still know how to publish good stuff for, young kids without talking down to them. And, it leaves enough for adults to chew on too. So yeah, I liked it. Next week, I'll probably have a shitload of stuff to talk about. But this week, this is the only one I got finished. And so that's it for me on that end. Strange. I'm starting to lose my voice again. And so I'm going to pull up this that you wanted me to pull up. Is there anything I need to know before I present it?
I sent you a second email. Pull that picture up first.
Gotcha. You want of that first?
Cover. Yeah, the second picture I sent you is the cover.
All right. You believe we've gone over 6 hours?
I can believe it. You're a long-winded motherfucker.
What's the difference between this and a 10-hour stream, my friend?
Right. This is like preparation.
A 10-hour stream is 4 more hours. Duh.
A 10-hour stream is Jeremy finished 2 more books in a week.
So you want me to run the latest one first, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Holy shit.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just made the mistake of looking at the news.
Don't do it. Don't tell me. I don't want to know.
All right, so this is the cover of the comic I'm working on right now. It's called Rocco and Sarsarilla's Sickness Time Story.
That's great.
It's a free Christmas comic that I'm giving away here in about a week, maybe closer to Christmas, maybe even on Christmas Eve. I'll release this as a PDF. It's a 30-page black and white comic book featuring my characters, Sarsarilla the Weed Witch, her little minion Rocco, and Strangeville Santa Claus. And they first appeared in the feature film I directed in 2010 called Nixon and Hogan's Smoke Christmas. Sarsarilla is the main villain of that film. And then a few years later, I wrote a novella called The Witch Who Fucked Christmas, which was the return of Sarsarilla trying to fuck the Christmas powers out of Santa's anus once again. And for a third time now, Sarsarilla has appeared and attacked Santa Claus. And in this, now it's a third medium. I've done a film, I've done a novella, and now a comic book. This is the first comic book appearance of Sarsarilla and Rocco. And so I've been, if you follow me on Facebook.com/Kevin Strange, I've been doing daily live streams for about an hour where I've taken you through the entire process from the thumbnails, the pencils, the inks, the lettering, and now the finishing processes of this comic book. You can watch it made from scratch from the very first concept. On December 1st, I started writing and thumbnailing this comic, and it'll be completely finished, 30 pages, black and white, in time for Christmas, and it's going to be absolutely free as a PDF download on kevinthestrange.com. That second picture I sent you is one of the interior pages from the book. It's like page 4 or 5.
You want me to go to it?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Everything's my cognitive powers have reduced. So hang on, give me 1 second. I'm losing cognitive function. Okay, is that it? That's it. We got it right.
Yep.
It's up.
Can you zoom in on it any?
I can a little.
Yeah, there we go. So this is just an interior page. This kind of gives you an idea. Can you pull it down so that first panel is? I'm sorry. Pull it up so that first panel is visible. There you go. So we've got Rocco, and Sarsaparilla is, as usual, butt raping Santa Claus. It's what she's very obsessed with doing this, and that's actually I think that's what Santa talks about here in the third panel. What the fuck is your obsession with Christmas, lady? You scroll down a little bit. You can see he says, "You're a fucking weed witch. Why don't you smoke some dope and leave me the fuck alone?" This is the third time now he's had to encounter this crazy lady and her 14-inch wang, her magic fucking weed dick. So this is kind of what you can expect of the interiors. You scroll down a little bit more, you can see another image of Sarsaparilla there. So that's my art style. It's real cartoony, and I've really been challenging myself with this black and white comic because I've never done black and white before. I've always worked in color, so having to tell the entire story in just monochrome, black and white is pretty difficult actually. It's upping my inking skills. The last few projects I've done, I've relied really heavily on the colors. I've done minimal inking and maximum color theory. So doing this project in black and white has really challenged me to just, obviously everything is ink. All it is ink. So it's pushed my boundaries as an artist, and I think leveled me up a little bit and increased my my abilities at least somewhat. I'm not a very good cartoonist, but I'm getting better. And doing projects like these challenge me and help me grow as a cartoonist. I've only really been working on art for about 2 years, so this is the daily obsession for 2 years will get you about this far.
That's cool, man. Really cool.
So yeah, that'll be free on Christmas Eve or maybe a couple days before on my website, and you can watch all those behind the scenes videos too over on Facebook if you want. I've been uploading them on YouTube also, youtube.com/Kevin Strange. But I haven't been shooting them on YouTube. I've been shooting them going live on Facebook. That's where the majority of the fan base is. I don't have a large YouTube following like Jeremy Maddox does here.
Huge what? Huge what?
Huge fan following like you do here.
Oh no, I don't have. I'm not fan. It's impossible for me to have fans.
I don't know. I'm a pretty big fan.
Nah. Get out of here.
Jeremy, I know you could give a fuck less about my comic book career, but do you have any questions about what's going on here? Do you have any questions about this comic book?
I do.
You just want me to write another novel?
Regina, well, yeah, but Regina has a question.
Sure.
Do I? Oh no, I just think it's great. I think it's it looks fucking hilarious, and I think it's really well inked. And I'm impressed that this is only 2 years of daily practice, because this is really good for 2 years, man. I like your style. It's very very distinct.
You have grown as an artist, no doubt. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I better. It's been about, I don't know, 3,000 to 4,000 hours of practice, I would say. And they say, of course, they tell you 10,000 will get you where you want to be. So I'm almost halfway there.
What is it they say? How many hours? You spend how many hours, and you're a master or a professional?
About 10,000 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10,000.
That means you're an expert when you have done something for 10,000 hours, hypothetically.
Right.
Okay.
It's not an exact science. It's just if you spend that much time poring over any skill, you'll get pretty decent at it in about 10,000 hours.
Yeah.
So I've done, I've always, my whole life I've drawn, but I never got very good, and I never even mastered any of the fundamentals of it. And I went on to other things: screenwriting, film directing, acting, novel writing, obviously. And I got to a point in my career where I had become such a pariah because of my social and political beliefs that I had nowhere else. I had no further lower I could go. I had become such a cancer on the face of the art community that I was like, well, I literally have nothing to lose, so I'm just going to put the brakes on everything else and start drawing comics, because that's my original love as a little kid. It's all I wanted to do was draw comics. I gave up on it as I got older, and so I'm coming back around to it now. But I was never even close to this. Like, I never this that I'm doing here. When I look at it, I'm like, I can't even believe it's me. I'm not saying it's great. I'm just saying I can't believe I've come to this point that I can even do things this well, this convincing. I can't believe I can convince people that I've come this far.
That's cool. That's a good feeling.
That's cool.
You girls, you have anything else to say before we shut this thing down, put the chairs on the tables, and turn out the lights?
Nope, just that I'm tired.
Thanks for coming back, Regina. You have really taken to this like really naturally. I'm surprised.
Well, it's really fun to be here, and it's like my husband, for I guess lack of a simpler term, and I both are for various reasons immunocompromised effectively, so we really can't be going outside, and so really the only social interaction I have is over Zoom or Skype or whatever. So this is a nice opportunity to really reach out and talk to people and get to meet other great writers and artists. And it was great having Derek McCormack on. What an interesting guy. So I mean, this is just this is a great fun format, and it's an interesting way to meet a lot of people. And I'll tell you what, I did actually have a thought on a guest. I haven't talked to him much myself, but I do know this fellow through.
You want to tell me through private message so we don't?
Yeah, I can, but it's somebody who's into poetry a little bit, but it's more modern poetry.
Okay. It's okay. No one's perfect. Okay, so I'm glad that this is working for you in that regard. And do you have anything to check out with?
I'm real tired, but I'm so tired that my mind's doing obsessive things. Like I keep going back to, you mentioned color theory in your comics. Is there some sort of calculus that will tell me what colors make it more satisfying?
How many fingers do you
Color
have?
red is not math, and now don't make right the hand come back in here and tell you again. The color red is not math.
Have you been counting your fingers to make sure you still have 5 on each one?
No, you do not have 5 fingers. You what was it he said? What was it he said? You do not have 5 fingers.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, I think this conversation is about over.
You have individual units that equal 5. You're just showing me a phone screen. What?
But I really do want to know whether there is a kind of math that can tell me what color you need to wear to make raping Santa Claus the best experience it can possibly be.
Well, I mean, I took all the color out
black
of it,
and white.
Yeah, apparently black and white is the. I'm gonna color it and release it as a one-shot floppy comic later, but it's black and white for the purposes of printing at home and doing like a mini comic, a mini like zine run of it. But I mean, in the film, she rapes Santa Claus in a glowing halo of reds and violets, if I remember correctly. That's how we set the scene. We had upside down Christmas trees instead of crosses. We had upside down Christmas trees.
That's hilarious.
And we had Christmas stars in the shapes of pentagrams, and then we lit the background in red, and then we threw like a violet over their bodies as I added pooping and farting noises to the entire scene. It's really classy scene. It's actually free on YouTube if you want to watch it. Nixon and Hogan Smoke Christmas, free on YouTube.
Wow. What percentage
feature
of your life would you say you've spent thinking about a stoned witch raping Santa Claus?
I mean, I consider myself I consider myself a butthole humorist. So a very large portion of my life has been spent thinking about the human anus.
He's a scholar in the field of buttholeology.
Absolutely. If I'm remembered for anything when I'm gone, it's somebody should just remember me as that guy was really excited about buttholes.
How about this?
They should just put like an anus on your headstone.
Exactly. If there's an anus on my headstone, that would be perfect.
It'll have multiple layers.
My entire experience.
How about this? Human centipede, the next generation.
We don't need any more human centipede shit.
I disagree.
I really like the second one. I thought the second one was the masterpiece. I thought that it really captured the depravity, and it was in black and white. So maybe I just have a thing for ultra extreme violence in black and white.
I really didn't like the second or the third one.
I did not like
both of them felt like
the third one was just goofy fun, but I thought the second one was brilliant.
I don't know.
Both
Number
of those
three
just
was
felt like Tom Six being like, "Oh, wasn't the human centipede so fucking deep and fucking transgressive?" No, fuck off. It wasn't.
You can't turn that into some political statement. I'm sorry.
It's not political. It's him saying, "Oh, isn't the human centipede so fucking deep and transgressive? Isn't it? It's so fucking like the most extreme arts you can." No, it wasn't. It was a splatter film.
I think the next person who uses the word transgressive to describe their own art should be shoved into a garbage dumpster and sealed in there until they repent.
Well, I love that transgressive is really it's just a term for pop culture now. There is no transgressivism is just what is morally acceptable by the majority of Westerners.
Well, anything that
true transgression is like the nuclear is like a Christian nuclear family.
Yeah, anything that actually is transgressive will never be seen because it will be boycotted or soft boycotted. But yet everything calls itself transgressive.
The real stuff is out there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is that it's you have to be able to tell real transgressive fiction from stuff that's marketed as being like edgy. And I talked a little bit a couple of episodes ago about how I feel like transgressive fiction as a genre has kind of really faded into more things like splatterpunk and kind of this variant transgressive fiction gutter punk where it's like mostly about impoverished young people, kind of in the vein of Hubert Selby Jr., but with, more of a 21st century twist. And it's still a form of transgressive fiction, I would say, but it's also, at the same time, yes, you're right, it's paradoxical because that is coming to represent the majority of the American experience for a lot of young people. So I think that it's difficult to really say what transgressive fiction is. And at this point, the temptation becomes clear to make it kind of overbroad because there are so many, I would say bizarro fiction is certainly a form of avant-garde transgressive fiction. Extreme horror is certainly transgressive fiction. So all the interesting genres and like the horror erotica stuff that Elizabeth Bedlam and I do, I think these things are all forms of transgressive fiction. So it's, here's
the thing. You can't let Bizarro have absolute control of what transgression is because they gatekeep the fuck out of it. Anything that they
never did.
Huh?
They never had control over what transgressive is.
Probably right. but they do gatekeep quite a bit. And so the deal is that you want to look for people who have been picked over and rejected, so you can get the full picture of what's out there, because there are so many good authors and stories that were passed over by, say, Eraserhead Press or Fungasm or Lazy Fascist or whatever, and they do things that you never see in those other presses, that have their own style. So yeah, definitely don't ever let yourself be confined to reading one kind of press or one kind of style. But let's see, Mother Maggot, I would consider that. Are you okay?
Yeah, I just my scarf yanked my phone off the counter.
Mother Maggot, I wonder if you would consider that the kind of transgressive fiction that is marketed and as being edgy and being trying too hard, or if that is legitimate. I mean, every sentence is filled with absolute filth. Do you think it's trying too hard, or it hits the right thing?
I think it is more an example of extreme horror transgressive fiction, and extreme horror is also its own genre with its own tropes. Like you were asking me about Aaron Beauregard, and so it's like these authors write really severe, really intensely violent stuff, just crazy violence every page. So Mother Maggot is not an isolated case, I think. There's an interesting group on Facebook called Splatter Club, and they definitely have some really interesting book selections. And there's some shocking stuff out there on the market in this genre. One of them is Wolf. I'm gonna say it was the Virgin by Wolf. Come on, yeah, Wolf. Okay, so it's WOL-VR.
Oh yeah, we interviewed him on here. We talked to him.
Did you really?
He's
Wolverine's he's a pretty famous Bizarro.
Yeah.
In the
I didn't realize he was so
genre,
famous.
everyone knows Wolverine.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I actually read all of the Brain Chew novels that he wrote, and I actually suggested that he get with Chris Rufty and they do like a Brain Chew versus Pillowface crossover. I don't think it would ever happen, because they're too different. But I mean, in my dreams, I can see Brain Chew versus Pillowface, and it would just be the most awesome monster versus monster fight, so
that's funny. Yeah, so I feel like, just by virtue of that, I feel like extreme horror and bizarro fiction have a lot of crossover. And the same thing, it's like,
sure.
all of these
They're kind
things
of like I like to say that they're kissing cousins.
Yeah, I mean the Eraserhead's biggest sister press is Deadite Press that releases extreme horror. So they have they've always been incestuous in that way. And those are the two main genres that I write in. When I write fiction, I write extreme horror and bizarro. Those are the two. They often go hand in hand.
Yeah.
All right. So I think we left it all on the stage here, folks. Are we ready to get out of here?
My last word is suck dick, rape Santa. Like and share this. Your head is now the quiet place. Bye.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks
I'm
to
gonna duck out.
Echo time.
Thanks to J. Peter W. Thanks to Derek McCormack, Chris Lesko, Zach and Ben, obviously, Gregor, obviously, and obviously Regina, who's doing a great job. Strange, welcome back. It's good to be back on the same wavelength somewhat again, man. I really mean that. And let's see, who else? Chad Lutsky, thanks to him for coming on. Dream, I have no idea who you are or were, and if you were just a really bad troll, but thanks for wasting 3 seconds of my time. Did I miss anybody whatsoever?
I can't remember. I can barely
If there
remember
is,
my
then
cat's
they'll
name.
forgive us for our heads being full of fuck right now.
It's insane how many people were on this thing, but I appreciated all of them. So thanks, guys, and have a good night. Get what little sleep you can.
Yep. Fuck Santa, Merry Christmas.
Fuck Santa, Merry Christmas.
Merry Crumbless.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
What can I say? I'm sloppy. I should have been more prepared. Everything's in slow motion. There we go. I'm sloppy, guys. It's been a long night. What can I say? You try pulling it off for that long. Eat this, motherfuckers.
Nobody touches us at all. Shout out, shoot out, spread fear of them without us. We gotta take what's off the wheel. Spread the word throughout the legacy. Bad guys, we're black. We're taking cancer, man. You see us coming and you all together run for cover. We're taking over this town. Here it comes, reach for your gun and you better listen well. I'm ready to see it's best now, down below. You and the colors of hell. Tears down of everyone. They talking no tall tales, but just I knew your doom would come to me out with the colors of hell. Sleep. Oh, I'm in the village till I shall see, but better not take it out on me, cause your sound is found where your city used to be. So out of the darkness and into the light, spark by everywhere inside from our double barrel 12 gauge. Can't lock me